on the film and look what, I know Cat's playing great. Everybody's playing, they're playing great basketball. But we got to try to go in there and steal game one.
Cavs finished the 7-game series against Detroit on Sunday night, and like the coach said, the Knicks have had some time to chill and fill. They've not played since May 10th when they finished a 4-game sweep of Philadelphia. Cavs lost 2 of 3 to the Knicks during the regular season, including both games at Madison Square Garden. Guardians continued their series with the Tigers tonight in Detroit. Guardians taking the opener last night 8-2. Jose Ramirez had 3 hits, including a solo home run and a 2-run double. Guardians won 3 in a row, 6 of 7. Parker Messick on the hill tonight. He is 5-1, a 2.35 ERA this season. Things so bad for the Phillies early on this season. They fired the manager Rob Thompson, who started 9-19 since Don Mattingly took over. Phillies have gone 16-4. That includes a current 5-game winning streak. Tonight, the Phillies continue their series at home against the Cincinnati Reds. Browns going to get their OTAs underway today in Berea as their offseason workout program continues. Browns will be holding 3 workouts this week, 3 next week, and 4 workouts the first week of June. The third and final stage of the workout program closes out with mandatory minicamp. That begins on June 9th. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, man, I'm pumped. Let's go. Cavs. Eastern Conference Finals. How sweet does that sound against the Knicks tonight? Your tip-off on ESPN is at 8 o'clock. Make sure when the game's over, you're locking it back in right here on 92.3 The Fan to get it off your chest, because we will be here for you from now until after the game. We are excited to talk about it. We are excited for the Cavaliers. They are in New York. Man, he's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. I just love the fact they're back in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's a good feeling. I know it's 0-0 right now. I know everybody has their thoughts on this series, but back in the Eastern Conference Finals, I think it's not only important for our city, but obviously important for the franchise to be there in a different realm than we were the last time they were there.
Meaning what? There's no LeBron James?
Basically, yeah. Okay. That's exactly what I'm saying. Right. Did I have to spell it out any differently?
Well, yes.
I mean, it's another era. That's the beauty of it. I look at Cavaliers. The Cavalier eras are the Miracle years, the Price, Hot Rod, Doherty, Nance era, Harper kind of in there. And then, there was the World Be Free era. And then you had LeBron 1 and then LeBron 2, which was the greatest of all eras because they brought home a championship. But now you get another chance. And if you're not pumped right now, I don't know what is running through your veins because you got oil instead of blood if you're not ready for tonight's game and pumped. All right, so Jeff, your thoughts as we head into this game one tonight. This is going to be a tough challenge, but they're there, and so they got a shot.
Absolutely. They're one of the final 4 teams playing in the NBA. It's what you're looking for. It's what you're shooting for. Let's see how they do. I don't particularly care for the matchup for them. I don't think it's necessarily a good one. Doesn't mean you can't win. But I think it'll be a major challenge.
Wait, what is it about the matchup you do not like?
There are all kinds of things.
Should I say it scares you, or should I say it gives you reason to believe the Knicks are going to beat the Cavaliers?
If I'm betting your money on it,
You're not betting my money. Stop. Knicks. I hate when you do that.
Well,
I hate it.
I do it. Okay. I would bet on the Knicks, but it doesn't mean the Cavs can't win it. I think the big guys are going to be challenged like crazy. Jalen Brunson's going to be a challenge, period. And I like the Knicks' depth more than I like the Cavs' depth, personally. But there are some things that could really sway this in the Cavs' direction. If OG Anunoby is not able to go, he's listed as probable. He hasn't played in 13 days, I believe it is, since his hamstring injury. He missed the final 2 games in their sweep of the 76ers. If he can't go, that's a huge plus for the Cavs. If he's hindered, that's a huge plus for the Cavs because the folks in New York will tell you arguably Anunoby was the Knicks' best player in the postseason on offense and on defense. So that's huge. If he's able to go, huge, huge, huge plus for the Knicks.
What about the path these two teams have taken to get here? Some people will say, look at what the Cavaliers were able to do. They had to go 7 games against Toronto. They had to go 7 games now against Detroit. And then Philadelphia, relatively easy against Philadelphia, which I didn't, or New York, relatively easy against Philadelphia to get to where they are now.
I think Joel Embiid fried himself against Boston. And I don't think he had a whole lot going. Regardless, the Knicks took care of him.
Is that advantage? So I guess what I'm looking for is any advantage I can find for the Cavaliers.
Based on the schedule?
Based on the schedule to get here. And then you get into the rest or rust argument conversation, which, by the way, I just think is gone after you play like 3 minutes in the first quarter. Most teams, when we talk about having 11 days off or 8 days off in between a series, they talk about, it's too much rest. They need to be playing. They need to be doing this. I don't think you can ever really get enough rest. And when you're ready to play, you'll be ready to play. Now, maybe they miss a couple buckets out of the gate if you're the Knicks. But I just think that whole rest or rust thing is only true for rest. And if you get the rest, I think it's just good news. If you're a good basketball team, why would rust even come into play? I mean, we're talking about the best basketball players in the world. Do they really rust out for sitting off a week?
It's not like they haven't played an entire season.
Right.
Yeah, I don't actually even worry about that.
You don't.
That said, if there's an opportunity for the Cavs to win a game in New York, I'd say Game 1's a great opportunity. Cavs have a little flow going after winning a Game 7. Just keep on moving. They go right to New York, get a chance to play the Knicks. Knicks are going to have to dust some things off because they haven't played in a while. And I don't think the rust is a major issue, but it's just I do think it is a slight factor and could play in the Cavs' favor early on in the game. I would think by halftime things are back to normal, but you never know.
If you were Kenny Atkinson, what are you doing different here than you did in the last series? But they got the turnovers down. I think he figured out a few things along the way. And people were questioning his coaching, I thought, early on in the series, especially when they were down 0-2. Now you come, it's part of being a coach, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you win by 1 and you made 1,000 mistakes in the first quarter, no one is going to care about the 1,000 mistakes. If you have the perfect game as a coach up until the final 2 minutes or the last minute of a game, and you decide you have the wrong inbounder, then you're an idiot. And you lose a game at the buzzer. I mean, that's how fragile it is to be a coach at any level in any sport. I get it. But I do think that that's how we kind of associate a coach. It's how did the game end, and whatever happens before, it just happens.
I think if I had to put my finger on one thing that's overall big picture critical, Cavs defense has to be good. It has to be really good because the Pistons have Cade Cunningham and other guys who can hurt you. But overall, they just looked like an offensively challenged team. The Knicks are not offensively challenged. The Knicks can score points. And I think the Cavs D is going to have to be there. New York is going to score. And you can make the argument they're going to score relatively easily. So I think it's essential that the Cavs play some really good D. And they did in Game 7 against Detroit with help from the Pistons. You're not going to get a whole lot of help from the Knicks.
It's funny. We talk about the Cavaliers' defense, but then you have Evan Mobley, who wins awards for defense, but then it doesn't seem to matter when you get to the playoffs because no one credits that, or he doesn't get credit for it, or it doesn't happen. I don't know why that is, why that seems to be something that never gets taken into consideration. Well, how did a guy win Defensive Player of the Year and not be able to, I don't know. What do you expect out of a player like that, especially knowing that you're going up against a team that can throw 120 points up on the board with no problem at all? And, ask anybody they've seen in the playoffs as they've watched that Knicks freight train just come down and barrel them, especially the last game. against Philadelphia. I look at the series, Jeff, and I look at it on paper, and I'm like, we have a good enough team to win this series. If things have to go right, self-destruction can't happen. There's too many little things that the Cavaliers do that I think they can get exploited for, and that's where I think the confidence Knicks fans have is that the Cavs can't turn in a 17, 18, 19, 20 turnover game and expect to win, especially if you're giving up points off those turnovers. They cannot expect to win, and that's what happened to them in the Detroit series. Those little things, and this is why you get to the Eastern Conference Finals, because you got to get better every step of the ladder. But they cannot afford to have turnovers like they did in that series, in any series. And maybe, and I keep going back to the James Harden line after the Toronto series, it's just like, we've only been together for 2.5 months, okay? And I think they are trying to figure it out. I do think that every game, this team knows each other just a little bit better. It's just when they look ugly, man, it is bad basketball, and it's hard to watch. But then you see a game like Game 7, and you believe that this team can go on and win. I believe, and if they play like they did in Game 7, I think they can win the series. I think they win the series if they can play like they played in Game 7. You got to hit your buckets. The one thing they didn't do in Game 7 was make free throws, which was a little nerve-wracking if you are watching the whole series and you're like, you better hit those free throws because they might come back to haunt you. But they didn't. I don't know how this plays out. Tonight, I do think, is a extremely big night for the Cavaliers. Game 1, I just think is crucial until you get to Game 2. Like, we sit here in the moment and we worry about, hey, can they win? Can they do this? Can they take 1 out of 2 from New York? In New York, yeah. If they can, then you got something going here. But if they come back 0-2, it'll be interesting to see how quickly they can respond. Even though they did it against Detroit, I don't know if I have the same feeling.
And they coughed it up against Toronto.
Yeah.
They were up 2-0.
Yeah. And so we've seen both sides of the coin.
Website Fear the Sword has a really interesting stat. And there's so many little things that are going to add up in this series. Dean Wade, in 3 regular season games, covered Jalen Brunson a decent amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
And in those times when Wade was the primary defender, Brunson had 6 points on 1 of 15 shooting. So now, are you going to put a 6'9" guy on Jalen Brunson? And if you do, well, then Jalen Brunson, who can pass, is going to find open guys. Can they? That's where Anunoby, that's where Karl Anthony Towns comes into play. That's where Mikal Bridges could be huge in the series. And I think they have their version of Keon Ellis in Josh Hart, who does a lot of everything well. I just like the way the Knicks lineup plays out a little bit. I like their guys on the wing. Bridges has not been as big of a factor, maybe as the Knicks would like him to be. Maybe this is his series. You look at how this matches up. I think the big guys are going to have a huge challenge ahead of them. And it's not just Karl Anthony Towns. Mitchell Robinson rebounds like crazy against the Cavaliers. That's going to be a huge deal. We're going to be digging into that. But he's a force. You have 2 7-footers in Towns and Robinson, and that's going to be a big deal, I think, for the Knicks in this series.
All right, let's talk more about the Knicks. Let's talk more about this whole series entirely. And, where can the Cavs exploit the Knicks? Where can they do that? Where do they need to stay away? Let's get into that in the next segment, I should say. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 11. Frank Isola from SiriusXM will join us at noon. So all kinds of good stuff. We're going to get you ready for tonight's game. We are pumped. Let's see what they can do tonight in New York. You're talking about an 8 o'clock tip-off on ESPN, and we are all over it today on 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. That's your chance to jump on in on the conversation. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. We're all over the Cavs today as they get set to take on the Knicks. 8 o'clock, it is the first game of the Eastern Conference Finals. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. If it's anything like the Western Conference Finals, man, we are in for a great night tonight. Hopefully we just have the right team winning when it's all said and done. We'll get into that Spurs matchup against Oklahoma City, too, a little bit later in the show. Kay Cabot at 11, Frank Isola at high noon. Also, just a tidbit of information about the Browns. What do you got, Dan?
Yeah, this is courtesy of Jonathan Jones of CBS. NFL owners are expected to vote later today on the sale of 3% of the Cleveland Browns to the private equity firm Arctos. Sources tell NFL on CBS. Arctos is one of the NFL-approved private equity firms, and it already has a piece of the Chargers and the Bills. So NFL owners expected to approve a 3% sale of the Cleveland Browns to a private equity firm.
Sounds like being somewhere really cold and having bad breath. Arctos.
In news,
Ew, you have Arctos breath. What?
Sounds like they need to raise money for parking spaces.
Maybe. That's possible.
In news that can only be described by a fan reaction as, okay.
So they bought 3% of a, what do we think the Browns are worth now? I don't even know. A couple billion?
It goes 7 or 8.
7 or 8 billion? Is that what you probably if you were selling it? I don't know. I can't do the math that fast, but
Regardless, nothing changes except they raise some capital.
Exactly.
But you got to just keep your eye on it and see what happens somewhere down the road if they end up buying more and then more and more and more. It's just I think you're always better off having a face owning a team than having private equity. Unless it's stocks, I don't feel real comfortable with any of it.
We are moving to a world where these private equity firms are gobbling up a lot of this stuff. So buckle in. This is not going to be something that is going to become rare in sports.
All right, well, now you're up to speed on that. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Talking about the Cavs and Knicks. And Jeff, again, as we get into this thing, I'm a little intrigued. I don't want to say about lack of confidence in the Cavaliers, but why do I feel like this truly is the world against the Cavaliers? Is it?
I don't think that at all.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
From whom?
Kind of a little bit you guys and other people that I've talked about. And if you start reading stuff online, you're like, man, I don't know. The Cavs, they're like, oh, the Cavs may have a chance in this, or it depends on what the Cavs do. And I don't know. You guys make me think that it's like, I'm just being honest, just listening to the two of you. Like, I'm just like, it makes me feel like they just have very little chance to win this series.
Disagree. I think they have a chance. I personally think the Knicks will win the series, but I think the Cavs have a great chance.
Okay, so how? How do they win the series?
Well, it's pretty basic. Your big guys have to show up and your guards have to be good. I don't think there's any secret here, and I think you have to play some really good defense. I do think it's that simple.
I'm calling you out a little bit on this too, Dan. I don't feel like there's any. I think we're all kind of preparing ourselves for them to lose, and I don't feel that way.
Why do you say that?
Because the way I'm listening to what you're saying, and it's like I'm like, man, I don't know. Maybe the Cavs can't win. And I appreciate what you say. I appreciate your opinion on it. And both of us have spent time around the team in past years. But sometimes when I listen to some of your analysis, I'm like, man, Jeff always ends up being right on a lot of this stuff, and I get way too emotional and get tied into what I love to see, and too much of a fan sometimes, and I kind of get sucked in that way, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to balance myself out by listening to what Jeff says, and
that'll get you in trouble.
Yeah, it will. All right, Dan, your thoughts on this? By the way, I don't respect anything you say, so we're okay. I'll feel better about it.
It's the smartest move you could possibly make.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. The first thing that I will say when it comes to this is, to me, this season is an overwhelming success no matter what happens in this series. Like, slam dunk, well done. Nice job, everyone.
Well, it's been a terrific year.
You've achieved your goals.
I think
from here, everything from here, gravy. Like, this is the utmost series of put your feet up and just enjoy the ride.
Gosh, I disagree with that.
I don't agree with you on that either. I don't. You don't think it's house money, do you?
Tell me why.
I don't. I don't think they're playing with house money. No.
Dan Gilbert doesn't play for third, fourth place.
I can only play what I play for.
I think Kenny's in trouble if they get blown out.
I don't.
If they get blown out, I think Kenny's in trouble. I don't think they're going to get blown out. So, but if they get swept and don't look good at all, you go back to the same question. I paid what for what?
think Dan's past that.
To the Cavalier side of things and the
Yes.
Cavalier fandom that is in me, this is a win. They've achieved every goal. Make the Eastern Conference Finals. You are one of the best 4 teams in basketball. Well done. This is what you signed up for. You went farther than you did the year before, and it seems like things are trending in the right direction.
And that and $100 will get you $100.
Hey, you know what, though? If we're just going to sit here and spend our lives moving the goalposts, then we're going to spend our lives miserable.
Andy, you think?
Wait, you're just saying they're moving the goalpost. They just moved the
What Jeff
goalpost.
said right there of, you achieved your goals and $100 gets you $100. It's like, yeah, well, then keep moving the goalposts and live your life in misery.
Well, Andy, they're trying to win the NBA championship.
Right.
Yeah.
I know
So
what they're trying to do.
I
saying
personally,
as a fan.
I personally think it's been a successful season already. I don't know if they would feel that way. You're the
too.
guy
No,
who's
I
trying to
think-
be optimistic. How do they win?
One, and so the way you said it, it's simple. Man, they cannot turn the ball over. They've got to take care of the basketball. That was my number one pet peeve in what they were doing. 2, I think they have to figure out a way to get the big guys involved because you know as well as I do that when they start going into hero ball, unless Harden gets really hot, unless Mitchell is on fire, right, they don't win those games. And, the offensive rebounding has got to be there too. Like they've got to be able, if they're going to miss, and they're going to miss on threes, they've got to be able to get to the boards. So I just that when they push things too fast, sometimes I should say this, and like they lose control. Like when they lose control of the ball, those turnovers that happen because one of the guards takes the ball in around the outside or tries to work their way in, and they find themselves in the paint. Next thing they know, you're standing in the paint and you got 3 big guys around you. You have nowhere to go. How many times have we seen that? Like, I like when they push the ball before the other team, whether it's the Knicks or it was the Raptors or Detroit, before the other team can set up in a half-court defense. Like that, to me, I think that's winning basketball for this team. But I just, when they get sloppy and careless with the ball, it's so ugly and so hard to watch. I think they're their own worst enemy, except when you start looking through, the Knicks lineup, and you have to respect them. You have to respect who you're about to go up and play because they can put 100+ on you in like 30 seconds by the end of the third quarter. And they have great shooters. They're a really, really good team. And so for me to watch the Cavaliers win, they have to do everything right and then some. And so that's why I do think that it kind of leans towards the Knicks on this thing. But I absolutely think they can win. I mean, I even said yesterday, I can see a scenario where they win in 6. So, Dan, finish your thought. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think the Knicks do take this series. I think it'll be like Knicks in 6. Like it'll be something like that. Knicks in 6, Knicks in 7, somewhere in that area.
That rhymed.
But like, the Knicks are set up in a way where I could see them being the Achilles here. I know the Cavs have some advantages. I'm fascinated to see who guards Brunson because the Dean Wade on Brunson thing makes a lot of sense. Dean Wade can give Brunson some fits with how long he is, and the fact that he can move his feet.
You mean Dean Wade, who nobody likes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Dean Wade can move his feet on defense.
I've been saying that for about 5 years.
The only thing that I really don't like about Dean Wade is when he's standing underneath the basket all alone and all he has to do is bank it off the glass and put it in. Instead, he kicks it back out for a 3. Now, I don't know if that's on him or if that's the game plan, right?
Oh, I don't think he does it that often.
We've seen
the
it
Cavs
quite a
win
few
this
times
series?
lately.
Absolutely. It's just one of those where a lot more things need to go right for the Cavaliers than need to go right for the Knicks for them to win this series.
And
that's my problem.
I think the big guy matchup will be something to really, really watch because Mitchell Robinson might play a bigger role than people are expecting. If you remember, he is a big physical guy. And in the regular season, he played 2 games against the Cavaliers. He played in 2 of the 3 games. Mm-hmm. He averaged 5.5 points and 14.5 rebounds. In the February gaming, he played only 19 minutes against the Cavs. 19 minutes. And both Allen and Mobley played in this game. In 19 minutes, Mitchell Robinson had 11 points and 16 rebounds. In 19 minutes. On Christmas Day, he played 17 minutes, and he didn't score. But he had 13 rebounds in 17 minutes. In other words, they can't keep him off the glass, especially the offensive glass. So
How much do you expect them? Do you expect the Knicks to play him more than maybe he's been playing?
I don't know.
I mean, because you look, he's like, I don't know, what's he average? 18 minutes a game, somewhere in there?
Just what we know is this. He out-rebounds the Cavs by himself, basically. I mean, I would think that they're going to use him anytime they want to get physical, anytime they want to get tough. If one of our big guys gets going, and remember, Evans about 6'11", okay? So there's no size advantage there. And Robinson's bigger and heavier. Karl Anthony Towns is typical of big guys in the NBA. And I mean that for this reason. Big guys get grief that they don't deserve. We hear it here in Cleveland all the time. Well, Evan Mobley's soft. Evan Mobley can't do this. Jared Allen needs to be blah, 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 blah. People say the same thing about Karl Anthony Towns. That guy's been on fire in the postseason. He has had 10 or more assists in 3 of 10 playoff games and 6 or more assists in 7 straight playoff games, and the Knicks have won all 7. He's moving the ball like crazy, along with doing what he usually does, which is get a double-double. So the big guys for the Knicks have to be neutralized if possible. And I don't know that the Cavs can do that.
I mean, if you're the Cavs the other way, don't you? Do you go after him then and hopefully he gets in foul trouble? Because he's not afraid to get in foul trouble either.
Go after who?
Karl Anthony Towns. He's a guy that you can get into foul trouble. So
you bring in Mitchell Robinson and he gets 2 rebounds every minute?
It's either way. I mean, you again, are you playing against them or are you trying to play your own game and try to win that way?
Apparently you're going to do both.
Let's sneak one quick one. Joe, how are you, Joe?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you?
Hi, Joe.
Thanks for calling.
All right, 2 quick things. All right, so I love your show.
That was silly. Really? Like jokes that I heard in like 2nd grade? That's where he went on that thing? That's where he was going?
People have a lot of time on their hands, Andy.
They do. I do. All right, if you want to talk about the game, give us a call. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Again, how can the Cavs exploit the Knicks, and where do they need to stay away from that? We'll talk about that. Maybe get into a little bit of the Western Conference Finals, too. Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 11 o'clock. It's Baskin and Phelps right here at 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call. Hey, everybody, FanDuel.
past segments from all our shows, you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Mary Kay Cabot's joining us at 11. We'll get ready for OTAs with her as the Browns gather in Berea. Everybody, the rookies, the vets, everybody's ready to roll here this week. Todd Monken's going to speak a little bit later this afternoon, so you'll get to hear cuts of that throughout the day here on 92.3 The Fan. So looking forward to that. 216-474-0092 again. That is the number to call in. We're going to talk a little bit about what happened last night in the Western Conference Finals. We'll do that in a second. Jeff, as I continue to look through just this series between New York and the Cavs, Game 1 tonight at Madison Square Garden in the Eastern Conference Finals, it is interesting how similar a lot of their numbers were throughout the regular season. Even just wins and losses. The Knicks won 53 and lost 29. Cavs won 52 and lost 30. Numbers the Cavs won 3 less games at home. On the road, the Cavs won 2 more games on the road. Against the East, it's a 2-game differential. Against the West, it was a 1-game differential. Points for 116.5. This was during the regular season for the Knicks. Cavs 119.5, but the Cavs gave up 5 more points a game at 115.4, and the Knicks they gave up 110.1 points per game. As you look at the regular season numbers too. Offensively, the Knicks. This was throughout. I'm assuming this is adding in playoff stats. Knicks averaging 116.5, Cavs averaging 119.5. Rebounds almost exactly the same. Assists almost exactly the same. Steals almost exactly the same. Rebounds were 45-44. Assists 27-28. Steals both 8. Block shots. The Cavs had a little bit of an advantage there. 4.99. The Knicks 3.93. Field goal percentage almost exactly the same. Both teams just about 48%. Free throw, Cavs a little bit behind by 2%. 3-point percentage, Cavs a little bit behind by 2%. And, on paper,
check defensive points allowed.
I don't have in front of me.
There's the key.
Okay.
Knicks have played really good defense. Cavaliers have not played the defense, and that's why the Cavs are going to have to play some D. Knicks are going to be a tough defensive challenge, as the Pistons were. But the Pistons couldn't score like the Knicks can score, and that's why the Cavs are going to have to play some D.
Can you talk about Madison Square Garden for a second? I've never been there.
Coolest venue in the NBA.
Is it hard to play there? That's the question.
I think players love playing there because it's the palace of the NBA. I don't mean that. It's not a great arena. If you're looking for a good arena, that's not it.
Indiana, good arena? I think
Indiana's a great arena.
Probably one of my favorites.
I love that place.
Yeah.
But the Knicks fans are good. It used to be, it was vintage like 1966. It had turquoise seats, and it's a round bowl. And they redid it probably 10 years ago now and took out the turquoise seats. But it's nothing fancy. You would think it's New York and Madison Square Garden. It's nothing fancy. And that's the weird thing. And they don't care. It doesn't have to be because it's the Knicks and it's Madison Square Garden. One thing that's really cool about it, the playing surface, the arena,
right,
is on the 6th floor.
Kind of like Boston, same thing.
You got to get when you walk in, you go through the loading dock if you're coming in on a bus,
right,
and you go get on a freight elevator and hit, and there's a guy there to, where are you going? Playing floor. You go up to 6.
Huh.
It's really
it's
weird.
It's the same thing in Boston.
Yeah, well, it used to be.
Well, no, Boston's still that way.
I just think it's really cool.
Really cool. Is it? Is there a little bit of an? I don't think our guys are going to feel it. Most of them played there at least 2 times. If you're a rookie.
No, I don't think there will be an intimidation factor. The intimidation factor is the Knicks are damn good.
Yeah,
that's the intimidation.
But is there
factor.
a difference though between when you're playing in LA and playing in New York, and you've got stars sitting in the first row?
I don't know. You have to ask them. Never fazed me.
Well, you had to interview all of them. You got blown off by Laverne. Come on.
We didn't get blown off. We had a lovely conversation.
She blew you off.
Spike Lee said yes.
How was he? Was it a good interview?
It was great.
Huh, interesting.
Tracy Morgan was phenomenal.
Did he drop a Jeff in the middle of the interview? No, that would have been cool. That would have been one for the keeper reel. You could have started your resume tape off with that.
Resume tape.
Whatever that is.
I remember those.
216-474-0092. All right, we'll get back into the Cavaliers here in a moment. Mary Kay Cabot at 11. Frank Isola, too, is going to join us at noon. Let's talk a little bit about last night. Double overtime, kids. Oklahoma City over San Antonio, and Wemby having a game. Last night played 49 minutes, 41 points. Gentlemen, thoughts on last night's game? Jeff first.
Wemby is a freak. He was so good, and he's so fun to watch. There was a moment late in the game. I don't even remember where it was because I was just so stunned by it. He's dribbling down the floor, and he pulls up from about 30 feet, and he had space, and he just puts up a three. And he drained it. And it's like, 7'3" dudes aren't supposed to be able to do that. And perfect form, perfect jump shot. That's where guys get freakish. Guys aren't supposed to be able to do that. And it was just a beautiful moment, beautiful shot, and perfect form. Just lets it rip. That was really good. It was a really greatly contested game. I loved the blue shirts that all the Oklahoma City Thunder fans were wearing on top of the blue court and the blue uniforms. It was a sea of blue, and it looked really cool.
Was it
from a basketball standpoint? Unbelievable game, and the Spurs are not a one-trick pony. Though Wemby's the man, they've got some players. Harper's a good young player. Ron's kid.
How about Wemby had a shot
Stephen
block?
Castle's great, man. Yeah, Chet Holmgren blocked.
How about that?
Well, Chet's 7'1".
I know, but still, it's just weird to see.
Larry Nance is 6'10". He blocked Kareem Skyhook.
Okay. I'm just saying, it was a cool play from last night's game. So you look at this, and I think a lot of people are saying the Western Conference is the NBA Finals. We'll find out tonight when the Cavs.
I disagree with that.
Man, I got to tell you, you go back and talk about last night's game there for a second. Dan, your thoughts on the game, too, because I know you were into it.
Unbelievable. It was such a great basketball game from start to finish. The Wemby shot was nuts. The funny thing is they went back and looked at it today, and it was the exact spot or very, very close to where Steph Curry pulled up in overtime against the Thunder and hit the shot right there 10 years earlier. And it was about that same spot. Wemby was unbelievable in his game. He was everywhere. And just limbs, it truly was like watching Mr. Fantastic play basketball.
You know the one thing about him, Dan?
Limbs just coming out of anywhere.
The other thing about him that's really cool, he's only 22.
Yeah.
But he doesn't play like he's 22. He's got a real veteran presence about him.
He doesn't play like he's 22, and he doesn't move like any guy who has ever been 7'4" I've ever seen in my life.
Well,
it's
because
he has no fear. I know when you're that big, you may not have fear, but how many times have we seen guys that are that big that are just a little bit awkward? Gangly is kind of the word.
He's
got
not. Limbs going all over the place. This guy looks like he was built to be this size and knows exactly how to use every last inch of it. I've never seen a guy like that before in my life.
He's really fluid.
Yes.
He's not gangly.
No.
And, just honestly, to see a guy 7'4" pull up and just jack up a three when it's like, that's the stupidest shot. Oh, wait a minute, that was good. He's just a really good young basketball player, but he doesn't play young. He's a big-time player.
And so this is a series now that the road team has already won a game, right? So now it's a series?
Guys, he grabbed 24 boards yesterday after scoring 40 points. It's just 24 rebounds as well. Just another day at the office.
He was great, man.
It was unbelievable.
It's going to be a fun series to watch.
Who do you like? Who
do you like in this?
I still think Oklahoma City, but it's going 7.
Jeff?
I would think Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I would think so too, but last night doesn't that gives you reason to think, especially San Antonio just took home court advantage away in game one.
I wonder if that like what we saw in San Antonio, in Oklahoma City, maybe not to this level where it goes to double overtime and that stuff, though I'd sign up for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what we're going to see with the Cavs as well, where you're going to see a little bit of rust out of the Oklahoma City side. It's going to be a little clunky early on, and then they'll pick up the pace from there, and that's where the Cavs can exploit them because they've been playing more. It's the same thing with San Antonio. San Antonio going to Game 6 against Minnesota is going to end up helping them in the beginning of Game 1. Now let's see what that looks like in Game 4.
I'm not going to. I mean, Wemby stole the show last night with 41 points and 24 boards, but I think there's got to be some inspiration too when you're up against the league MVP and just announced, the night before in Shai Gilgeous. I look at that and I'm like, I wonder if that fires those guys up or not, or if it's just, I don't know, maybe that's just media talk on the outside. But, San Antonio's got something to prove. I'm sure that, like, most people don't look at them and say, oh, the way people are looking at the Cavaliers as an underdog, I think maybe might be a little bit different than the way San Antonio's the underdog in the series, right? I'm not wrong. San Antonio should.
But
I mean, if you have to name one, they're an underdog.
When you get to this point, I mean, it's underdog. Okay, fine. The Cavs are probably an underdog in this series. Okay, fine. But that it means really next to nothing, I think.
I don't know. Hang on. I'm going to look at this just because I saw this. I think everything I'm seeing gives the Knicks a 70% chance of winning the series, if not just tonight's game. I don't see it that way. I just don't. But maybe I'm just looking through, Cavalier-colored glasses and thinking that this game could be tough. I hope that they're not out of gas. That's the other thing. I mean, they've had 14 tough games where nothing came easy except for like one quarter, and then maybe if you want to say Sunday's game came a little bit easy to them, but they have still felt like they were working hard to get every basket, even in a game like Game 7 on Sunday. Nothing really seems to come easy for the Cavaliers, and I don't know how it's going to look.
It's all right.
I don't know how it's going to look.
As long as you get there. Nothing wrong with a little work.
Yeah. I don't know. Dan, do you agree with that point I made, though, about Oklahoma City, San Antonio, that that this is probably the NBA Finals, the Western?
I think we're going to look back and see it that way.
When it's all said and done?
I mean, we've ran into this before in many other sports where we've had the AFC Championship game be the Super Bowl. We've been in that situation. I mean, how many Patriots-Colts games did we look at each other, Brady versus Manning, and go, this is the Super Bowl? True. I mean, it happens in sports all the time. It's the way it goes. It doesn't mean anything is going to be lesser. It doesn't mean anything is going to be less entertaining.
Good point. I don't know. I think we're in for a good 2 weeks of basketball here as we get closer to the NBA Finals. And I will say whoever comes out of the East is definitely going to be the underdog compared to especially if you watch what we watched last night. I mean, they went double OT in Game 1. It was something spectacular.
Fun game.
It was spectacular, and that's what you want. The only thing that would be better is if it was on, I don't know, maybe a little bit earlier so the kids could stay awake and watch the whole game.
It's all about the kids, Andy.
It's never about the kids, Jeff. You never want to talk about the kids. Mary Kay Cabot, plain dealer, Cleveland.com. She will join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps as the Browns get set to start OTAs in Berea. They are getting the gang together, and this will be the first good look Todd Monken will have at everybody on the playing field as we get ready for another season of Browns football. 216-474-0092 is the number for you to call in. We'll talk to Mary Kay Cabot next.
This is
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. Cavaliers game 1 against the Knicks tonight, 8 o'clock. We'll talk more about that in a moment. The Browns gathering for OTAs in Berea. First time Todd Monken really has everybody together. And to join us to talk a little bit more about what exactly is going on in Berea, it's our good friend Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland.com. She is on the Wizard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Hi, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
We are doing good.
Hi, Mary Kay.
We are doing good. Phase 3, is that what we're calling this?
Yep, phase 3.
Phase 3.
It consists 3 weeks of organized team activities, and then after that is the mandatory minicamp. But this concludes the rest of the offseason program. This 3 weeks.
Is everybody here? Do they have to be here?
No, it's voluntary. This is still voluntary. You don't have to be here until the mandatory minicamp, which starts June 9th, ends June 11th. So, yes, this is still absolutely voluntary. And as I wrote in my story yesterday, I'm not really expecting Myles Garrett to be here for this. He really didn't come to this last year. There probably will be a few other guys that don't come to voluntary OTAs. So, it shouldn't be a shock. And the Browns aren't going to say anything negative about any of those guys because they all know that this is voluntary.
Mary Kay, what kind of a vibe do you get from what's going on there now compared to the last several years, obviously, with the coaching change?
Well, I think that in terms of the OTAs, I think we're going to see a lot more 11-on-11s. Kevin Stefanski ran OTAs largely like a passing camp, so actually it wasn't all that imperative for some of the bigs to be there, for some of the linemen to be there. I mean, certainly good for those guys to get their camaraderie down and all those kinds of things. But he ran it more of a passing camp, and I think this is going to be more of full squad work, and that's what they really need. They really need those 11 guys working together and repping it over and over again, because not only do they have a completely new offense, new terminology, and an overhauled offensive line, but they also have a new defensive coordinator. So it's important to be here. It's important to get all of those 11-on-11s going, and I think you'll see plenty of that.
All right, let's get into what you were talking about today in your story, the quarterback situation. The headline makes me want to read it no matter what. Even, you just look at it. It's Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur Sanders. It's going to heat up, and other things to watch at OTAs as they begin today with Mary Kay Cabot. And make sure you're reading that in Cleveland.com. What are you specifically looking for in this quarterback competition that you can see? I think it's still hard with no pads on, but tell me, what can you see that will help you define who you think the starting quarterback is?
Well, the first thing that we will all be looking for when we're out there tomorrow, because we are only allowed to watch one practice out of these next 3 weeks, each week. So every Wednesday we'll be out there during these OTAs. And what I think all of us will be looking for is who's going first in the 11-on-11s. And are they dividing it up? Or is one of them taking the most of those 11-on-11 reps? And, I think that's it. So in addition to what they look like when they're out there throwing, you'll be able to pick up keys and clues based on who is doing what, when, and with who. Now, just because we see, let's say, Deshaun's taking a bunch of first-team reps tomorrow or goes first in most of those 11-on-11. It doesn't mean that that's what happened today when we're not out there. It doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen on Thursday when we're not out there. Todd Monken has stated unequivocally that he will switch it up as he sees fit and that the reps are not going to be even. He's been very adamant about that. They're not going to be even. And I believe what he means by that is if I see a guy with a hot hand that deserves the first-team reps, he's going to get those first-team reps. So I think we'll be able to pick up some clues, but we will not be able to definitively state how we think things are going based on what we see. Now, we may have people tell us things, we may hear other things, but the reps that we see them take aren't necessarily going to inform who the starting quarterback is going to be.
Mary Kay, what you just laid out, and using what Todd said as your reference there, does nothing but scream competition. And I like that. It clearly seems like he is going to have these guys going against each other and making sure they know they're competing for opportunities.
Well, I mean, theoretically, that is what we always thought was going to happen and what we think might happen. But I don't honestly know if that is what is going to happen in these OTAs. I don't know that yet. I mean, you guys know that I have stated that I thought it would be best for Todd Monken to kind of identify ahead of time who he believes is in the lead and give that guy most of the reps, because Joe Burrow's not down there in Cincinnati splitting up first-team reps
Agreed.
in OTAs.
Yep.
And Lamar Jackson's not over there in Baltimore splitting up first-team reps in OTAs. Aaron Rodgers, well, he might because he's older and doesn't need as much practice. But when you look around the league, Pat Mahomes is probably working with his first-team offense and getting his timing down and honing his offense. And that is what the Browns need to be doing, in my opinion. So I have no idea yet if they're going to do that or not, or if they are going to use these 10 practices to really, truly sort this out and try to make it more of an even competition. We'll know more about that probably tomorrow, but we may not know as much about that as we would like to.
Where is Dillon Gabriel in this whole scenario? It's still kind of a mystery to me. A mystery to me from day one. Like, why did they draft two of these guys? And where are we with Gabriel now? And, you know, how much of last year was Stefanski? How much of it was him? And I just, what should fans think at all about Dillon Gabriel other than, man, I hope they trade him. So if he really wants to play, it's not going to be here.
Well, first of all, when I look at Dillon Gabriel, I see a quarterback who was thrust into a very, very difficult situation last year. It was tough. And the reason he was able to handle it at all is because he had played so much football in his career and because he was very prepared and he was ready to handle getting thrown into that situation whereby he had to start his first game across the pond in London. And then his second game, he had to go into Pittsburgh. And they almost won the London game, but the defense let them down in that game. So I think that Dillon Gabriel had it rough just the way every other quarterback did last year. Joe Flacco did not fare well here, and then he went down to Cincinnati and started throwing the ball around and throwing touchdown passes and throwing for 300 yards again. So this was not a good offense to be in last year, especially for a young quarterback. So Dillon suffered from that, as did Shador at times, as did Joe Flacco. So that's what I think about Dillon. I think he got kind of dealt a pretty tough hand, and I think he's a better quarterback than he gets credit for. And I don't know if he's going to end up on this team or not, but I think he's going to stick around in the league, and I think he's going to get better, and we'll see how it plays out.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, and, of course, her podcast, the Orange and Brown Talk. Make sure you listen to Mary Kay on that. You mentioned the defensive coordinator change. This team seemed to go absolute crazy trying to keep Jim Schwartz, yet didn't make him the head coach. Mike Rutenberg comes in, and a lot of the talk at the time, Mary Kay, was, he plays a very similar system, so that's good. How similar of a system do you think it's going to be? And how does this defense need to grow regardless of who the defensive coordinator is?
Well, I do think that it will be very similar because they're going to see to it that it is similar. They're not going to bring in Mike Rutenberg and change everything up overnight. They have maintained the rest of the assistants, and they've kept most of their personnel. So he's coming in, and he actually is going to have to adapt himself to the scheme that's in place, the terminology that's in place, and the personnel that's in place. He will, as time goes on, be able to put his own stamp and his own mark on it. But for all intents and purposes, he's carrying forward what Jim Schwartz has done over the past 3 seasons here. There will be nuances. There will be some things in the back end that will be different because he is a secondary specialist by trade. But for the most part, this is still going to be Jim Schwartz's defense.
Mary Kay, let me go back to offense here for a second. When you talk about Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion, will this give you the opportunity to kind of see, as they blend in with veterans, to catch passes? Will it give you a better feel for how things might play out for both of those guys and for the way the Browns are looking at them? I mean, Cedric Tillman is still in the mix, and who knows, Isaiah Bond's there too. I'm wondering how the wide receiver room is going to shake out when it's all said and done, and Jerry Jeudy, obviously.
Well, yeah, that's one of the biggest things to watch on this football team during OTAs, and you can really kind of get a handle on how it's going to shake out and how guys are faring in the passing game. It's easy to see that. It's easier to see that than how the left tackle is doing or how the center is doing. But by the same token, you're not really going to get an accurate picture of how these guys are going to do until they do have to take some contact, until they do have to make that contested catch, until they do have to make the sight adjustment against the blitz and things like that. So we'll be able to glean a lot. And the first thing that they have to do, of course, is catch the ball. That's got to be it. This is the easy part for them, where they're not getting the contact and whatnot yet. So, they've got to make sure that they're as sure-handed as possible. And they looked really good in minicamp, both of them, rookie minicamp. So that's going to be important. And then it's just going to be a matter of how the pieces and parts are going to fit together in terms of, 3 wides, 2 tight ends, 4 wides, and how they're going to play all that out.
Mary Kay, what did you think of Aaron Rodgers finally deciding, I'll go back for another year, and the Pittsburgh Steelers saying, great, good to have you?
Yeah, well, I mean, it reunites him with Mike McCarthy, so that makes a whole lot of sense for them. And, he'll be another year out from his Achilles surgery, and I think that, that will be good for him. It probably takes a lot longer to feel like yourself coming off of such a big surgery. So, maybe he'll be better for them for that. And it seems to me that's what they were counting on happening. So I think that, you've got some really interesting quarterback matchups in the AFC North now. If Deshaun Watson starts and Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, I mean, those are some pretty good quarterbacks.
Yeah, America. We did not get a chance to talk about the schedule last week, did we? We did not. I don't think we did. Can you give me your thoughts on that and the way it shook out? It's an interesting schedule with the 2 games in Florida to start things off, and then with the bye week, you're home for 5 weeks, and I think if they can survive the beginning of the season, the season definitely, that the schedule should not be a hindrance for a team that doesn't have to travel very far and barely has to go outside of the Eastern time zone.
Well, all of those things are true, but they do have 6 of their first 9 on the road, and that's the part that stands out to me, because when you have a fledgling offense that they're learning a new terminology, a new scheme, and they're learning each other, and you've got 5 new guys probably on the offensive line, including 2 rookies, and then you have to go on the road and you've got to get the silent counts down, and you've got to play in hostile environments 6 times out of your first 9 games. I think that's going to be pivotal and crucial for this football team. And I think that will make or break them in terms of whether or not they're going to be in the conversation for a wild card spot as they move into December. So they have got to come out of that first 9 games, in my opinion, with about 4 victories, or it's going to be really tough to move forward and try to remain relevant.
All right, real quick, did you see the team, 3% of the team sold to Arctos, a private equity firm? Just any thoughts on that, and what does that mean?
Well, I think this is a function of the Haslams are raising plenty of money to put up for the stadium, more so than they originally planned to do, and this is just a way to kind of offset that a little bit.
I just think it's weird that they own 8% of the Chargers and 10% of the Bills too. Like, I don't know how long does the league really want that? I guess they do if they're taking the cash.
Well, they're voting on it today in Orlando, and it seems like they're on board with it. And I've heard more and more about the private equity piece when they opened that door to that. And this is just business. I mean, this is what billionaires do. They use other people's money to help them
make more,
prosper, and get what they want.
Outstanding.
Count me in, Mary Kay. Let's go.
So use money to make money and not have to do any work. What a great plan that is. I like it.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Sign
it
me
does.
up, too.
All right, all three of us will start our own private equity firm. I don't know. We've probably scraped together about $10. We'll be in great shape. Mary Kay, thank you very much. Appreciate
Mary
your time.
Kay.
And, of course, we're reading you every day in the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Bye, Mary Kay. And, of course, she was on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. All right. Talked a little bit about the Browns. We're going to get back into the Cavs-Knicks as they get set to tangle tonight. 8 o'clock Eastern Conference Finals against the Knicks. Frank Isola is going to join us at high noon to talk more about the game. He is from Sirius XM. Been talking NBA for a long, long time. So we'll catch up with him. Also going to talk about the Guardians here, too. We'll talk Guards. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Ball game over. Brian Rocchio with a walk-off game-winning single to right.
Be there for every pitch, every cheer, and every big moment when your Cleveland Guardians face the Washington Nationals May 25th through the 27th. Get your tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Here with Ari, owner of Poochers,
Puckers, Putchers, I've heard it all.
So people have been hearing you on the radio, huh?
A lot of people are coming in mentioning the radio ads.
They mention the ads, but they don't know how to spell the name of a poo.
There's two great debates.
Not only do they not
how
know
do
how
you
to
say it and how do you spell it?
Right, I was just going to say.
It's Puchers, and it's Puchers.
But no matter how you say it, you guys are going to take care of the customers, huh?
Customers always come first.
So window treatments.
Yes. Basically anything that can cover your windows, blinds, shades, shutters, drapery. We have all the different options on display. Our sales staff is very knowledgeable and really good at design and helping you pick everything out.
You got any specials going on for the spring?
Absolutely. We have through the end of the month 5% off. We have 12 months, no interest financing all year round.
How can we get a hold of you at Pookers?
We have 2 locations in Broadview Heights and Berea. You can also find us at puchers.com.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Save 25% on siding, including a Polar Wrap with 5-year 0 interest at Weather Seal Home Services, 330-920-4494 or weathersealhomeservices.com.
Make your next shopping trip a good deal better during the Buy 5, Save 5 sale at Meijer. Buy 5 or more and save $5 or more when you mix and match over 2,000 items store-wide on favorites like select varieties of Kraft cheese and 24-pack cans of Coca-Cola or Pepsi products, plus deposit where applicable. Be sure to stock up on snacking favorites like Meijer potato chips for $1.79 each. Plus, buy 2, get 1 free on Meijer disposable dishes. That's the good life, a good deal better. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meijer app.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
The Browns are back in the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Darryl Ryder has the details. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Cavaliers will be tipping off in the Eastern Conference Finals tonight for the first time since 2018 when they face the Knicks for Game 1 at their best of 7. The Cavs dropped 2 of their 3 games to the Knicks during the regular season, with 2 of those losses being on the road in New York. Tip-off for Game 1 from Madison Square Garden is at 8 o'clock. And the Guardians are facing the Tigers for Game 2 of their 4-game set tonight at Comerica Park. After last night's win, the Guardians have extended their lead in the AL Central. They're now sitting 2 games ahead of the White Sox. Parker Messick will get the start for Cleveland tonight. First pitch is at 6:40. And the Browns continue their offseason program this afternoon as they kick off the first day of OTAs. The team has 3 workouts this week, 3 next week, and then for the following week, mandatory minicamp will kick off on June 9th. Some other Browns news. CBS Sports is reporting that NFL owners are expected to vote later today on the sale of 3% of the Browns to the private equity firm Arctos. Arctos is an NFL-approved private equity firm that already owns a piece of the Chargers and the Bills. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app, or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, you can find us on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. They're on in the morning, 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand. Right now.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Frank Isola from SiriusXM knows the NBA like the back of his hand. He's going to join us coming up here in a little bit less than a half hour, somewhere around there. So he'll join us at noon. You've seen him on like Around the Horn, all kinds of places. So he'll talk about the Cavs with us at that point. When I kind of just want to dip into the Browns here for 1 second, then I want to start talking about the Guardians too. For what Mary Kay was talking about, I wonder how much they actually can learn in these OTAs. If not, no one's expecting Myles Garrett to be there. You're still not playing in full pads, but yet someone may emerge a little bit farther ahead in the quarterback battle. And that's what she wrote about today, too, in the plaindinnercleveland.com. So, Jeff, I'm just curious your thoughts. What do you think we'll learn at all from these OTAs, and should they be important in trying to determine who your quarterback is?
Yeah, absolutely. Every time Todd Monken sees his quarterbacks, it needs to, there's something has to register. So absolutely. I think he's going to use every opportunity to watch these guys and figure out what he can do with them and who fits where. So I think they're critical. And especially for a first-year head coach. If he weren't a first-year head coach here and had coached these guys for several years, he wouldn't need to do that. He'd already know. And we'd already have a starting quarterback.
True.
But they don't. And so as soon as Todd gets some feelings in his head, he'll probably name one. And I would really expect it to be before training camp starts, Andy. I would bet it ends that he names one after the OTAs that begin the mandatories on June 9th.
I would
think, huh?
I feel like everything's leaning towards Deshaun Watson, though. Just in what I'm reading, what I'm hearing, I don't blame Monken if it is.
Nobody knows yet, though.
There's people out there kind of leaning towards they think they know what's going to happen.
Well, people are allowed to look at, one, as Mary Kay laid out, one of the OTAs. Just let's quit speculating and let Todd Monken do his job, and he'll decide.
Dan, what do you think? Am I wrong? Am I getting a wrong pulse on this? Everything feels like Watson.
Anything at this point.
I still feel like most people think Watson's the leader after 3 holes.
I don't think anybody knows anything.
Like we're all just speculating, guessing, and staking claims, knowing that everyone will forget that we staked said claims 2 weeks later.
Probably true.
It's okay to do that, by the way, but I just, and I'm not putting any lockdown stock into anything that's happening right now. Munkin will let us know, and whoever it is, fine, Andy. I mean, it's his gig. He's got it for this year. Maybe not even that long. You know how things go in the NFL.
Yeah.
So he's not going to pick the guy that gives him the best chance to lose games.
You would hope not.
Well, if he does, he's not going to be here for very long.
Unless the message is it doesn't matter if we win or not.
Well, then why would you pick one anyway?
Well, you got to pick a quarterback. Somebody's got to play quarterback.
No, I mean, why would you pick a guy? Oh, this is the guy that's not going to help us win games. Don't give me any draft stuff either. I don't think that's it. At this point, I mean, Munkin's been around a long time. He doesn't have the luxury of a rebuilding year. He doesn't have the luxury of growing with the guy who's the younger quarterback just because he's younger. If he's younger and better, that's a different story. And it might be the case.
So could the goal change throughout the season where you're going to pull the ripcord maybe a couple weeks into the year?
Not for Todd Monken.
What if the directive is, hey, halfway through the season, this isn't working with these quarterbacks. We're probably going to get a decent draft pick. We might be able to find our quarterback in the future in the next draft. Pull the ripcord. I don't care if we win or not. Start playing other guys.
Good luck with that.
And keeping your job?
Good luck with that.
Dan, is that an unrealistic scenario to throw out there?
Oh, God, no.
It's the Browns.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And we live in a world where we reward losing. So, yes, absolutely that's on the table.
The ripcord theory.
Yeah, 100% on the table. We watch it every year. That hamstring? That hamstring's bugging you, wide receiver X, who's one of the 10 best wide receivers in football? Take a month. You take a month on that.
I just kind of feel like we're walking into this thing with Watson. We'll see what happens if Sanders can push him out. Gabriel is, I thought Mary Kay put it best in her column today. She said, developmental. That's where they see him.
Kevin Stefanski couldn't survive 3 wins followed by 5 wins, but Andrew Berry could. Why, I still don't know. I would have kept them both, but if you weren't going to keep them both, I would have moved on from both. You think Andrew Berry can survive 3 wins, 5 wins, 6 wins? I don't. I don't care how much people like his draft on paper.
I still think
drafts on paper that don't lead to wins get guys fired. So, again, to me, the directive here completely is let's go win some football games. Because otherwise, you might have a new general manager in this thing. And I don't say that. I think Andrew did a nice job in last year's draft, and I love this year's draft. But if those guys don't go win football games, how long are you going to go, hey, great job in that draft. Great. Didn't result in any wins, but great job in that draft. And you're not going to do that 3 years in a row, I don't think.
I don't know. I look at this. I think Andrew is here because the Deshaun Watson thing was, while it may have been on his watch, I don't think it was his order. I think.
So why'd Kevin take the hit?
I don't know. I think maybe because it's easier to find a head coach than it is to find a general manager.
No,
I don't know.
You can find him anywhere.
Well, yeah, that's your opinion. I just don't know.
Tom Telesco sitting there looking for a job. Hey, my apartment in John Carroll's still around.
Yeah,
I can move right in. It's going to be cheap.
All right. Well, if that's what you want, I just don't know. And I also think that maybe Andrew may have taken a bullet for ownership there with the Watson thing. If that if the directive came from ownership to go out and get Watson, and who's truly responsible for it, then why would you turn away from him? And then knowing that he had a pretty good draft last year, where all of the guys that he drafted found a way to start and contributed and were able to play. And then you're hoping that you got another draft like that again this year. And maybe by the third year now of building, now all of a sudden you really got something going, except they need to find a quarterback. I just don't think I got to believe that Munkin's in it for 2 years if you don't believe that the quarterback is here right now. And if you do, then you should have success and there wouldn't even be a worry about who your head coach is going to be moving forward. I know it's a quick league. I just think if there's one thing the Haslam's have learned since they got here, it's kind of to be a little more patient than they were when they first got here. Would you agree with that? That they're a little more. I mean, Hugh Jackson was here forever, baby. He wasn't just here; he was here forever. That's what it felt like. And then maybe by the time they had turned this thing around, they were like, "Yeah, we'll see you later, Hugh." Maybe it's just easier to fire a coach than it is to fire a general manager. I know what you're saying about Tom Telesco. I understand that, but there's a part of me that believes Barry is still here because they thought Barry was doing the right job. I still don't know what DePodesta's job was. A lot of people want to say, well, the drafts are better because DePodesta may not have had his hands in as deep 2 drafts ago, and he had nothing to do with this year's draft, allegedly.
Although others have said that the plans and policies that he put in place were left and were guidelines for this draft.
Yeah. We learned all about the color coding on all the players, and if you were an orange dot, man, and they were able to get you, life was good.
Always wanted to be an orange dot.
I think they felt like they got 4 orange dots in the draft. So 216-474-0092. Again, Mary Kay Cabot was with us at the top of the hour. If you want to go back and listen to any of that conversation, you're more than welcome to on the Odyssey app. And if you missed any moment in the show, you can always use that rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Again, 216-474-0092. Guardians in Detroit again tonight. Kind of worked out nice where they were able to leave Sunday. They went to go watch the basketball game Sunday night, and then they were able to come out and, nice game last night. They were able to put 8 runs up on the board, a couple home runs here, a couple home runs there. That's 18 runs in the last 2 games. The Guardians are playing pretty well. In fact, it's, 25 runs? Is that right? 25 runs in the last 3 games? So, and then even in the loss to Cincinnati, they scored 6. So go back and look at the last 4 games, 6 runs, 7 runs, 10 runs, and 8 runs. What is going on with this offense, Jeff? Where'd this come from?
Guys are getting consistent at-bats, Andy.
Jose Ramirez in his last 10 games.
I don't know that there's more to it than that, but
Jose's hitting .351, 13 hits, 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 7. I mean, the weather has definitely helped him out here as he's starting to percolate again. I think the veterans are starting to contribute. It's interesting to see that the young guys early on kept the boat floating, and now all of a sudden you've got veteran guys that are starting to step it up a little bit too. And it was nice to see Ciccone last night have a good outing.
Yeah,
like the kind of outing we were waiting for, and the one that we kind of enjoy.
One thing that I think is happening here, it looks like Stephen Vogt has decided on some guys who are going to start getting regular playing time.
Mm-hmm.
And while the team has developed young players, and this is really offensive players, that's really good. Angel Martinez looks like the real deal, and he's on a 7-game hitting streak with 4 home runs in that streak. Chase DeLauder, sold, right? We just put him in the lineup, let him go. And Travis Bazzana's doing a nice job. And, little slow start. That's all right. He's just coming up into the major leagues. But he had 2 hits again last night. His average is up, 281 now. He's doing a real nice job. And he's been cooking lately. And so I just think it's really good. He's 10 for his last 23, I believe.
He's got the best on-base percentage on the team, especially because of his ability to draw walks. I'm not going to let that go. I just think that that was one of the reasons why I think when he first came up that
got a hit.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why it was the right time to bring him up, and they did the right thing. And look, what is he, 1-2? I mean, I know he's only got 18 games, but he's 1-2 in average and on-base percentage for the team. So, and it's interesting to look at even just batting averages. Look who's there: Rocchio, Bazzana, DeLauder, Martinez, all basically young blood infusing into this lineup, and that's why I think that they've had the turn. But I also let's not, Stephen Kwan, I think moving him back in the order, maybe hopefully that helps him. I know it's a short window, but Ramirez has been hot in his last 10 games, and I think that's been important too. That's why I think we're seeing this offensive boost.
Well, we see 2 guys that weren't here last year, Bazzana and DeLauder. So there you go. And those are 2 guys in 2 of your 9 spots.
All right, let's. I mean, Bazzana looks great, and last night you got what you wanted to see out of the pitching performance for Slade Ciccone. That was fun. We'll talk a little bit more Guardians when we come back. Frank Isola is going to join us at high noon. He's from SiriusXM. He'll help us get back into the Cavaliers. In fact, we'll talk Cavs again coming up. What are you expecting from tonight's Game 1, Cavs-Knicks, 8 o'clock, ESPN, Eastern Conference Finals. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
Friends, Ken Carmen here for Window Nation. May weather pretty nice, but those hot summer days are going to be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all those windows with new, energy-efficient ones and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can even get them with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 2 years. Don't wait. Get to windownation.com right now and book a consultation today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter.
approved private equity firm that already owns a piece of both the Chargers and the Bills. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can take The Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Your thoughts on Game 1 between the Cavs and the Knicks? That's coming up here in a little bit. Frank Isola from SiriusXM joins us at noon. Just want to kind of finish up our topic here. Talking a little bit more about the Guardians. When you look back, I mean, things have been looking pretty good since they took 2 out of 4 in Kansas City, so that gives them 9 of their last 12 games where they've been playing pretty well. They did drop 2 to Minnesota there, and then they dropped the Friday night game against Cincinnati. But otherwise, I mean, you look at the way things are starting to percolate. They're separating a little bit too. In the American League Central, they now have a 2-game lead in the Central, which is, they've been going back and forth. It's been tied. It's been 1 game here, 1 game there, but up 2 games on Chicago. By the way, Dan, is Chicago real? I'll just throw that at you. Are the White Sox real?
No.
Okay.
No.
Jeff, you don't think they're real, do you?
I think they have some interesting young players. Colson Montgomery's the real deal.
Murakami's hitting a cover off the ball.
Yeah, he's been a really good signing for them.
No. I don't think so. I think this is very fun. I hope everybody in Chicago is enjoying every bit of it.
They've had some hard times, that's why.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad for them. I just
had some hard times there on the south side.
Yeah,
baddest part of town.
Jay Lear. Otherwise, everyone else in the AL Central's under 500 between Minnesota, Detroit, and Kansas City.
Yeah, it sounds like the Skubal recovery train is going full steam ahead. He, I guess, had no symptoms after having the experimental procedure to get the floating bodies out of his elbow.
Get the floaters out of there.
That's right. We can't have that. And so they got those out of there. I guess he had a bullpen, no pain today, so it's looking like he's on track to come back sooner than people thought. The weird one is that the Royals haven't taken off yet. I thought the Royals would be decent this year, and they've scuffled a bit.
Still time.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Still time.
We're still super
Caglione is still trying to figure some things out, And you wonder if he's going to become a big-time player or if he's just going to be a reincarnation of Joey Gallo.
If he can walk that level, that'd be great.
Can we just talk about the top of the Guardians offensively right now? And when you look at the top 4 guys right now, Martinez, DeLauder, Bazzana, and Rocchio, is that going to be is that enough to carry them through the summer? I kind of feel like in the AL Central it will be. But again, it's about consistency. The thing and you also wonder if Bazzana is going to take it after, what he a little bit of difficulty getting some hits early on when he got here. He's figured that out. He's still always figured out a way to get on base. But, when you look at Rocchio, Bazzana, DeLauder, and Martinez, those 4 guys are your guys that are hitting over 270. Now, Ramirez is going to be hot on their trail here, especially when we start looking towards the end of the month, if he can consistently do what he's doing right now. He's only hitting 240, but, and then it also leaves you the other question, too, about Steven Kwan and what are they going to do there? He's now hitting 200, and they had to move him down in the order. What do you think? What are your thoughts on Steven Kwan? Let's start there.
I think they're in a tough spot, and I think Steven's in a tough spot. And I wonder, Kwan hasn't signed a long-term deal here. He's under contract through this year. He's making a little over almost $8 million. And then he's under team control next year, which means he can't walk in free agency until the winter of 2028. And that's tough. If he was thinking, all right, I'm going to play this out and get a big contract, well, not now, he's not. And if the Guardians thought, all right, we're just going to hang on to him, we're not going to commit to a big contract, and we're going to trade him, well, not now, they're not. So they're both kind of on the short end of this thing. It's not a good situation. And I wonder if this ends in a way that none of us would want to see end, which is they either just trade him for some nondescript prospect, even though the organization is good at identifying those guys.
Sure.
You'd have to have another team that would think we can fix him, and that just kind of happens. Or Steven plays it out next year, bets on himself, and goes into a free agency year without a contract, and then has to really get it going. But if he does it, Andy, he's going to have no value for free agency, and right now he has no value in the trade market. And I think that's a shame because he's obviously a terrific baseball player. He's a great member of the organization, and they love him.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not playing very well right now, and that's rough, man. That's really rough.
I mean, defensively, it's fine, but how many bats can you carry in a lineup that are just there for defense? You know,
well, not in the outfield. You can do it at catcher all day long, but it's tough to do in the outfield.
They're taking advantage of that principle that you're using.
I know, but you can't.
Bailey finally got a double.
But you're right. You can't do it. You know, and the outfield and corner outfield, and he's still playing. You know, a lot of left field. You're supposed to get some pop out of those spots. Angel Martinez is showing you what you're supposed to do. Leading the team in home runs and hitting like crazy. And
player of the week, wasn't he?
Yes, energizing the lineup. He and DeLauder and Bazana, they got it going, man. And that's terrific.
It's been fun to watch them.
That's terrific. And Manzardo's warmed up.
Dan, what are you doing with Quan?
I'm putting him on a 10-day IL with some injury, and we're going over every last thing to figure out why in the world you're not hitting the ball as hard as you should be. Why he's walking more, he's also striking out more, but he's hitting the ball 4 mile an hour weaker than he had in previous years, which when you're not hitting it hard to begin with, to take more out of it, that's a giant problem.
Are we going to find out that maybe he is hurt? If you can it's
usually one of the things you point to.
If you can pinpoint that, something seems to be wrong.
It's usually one of the things you point to. When you start seeing guys not being able to get as much power as they typically do, typically injury is the cause. He's not barreling up the ball. It's just, I would shut him down for 10 days and call it a wrist injury, a knee injury, hamstring, whatever else, and I would go, we need to figure out why in the world you're not hitting. Because you came into this league from the very beginning, the one thing that guy could do was bat the ball. He knew the strike zone and bat the ball. And for some reason, the bat the ball is gone. And it is baffling.
So this leaves me two questions about the lineup then. One, I'm not taking Quan out of the lineup anytime soon. I still want him in the field every game. And if he can figure his way out here.
But Andy, how long are you going to do that?
Well, at least for a little while. Why wouldn't you? Unless you feel like there's another bat that you can do. You dropped him in the lineup. Maybe that'll help him out a little bit. He did score a run last night. He had 3 walks last night. So let give him a little bit of time here, hitting behind Travis, which I never thought you'd be like, oh, yeah, well, Travis is kind of protecting him a little bit there. But it's not. The next question I have is about Rocchio. He's
doing a fine job.
He's playing great. Are you leaving him in the 9 hole?
Yep. Just leave him alone.
I kind of want to move him up.
To where?
He's probably hitting like a guy that could be hitting 5th in the lineup right now.
Leave him alone.
At 288?
Leave him alone.
If they weren't getting, over the last 4 games, if they weren't getting the run production they were getting, I would say think about it. But
your number 9 hitter is like another leadoff hitter, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Dan, you moving him up?
I hear that all the time.
What would analytics say about this?
Move him up.
Ask analytics.
Move him up. Guys who hit better should hit higher so they have more opportunities to hit.
I don't disagree with that.
Ta-da. Yay, numbers.
One thing I wouldn't mind doing at all, Andy.
Yeah?
I would flop him and Quan.
You take Quan to the 9 hole now?
Yeah.
If you felt like he's a leadoff hitter, you know what you're saying, Jeff.
Saving grace.
I'm not kidding.
Walks. Probably the only reason he's on this team.
Great.
Right
well,
now.
then let him walk and be on base when Angel Martinez comes up.
You know what Jeff says about walks, though?
They're silly and a waste of time.
No, that's not what he says. I'll back him up on this. Tell him, Jeff.
Walks are great. And if all you do is walk and don't hit, you're going to be in AAA.
I'm going to find somebody who just walked like a champion and didn't hit, and I'm going to throw him back in your face because there's got to be one.
Get back to me in about 7 months. It's going to take you that long to find him.
He is totally calling you out.
I'll get you one by the end of the show.
Wow. He's saying he can find one by the end of the show.
I can't wait to go to Cooperstown. This right here is Spider McGillicuddy.
Because the first one that I could point to would be Carlos Santana.
Spider back in the day.
He only hit like 20 bombs, 25 bombs.
Walked 110 times a season and hit 150.
But he's in the Hall of Fame.
My God, he's in the Hall of Fame.
That's right. You just put him in the Hall of Fame.
Kind of Carlos Santana.
Because he had the best name, Spider McGillicuddy.
Oh, they put him in because of his name?
Carlos could actually hit. I'm not poo-pooing walks. Anytime you get on base, that's a good thing. But if all you do is walk and you don't hit, you're not in the majors. You must hit the baseball.
Unless you're a catcher.
Unless you're a catcher. And even then, you don't have to walk. Even though you should know the strike zone better than everybody.
Although
even though it's a different angle.
You're dying to walk because your knees are crushed from catching.
Mark Reynolds made a lot of cash by striking out a boatload, but he didn't walk a ton.
I don't know. I'm looking.
I'll find someone. I'm going to find someone.
All I know is that Mr. Baseball can't come up with somebody off the top of his head. Point proven.
I'm just trying to find one guy that might be. Oh man.
I'll find it.
I was going to go. How about Melott, who hit 304? Yeah, that's not good. He was 9th all time in walks.
I mean, because the easy one would be Adam Dunn, but Adam Dunn hit a boatload of home runs, which is the reason that he was here. Now, he didn't make contact very often.
Imagine you guys are just like throwing out names that back up my point.
You could say the same thing about Kyle Schwarber right now. He hardly makes contact. It's just when he does, the ball goes out of the park.
Wow. Kyle Schwarber, guy who mashes the ball. Okay.
All right. Carlos Santana was a career 240 hitter.
That's the first one that popped in my head because the ball only went out of the yard like 20 times a season.
And he's 40th
if
all time
Stephen
in
Kwan
walks.
could hit like Carlos Santana, he'd have that long-term contract.
Man, it is. I hate when Jeff is right. But
we'll find someone.
All right, we're gonna have to keep looking here. All right, we'll do that. We'll find someone after the break here.
Frank Isola, good job, Dutch Miller. Way to be Dutch.
Someone who had a long career who was amazing in walks. Frank Isola. We've talked about him. You ready to hear what he has to say about Cavs-Knicks tonight, Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals? You're going to hear him next right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Frank's coming up at 1 o'clock.
He just moved on us.
He did.
He just moved.
Frank Isola, 1 o'clock. Get ready.
If that's the case.
some vulnerabilities that the Cavs can take advantage of.
And one thing that I do want to pay attention to as well is that you've been able to take advantage of the experience, because I think the Cavs were ready for Game 7. They were not. Detroit was not. And it plays into it when you win the game by 31, for crying out loud.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, hold your breath for Frank Isola. He'll be here at 1 o'clock. We'll talk to him. Sirius XM. You've seen him on ESPN before. You know exactly what we're talking about.
Covered New York basketball forever.
Yes, and so we'll hear from him coming up at 1 o'clock. So he has moved. He originally was going to be here because I know you all had it locked in and you had like an alarm that went off on your phone to let you know that we were supposed to have him at noon. Now he is at 1. What is tonight, though, as we now find ourselves, 9 hours from tip-off, Cavs and Knicks, ESPN, Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals. I want you to do me a favor. You tell me 3 things the Cavaliers need to do to pull off a win. And I've got them written down here. I've got mine. Hopefully Jeff has his written down. Dan will hop in on this too. All of us are going to give you 3 reasons why the Cavs or how the Cavaliers can win. I don't know how many are going to cross over. If you want to hop in on that, it's 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's also interesting to hear some of the things that people are saying about the series that's about to come up. And this bums me out, man. I feel bad for Kenny because now he's got family problems on this too. Kenny Atkinson, this is in Cleveland.com, just dropped the story, and they went through and looked at a bunch of different quotes about what people were saying about the series. Dude, this sucks if you're Kenny, right? His brother came out, Michael. He's the oldest of the 7 brothers, the Atkinson brothers. He said, we're Knicks fans forever. They've grown up there. I mean, they grew up in Long Island, and, obviously Kenny coached there for a little bit too. So, I mean, it's kind of sad now that you got family problems there, right? I mean, come on, man.
Kenny doesn't have family problems every other Friday, Andy.
Oh, do they get paid every other Friday?
It's all going well.
Are you sure? I wonder how weird that is, though. You sit around here and you're like, you root for a team your whole life, and you're a kid, and it gets you into the game. It's why you love it in the beginning.
Call Drew Aller and ask him, Andy.
Don't do that to me, man. Don't do that to me. Why would you do that to me?
Hey,
Why
Drew,
would you make me force that?
How'd it feel to get drafted by the evil empire?
You got to respect his reaction, don't you? If you're from here. If you're in Pittsburgh, you're not happy about it, but right?
What was his reaction? Other than like, wow.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, I'm in the NFL.
Got to go, baby.
That's all that matters.
Got drafted.
Just looking at some of the other, like ESPN polled 11 of its writers. 8 took the Knicks. Of the 3 to take Cleveland, Dave McMenamin, who was here forever, Mark J. Spears, they said Andre Snellings also went with the Cavs in 6. Just going through and reading what some of the other people have said about the series. Cavs don't have a defensive answer for Jalen Brunson, while New York's wings, Josh Hart, Anunoby, and Bridges are all well-equipped to handle Cleveland's dynamic backcourt, wrote the Post Stephen Bondi. Also, here we go. Here's the other one. Also, the Cavs are soft in the middle and suspect on the glass, particularly, and Jeff, you kind of brought this up, when Mitchell Robinson is on the court. That came from The Athletic. And The Athletic picked the Knicks in 6. Are they right or are they wrong, Jeff?
Well, I picked the Knicks.
I
hope I'm wrong.
What, Knicks in 7, Knicks in 6, Knicks in 5, 4?
I hate throwing games on it.
That's too bad. Tell me.
I just think you win the series.
In how many games, Jeff?
5 or 6.
In how many games, Jeff? Pick it.
Just said 5 or 6.
Just pick one.
5.
5. Knicks in 5. Dan Mennigan. Pick it.
Hope I'm wrong.
Could
be
be
wrong.
In 6.
Knicks in 6.
Knicks in 6.
All right, I'm the lone guy here. I'm going to stand out. I'm not only. Now, most people would probably say Cavs in 7. I'm going to say Cavs in 6. Cavs in 6.
Good man.
That'd be great.
I just think that
hope they can do it.
But they have to play the right way, and that just makes sense. I'm not trying to. That's not Mensa meeting material or anything. They can't turn the ball over. They got to play smart. They've got to be able to do some of those things that have been biting them in the what throughout this playoff run that they've had, where they are only 2 games over 500. I understand that. I see all those things going on. But I also think they're getting better when they play together, except for Game 6 in that last series. But I feel like they're getting better.
That's why you play a series.
Yeah, I know.
All that matters is, did you win the series? Yes, they did.
Okay, thanks, Dad. And so for them to be able to do this, they just need to continue playing the way they did in game. If we can get more Game 7s than Game 6s, they will win the series. It's not Mensa material, but I do think that the other part of it too is I don't know if the Knicks run to get here has helped them or hurt them. You could say, I could look at it either way for the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers' run to get here has made them battle-tested. I mean, they've gone 2 7-game series to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. And if you want to talk about experience and being in a tough spot, they know how to get through that. But by the same token, their starters have logged way more minutes than the Knicks have. And in that scenario, and knowing what their layoff has been going into Game 1 tonight, the Knicks, there's no excuse for them not to be fresh. Ready is another question. They should be fresh. So when you look at the whole kind of big picture there, I'm optimistic. I just need the Cavs to play like they did in Game 7. Is that asking too much? Thank you.
Well, no, but it's really it's isolating on something that was phenomenal. Of course, if they play like they played in Game 7, they'll win.
But it's not just the way they played. And that's part of my 3 things here, too. So you guys want to go through this?
I can't think of anything I'd enjoy
I can
more.
think so, too. I should have probably prepped you a little bit on this because we were going to do this at 1 o'clock. But Frank Isola is going to be at 1 o'clock, not noon. Maybe a little, do we have a little dinner music that we can talk about here? While we have dinner 3 music. Things. Yeah, a little dinner music.
Stop proving Jeff wrong in a minute.
Thank you. 3 things the Cavs need to do to beat the Knicks. I want your response. We'll give you ours, and we'll start with Jeff now.
Oh, good.
Number
you want
1.
all 3, or you want just one?
You do one, I'll do one, he'll do one.
The Cavs can't be beaten by the Knicks big guys. And I think they can push, because I think Jared Allen's really good, and you know that. I think Evan Mobley's terrific, but Karl Anthony Towns is really good, and Mitchell Robinson beats this team up. Again, in the regular season against the Cavaliers, in 19 minutes in February, he had 11 points and 16 rebounds in 19 minutes, and on Christmas Day had 13 rebounds in 17 minutes. If the Cavs can just hold their own, Jared Allen, Evan Mobley hold their own with Towns and Robinson, I think that's critical. They don't even have to outplay them. Just hold your own.
All right, I'm going to give you a number to hit eject on the Cavaliers. Ready? That number is 18. If they can have 18 or less, 17 or less turnovers in any one of these games, you can feel decent about a win, especially if it's less than 15. The Cavs in the playoffs are 4-0. 4-0 when they have less than 15 turnovers. 15 to 17, they are 3-2. 3-2. Anything over that, they are 0-4. So I think that turnover number becomes extremely important. And if they're not, pressing at the end of the game, I think that number tends to, limit itself. So again, turnovers are the big one. 17 is that number. Please stay under 17. Dan, give me one thing the Cavs need to do to win this series.
Hunt Brunson.
Jalen
Brunson is a good offensive player. Hasn't been as good as he's been in previous years this season, but on the defensive side, that's where his deficiencies are. Find him in the pick and roll, throw him in every single action, and make him work his tail off to keep up with your 2 guards. Find Jalen Brunson.
Jeff, give us the second reason why the Cavaliers.
How about you give us another one?
You want another one for me or him?
You.
Josh Hart.
All right.
Josh Hart.
What do you do with him?
Well, he struggled against the Cavs when the Cavs beat him. He was only 2 for 8 from 3-point. And, the guy can hit, but he's shooting 27.5% in the playoffs. He's been struggling. I don't know that he's going to struggle in this series because eventually he is going to percolate. But if they could just keep reminding him that he's been struggling in the playoffs, I definitely think that will be beneficial, and that is something the Cavaliers can do to help themselves in this series. Jeff.
I think OG Anunoby is a really good NBA player. I think he's really good. And if you look at what he's done throughout this year, I think you understand that. Against the Cavs, he's been okay. The Cavs, if he plays and if he's healthy, the Cavs have done a nice job against him this year. He don't let him become a superstar. Don't let Anunoby become a superstar. And I don't think they will. I think they'll handle him okay. And if he's injured, that's, we'll see about his injury situation. Just don't let him become a superstar in this series.
Dan, number 2.
I will get a little bit of help from J.R. Smith on this one.
J.R.
From years past. For the love of God, someone shove your beef into Mitchell Robinson. Keep him off the offensive boards. That is going to kill them more than anything else. I have a feeling they're going to have him shadow Jarrett Allen so that he doesn't have to get pulled out to three-point territory. But he's on the floor when he's off the floor. Get Mitchell Robinson off the O boards. There's nothing more backbreaking than the O boards. It's one of the things in the Detroit series that did you in too and made this thing go 7 was the fact that they kept grabbing offensive rebounds. The Cavs need to at least go net neutral on the O board. So for the love of God, stick up on Mitchell Robinson.
The one thing about that, though, Dan, they've historically not been able to do that.
I know. And this is one of those where it really could break them.
Yeah, I know. I agree. That's why I say you can't get beat by the big guys.
Yep.
You want to go number 2? Where are we on? 3. That was your... No, you're right. Okay, we've gone through 2.
I'll give you 3. My last one is the one.
Do you want to make him go first? We've all had to go first on one.
Go ahead, Dan.
Go ahead, Dan. You got to go first on your 3rd. This is pressure.
3rd one will be... You need to get a good series out of James Harden. I'm sorry. We can't live in this world where you stink for 2 games.
Who is that?
James Harden.
That's Dan Bennigan?
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, we can't live in this world where you stink for 2 games. And then, look, James Harden's playing well. And then you get kind of a 3rd game where you're like, maybe he played well. And then it kind of falls apart.
Could you say the same about Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah.
Yeah. It fall the same exact way. I just have more of a history with James Harden.
You sure do.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I just can't live in this world where he's just going to be god-awful for 2 games and then be okay for 2 games and then be sub-mediocre and non-existent in Game 7.
I've preached this point since this matchup has been announced. The Cavs just have to play well defensively. The Pistons are a challenged team offensively. The Knicks are not. So the Cavs are just going to have to bring it.
I'll leave you my 3rd one. Pick and roll, baby. Give the big guys a chance. Pick and roll. If the Cavs can pick and roll, maybe they can roll. I still like the Cavs. These 2 guys are taking the other guys. What are you doing? Give us 3 reasons. Why do you think the Cavaliers can beat the Knicks? Why? If you're on the line, hang on. We're going to get to you. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call. And the most anticipated guest in the history of this program, Frank Isola, joins us at 1. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
some other NFL news, owners have approved Minneapolis as the host of the 2028 NFL Draft. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Cavs-Knicks, Game 1 tonight, Eastern Conference Finals. We're talking about it all day long here on 92.3 The Fan, and of course we'll be here when the game's over to make sure you've got a voice to let us know how you feel about the game. So make sure you're sticking around with us all day. We're your best companion when it comes to finding out what people are thinking about the Cavaliers. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Menigan is here. We just played this little game. You'll have the opportunity to play the game right now, as a matter of fact. 216.
This little game.
It's a little game we like to play. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. If you're having trouble getting through, the phone lines are pretty much packed right now. So just try to get in if you want to. We were talking about 3 things that would happen tonight or need to happen for the Cavaliers for them to be able to win. And, Jeff, just give me the Cliff Notes just to remind everybody what you said, and I'll do mine.
Cavs can't get beat by the big guys. In other words, I don't think if the Cavs big guys neutralize the Knicks and the Knicks neutralize the Cavs, okay. I just, Jarrett and Evan can't be smoked by Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson. And I don't think they will be. Don't turn OG Anunoby into a superstar. And I think he's really good. I like OG, but don't turn him into a superstar. And hopefully for the Knicks' sake, he's able to play. Hamstring injury, missed the last 2 games against Philly. And I've stressed this all along. They're not playing the Pistons anymore. Knicks can score, so the Cavs have to play well defensively. You can't count on the Knicks to do what the Pistons did offensively.
My 3 things, obviously, the big one I think we all talked about in this last series were turnovers. Stay under 17 turnovers. It's key for them. They're 4-0 in the playoffs when they do that. 3-2 when they're 15-17. So, I'm sorry, stay under 15. Stay under 15 turnovers a game. Preferably, you're 4-0 in the postseason. They are 3-2 when they have 15-17 turnovers, so about 60% right there. And then anything over that, 18, that's a loser, man. If you see them start turning the ball over and it's 18 turnovers, that is bad news for the Cavs. That was one of the things I said. Josh Hart, who's a guy who can kill you. The last time the Cavs played them in the Harden situation when the Cavs won, he was just 2 for 8 from the three-point arc. He's not been playing that well in the playoffs, although he's had some time to work on his shot. Obviously, they have 9 days off in between games. So he's shooting just over 27% from three-point. They need to limit him, and they need to make sure that he continues to not be able to effectively put the ball in the hoop from beyond the arc. Now, I'm sure they have other options there, which we all know they do. But if they can keep Josh Hart down, that'd be great. And then pick and roll, just real simple. Like if they can do that, that just keeps the game moving. It'll create space for guys to take shots, and it also gives the bigs a chance to kind of maneuver and get a little bit more into the action if they need to. Pick and roll, pick and roll, pick and roll. What were your 3 things, Dan? Do you want to just give everybody the queef?
Josh Hart's kind of their Max Strus.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Does a lot of things. Dan's working.
I know.
Mine were, sugar. What did I put?
Here, I'll take some phone calls, then you come back. You give us a recap on your 3. Let's start with Bobby, who's in Cleveland. Hi, Bobby. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Andy?
Bobby.
Good.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. First of all, my 3 things is they got to out-rebound New York. They got to lower their turnovers, and they got to outscore them. And my other thing is a question to Mr. Phelps. Every team they've played so far, I think you'd have picked the opposite team. I don't know if you have to win or if that's the way
Bobby.
in the Cavs
He took Toronto.
Incorrect.
He did take Toronto. He picked the Toronto
I picked him
series,
to
right?
beat Toronto.
Yeah, I was in Toronto. I know you didn't pick Toronto, but you picked Detroit 4-2. Now you'd have picked the Knicks 4-2. You got to give the Cavs a little bit of chance, Mr. Phelps.
No, I did. I think they can do it, Bobby. But, if you didn't want opinions, they wouldn't be paying me money. So,
right.
Fair enough. Bobby, enjoy the game. We'll
Thanks,
talk to you
Bobby.
later. Appreciate it.
Bobby, I hope I'm wrong.
I hope you're wrong, too.
Hope I'm wrong.
Terry is in Conneaut. Terry, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Hello,
we're
Terry.
doing great.
Welcome.
My 3 things are Offensive rebounding.
Everyone's talking rebound.
Yeah. That's because everybody's afraid of Mitchell Robinson, and they should be.
That's one.
Okay, number 2, turnovers.
Turnovers.
There's a Baskin.
Seems to be the big overwhelmer.
My biggest one, when they start the game tonight, I'd be running up and down the floor and trying to wear them out because they haven't played in 9 days.
All right, yeah, we haven't really talked about that. Terry, thank you. Okay. I don't know, that rest or rust thing, too. I mean, I know we kind of talked about it a little bit. I don't know.
If I'm the Knicks, I'm going to try and run the Cavs up and down the floor. You know why?
Because
they just got out of a 7-game series and they played a day ago.
Yeah, I don't know. It's either, do you think that they need to slow the tempo down a little bit for themselves tonight? Or do you think they need to jump in on the bench?
I don't think they need to do anything. Just go play.
So Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated joined the morning show today. Had this to say when it came to the 9 days off for the Knicks.
Okay. Even the Knicks, and I was watching some of their press conferences the last couple of days. Like they don't like this. They don't like being off for 9 days. It's basically like that's a double All-Star break for a lot of these guys. They'd rather have only a few days off and stay sharp and get back out there and do their thing. So I think game one is the kind of game you got to jump on them. They're the ones coming off the hard-fought series. They're the ones that are sharp right now. You've got to take advantage of that. Like the Knicks are going to be more prepared. They've been studying both these teams for a while, but if you can find a way to take advantage of some of the rust, some of the just some of the legs of New York, just getting back into the flow, you've got an opportunity to win.
It's an interesting concept that we talk about all the time, and you remember, Cavs fans, when the Cavs were going to all those NBA finals and the time they had off in between, like first and second round or Eastern Conference finals or even going to the NBA finals. And we sat here and we talked about it for weeks, like rest or rust, rest or rust. I think once they get into the first quarter, the rust thing is forgotten because they'll be right back in it. It's the rest part.
The only time the rust thing to me might even be a consideration is shooting. It's just shooting.
Yeah, but it's not tired shooting. That's the thing.
No,
like my fear for the Cavs.
If the Knicks have a problem with sitting out 9 days, I would think you got to find your shot. That's it.
Yeah, my fear for the Cavs after playing 14 games here in the first 2 rounds is that they come up short on some shots at the end of the game when they need them because they just don't have the legs. We'll find out tonight. Jim is in Strongsville. Hi, Jim. How are you?
Jim.
I'm good, boys. How are you?
Good. How
good
you
to hear from you, buddy.
How you feeling, friend?
Not out of the woods, but feel better.
Good.
All right. Well,
feel better.
We are glad to hear that.
I appreciate the support, boys. It was well worth it, and it lifted my spirits in a time when they needed lifted. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyways, so now I can get critical of you. Jeff,
nice.
Dan, since when are the Knicks this awesome? They're the 3rd seed. They had ups and downs all season. They're a flawed team. They're not this great team. As a matter of fact, when they lost their 2 games to Atlanta in the first round, people were already writing the Knicks off like the Knicks are terrible and they're not going anywhere. So everybody, after a 4-game sweep of a Philadelphia team that was the 7th seed, that was playing with their best player on one leg when he did play, all of a sudden now the Knicks are this greatest team. They're this juggernaut that are just going to be so hard to beat. They're not going to be hard to beat. The Cavaliers, they're a flawed team, and I think Bill Simmons said it best. It's like everybody built the Knicks up in their minds that they're something that they're not. They're a good team. They're not a great team. They're a flawed team. So,
but Jim, couldn't you say the same about the Cavs?
Exactly. They're not any better or worse than the Cavaliers. As a matter of fact, I think you can put Brunson in as many bad spots as you can. And you're right about Mitchell Robinson. What you got to hope for, by the way, right now is that our bigs have developed and matured to the point where they're not going to let that guy dictate, be a factor in this series, and that's what they got to do.
I agree with you.
It's going to be the role players. I'm not worried about Karl Anthony Towns because, to be honest, everybody's like, oh, he's going to do this. Listen, Evan Mobley is a great defensive player. He's not going to have any problem sticking with Karl Anthony Towns. He's not going to have any problem making it difficult on him. He's not going to do the same things that he did against Embiid and whoever else Philly put out there. It's the 7th seed, guys. So, anyways, that's where I'm at. I'm not really. I think this is a toss-up series. That's why I'm putting it for 7 games. I don't know how it's going to fall out, but this is going to be another 7-gamer. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jim. Jim in Strongsville checking in.
Keep hanging, Jim.
Yep. He's saying 7-game series.
That's quite possible.
I read all those numbers. I mean, if you go back and look,
this should be a good series. I think they're two evenly matched teams. I think their rosters are just a little bit different. The Knicks have big guys like the Cavs have big guys. The Knicks play some small lineups. I think the Knicks have, if you look at the backcourt, I think the Cavs have an edge, but it's not outrageous. I think Brunson and Mitchell can neutralize each other just as far as impact on the game.
Mm-hmm.
I think they can both be huge. What happens with Harden, I think Dan's right about that. If James plays really well this series, it's going to be a problem for the Knicks, I think. Josh Hart might be all over him. That might be something there. But it's at that 3 spot. Is it going to be Max Strus? Is it going to be Dean Wade? Because you got Bridges there who, again, hasn't been great shakes, but I like him a lot. And then Anunoby. Can Mobley guard Anunoby and OG Anunoby? Yeah, probably. Might Jarrett be on him? Yep. And then there's Towns. I think the Knicks have some firepower coming off the bench, more than the Cavs. But that might not matter if your starters do the job they're supposed to do.
All right, let's sneak in a couple phone calls here. Demos is in Shaker. Demos,
hey,
what do you think?
All right. I am excited. Here's my keys, though. The Cavs, if you think about the Detroit series, everybody said all along, we're better than them, yet they took us to 7. I think that the key there was the focus. Because look at last Friday when they lost at home. They just, I don't know if they thought they could just show up and win, but when it got serious in Game 7, they focused. And think about a couple of those games we had. What was it, the Denver game or the OKC where we won out west, after Harden came in? I think that the Cavs, it all boils down to, can they focus on the things at hand? Because that takes care of things like the turnovers and so forth, okay? Second thing is also our rotation players being able to come in tonight, because I do believe New York's going to try to run the hell out of us because we are tired. They've been sitting around. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't. And so, if Strus, if Mitchell, if Dean Wade, if these guys can all contribute tonight, we'll be in a lot better shape. And I'm gonna say the Cavs are going to win it in 6. We're going to win it here on home court.
Demos,
that's where I'm going with that.
Never before has someone from Shaker and Cleveland Heights agreed on something. Congratulations. This is the heavens are parting.
Good job, Demos.
Good job,
I'm happy
Demos.
to contribute.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
How about that? Refreshing. Speaking of refreshing, Jeff, Frank Isola is going to join us at 1 o'clock. I don't know if I've told you that or not. I just want to make sure you know. He's going to join us
Frank's a peach.
From SiriusXM. What's up next? We get you up to speed on everything else. It's headlines. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
The firm is Arctos, and it has been approved by the NFL as it already owns a piece of the Chargers and the Bills. Some other NFL news, the owners have approved Minneapolis as the host of the 2028 NFL Draft. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Cavs, Knicks, game 1, 8 o'clock. Lock it in. Eastern Conference Finals. That's the headline of the day. Mary Kay Cabot was with us at 11 o'clock. Frank Isola is going to join us at 1 o'clock to talk more about the Cavaliers, but we pause for just one moment to give you headlines. Live from a closet inside the Halley Building in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, it's the number one broadcaster in the middle of Lake Erie, Dan Mennigan, with the news.
That's about where I belong.
Yes.
All right, gentlemen, so we will begin actually with what we've been talking about, which is a good chunk of the Cavs game. We brought up our 3 things we were looking for. We left one person out, though.
Who?
And that one person is Dennis Schroeder. And so we did a little bit of research, and by that I mean I did absolutely nothing. And I have a very good friend of mine who is stationed in the military in Germany. And he sent me a package to get us ready for the Eastern Conference Finals. And so, Andy, catch.
Hang on. Oh, yeah.
And show YouTube this.
Hang on. Look at this.
So in Germany, Dennis Schroeder is a massive deal because he is of German origin.
Yeah.
And so what Andy is holding there is gummy candy Dennis Schroeder branded stuff.
Bandit gummies.
I think miscellaneous for you. Bust them up and give it a shot.
No, one looks like a little basketball. They look like tennis shoes.
Completely in German. He found it in a German grocery store, and they are Dennis Schroeder candy.
You don't have to buy them at a special gummy place.
They're vegan too.
Town, do you?
They are vegan.
Oh,
hang on.
Well, there you go.
All right, you continue on with the news.
Gluten-free and vegan.
It made me laugh, brought me all kinds of joy when that showed up. And here's Dennis Schroeder's face staring at me.
He's played for so many NBA teams, they just put Deutschland across the jersey.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Which is safer, much safer.
And
you don't have to pay for any of the NBA logos.
Exactly right.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we will
and it's your country. There you go.
So we'll taste test these bad boys as we go during headlines, and we'll let you know.
We get to?
Oh, we get to eat these?
Heck yeah, you can eat them. Don't eat all of them.
You really want to open them up, huh?
Yeah, don't eat all of them.
Is this?
I mean, leave me a couple.
It's weird.
Did you take a picture so you can put it up on our?
It'll be up on our social media pages once I'm done with headlines.
I don't know. I got to put this through Google Translate just to read what it says on the outside.
I mean, it is, Hang
on, I'm putting it.
It is enjoyment. All right, gentlemen.
Trying not to send out any prom pictures here. Okay.
All right, gentlemen. I have the picture right here. I can get it up on. I'll get it up on our pages shortly.
You send it out.
All right, so we have a lot of news coming out of the meetings that are taking place down in Orlando. We believe with the NFL, it is now official. The city of Nashville has been awarded Super Bowl LX1V, or IV, I should say.
Hang on. I'm opening these up while you're doing it.
Of course.
64.
Is it 64? Thank you. I was going to ask you that one because I figured you would be someone who would be really good at Roman numerals.
Now, currently eating an orange
Roman
basketball.
numerals.
Yeah, I don't know why you would, but
Andy
anyway.
tore the corner. Oh.
Yeah,
So
that way you don't have to touch them.
That's okay. I don't care to chew while I'm on the air.
So anyway, Nashville with the Super Bowl. What do we think? It'll be in February of 2030.
By God, should have been coming to Cleveland. We have a dome.
I think it's going to be a party. I would get tickets right now, especially if the Browns are there.
Nashville's
2030 tickets?
Yeah.
Nashville's a great.
I am now.
That's a great spot. You know, any of these cities that have a huge touristy thing to go along with them are great for a Super Bowl. Let's just be honest about that. You know, Cleveland's great, but do we have the touristy things for a Super Bowl? No, we're going to get one anyway. It's going to happen. But Nashville's terrific.
Dude, it's a great town.
Place like Las Vegas, Miami, you know, those things, they work.
I mean, it's
Los Angeles.
It's a heck of a party, and
Sure.
if you ever needed the proof of it, remember when Vandy upset Bama and they carried the goalpost into the lake down Broadway?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a party. They're going to kill it.
They're
It's
not
cool.
as sweet as our gummy bears, just so you know that. They don't have that same sweet. It's a different kind of.
I believe that.
Why am I seeing three of you right now? That's weird.
Probably no high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
Those are the stem cells from the East German
I gotta tell you
candy
that
I handed you.
These multicolored tennis shoe ones are pretty cool too, man.
We're getting ready. We're getting pumped.
By the way, I want to
Germany's
talk.
behind us.
I
Let's
want to
go.
talk about tennis shoes at some point, or basketball shoes.
Okay, go ahead.
At some point, not during headlines.
No, it's okay. Keep going with the
What the
headlines.
hell's the difference? Do
Yeah,
it now.
what is it? Just say it now. Who cares?
You already took
It's
us
headlines.
I still don't know.
already put your blinker on,
After
just make
these
the left
years,
turn.
do I like seeing the neon green shoes on maroon wine-colored uniforms?
It is weird. I agree with you.
Do I like the glowing yellow shoes on Pistons blue?
Well, you've seen it in baseball.
I thought
for a while.
they're doing it for charity though, right? Most of those are for charity. You can wear whatever you want.
They're doing them for their players' charities.
Okay. Well,
in
they're
other
raising
words,
money.
it's going into my bank account. I don't think they're raising money at all.
Well, then forget it.
It's because of their shoe deals.
Oh.
Well, they've done it in baseball for a while. I mean, you've got Jose Ramirez wearing the highlighter colored arm sleeve and all that kind of stuff.
But they sure seem to pop a lot more on a basketball court.
They're cool. I'm
You
here
like
for
'em?
loud. I'm here for loud shoes.
You like them?
I think loud
Especially in
shoes are fun.
Brooklyn, right? In Brooklyn, ugh.
I don't know. I can't.
don't like the
I don't know if I
monochrome
like them or
floor
not.
drives me crazy. I don't
Yeah,
like that
the
at
floor
I
in
still don't
Brooklyn's a
know.
different argument.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the bright colored shoes. Then it makes it easier to find these guys. You know, you're like, oh, highlighter green. That's so and so.
Okay.
You know, I kind of like that fact.
Yeah, I'm still not sure.
Yeah, we'll
I
see.
wonder.
I'm taste testing for everybody on YouTube right now.
Continuing on the NFL news, Minnesota will host the draft in 2028 at U.S. Bank Stadium. So Minnesota getting the draft in 2028.
Well, isn't that nice?
Mm-hmm.
In the stadium, huh?
That's like our Big Daddy Brother Stadium now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that thing's gargantuan.
It's awesome. It looks really cool.
Yeah. So Jackson Smith and Jigba finally got his award in the mail for Offensive Player of the Year.
Nice.
And of course, big ceremony, good for him, all that kind of good stuff.
NFL trophy, like big time stuff.
Yeah, except when he looked at the trophy, he realized something was a little bit off. This is courtesy of his social media page.
I really want to expose them though. It's getting disrespectful, guys. Defense, come on, bro. One word, man.
They gave him the Defensive Player of the Year for Jackson Smith and Jigba.
There is no way I would give it back. No way. Do you know what it's worth now? It's probably
you
worth
could auction
way
that
more.
baby
Yeah.
off. And the words a defensive player of the year, it was spelled without a space, so it's like THEYEAR, like it's one word. I would hang on to that baby, Andy. You're absolutely right.
I would absolutely hang on.
You want to fix it? Good. Go ahead and send me another one, but
Yeah.
you're not getting this one back.
No way. I'm hanging on to that one. That's
Sending my
a great
kids
blooper.
through college on that baby.
It's really funny. It made me laugh, and at the same point, I was like, oh, that poor guy. That stinks.
Now, him saying it's disrespectful, okay.
It's not. It was a
Maybe
mistake.
somebody should have proofread it, but, instead, embrace and hold on to it.
Whatever
and
you need
auction
for
it off
motivation,
to the
kids,
highest bidder.
Whatever you need for motivation. All right, a quick NBA thought.
Oh, good.
cool or mean? Okay, I just want either that. Is this
cool or mean?
Do you think this is cool or do you think it's just straight mean? So, in the Oklahoma City San Antonio game, at one point, after Oklahoma City hit a shot, they called San Antonio called timeout. The cameraman was showing and finding his way to the huddle where Oklahoma City was. Alex Caruso took his hand and shoved it right in front of the camera.
Was it Caruso?
It was Caruso.
Yeah, Caruso will be getting a nasty gram from the NBA. It's like, hey, Alex, would you like to play for $200,000 a year? Terrific. Go to Italy. You're playing in the NBA for millions. Cameras are everywhere. Get used to it, mister.
Hang on, I'm going back and just watching because I want to make sure I got it right. He touched the lens? Ooh, it's assault. I hate to tell you that. If you look, it's in the National Photographers Association, their handbook, they've gone to court over things like that. Like if a camera comes after you, just don't touch the camera because it's considered an extension of the operator's eye, and therefore it is assault. So you can't really do that.
Andy, why would any pro athlete put his hand over a camera?
Two of them did.
On a playing field, on a court. Why? You want your games on television. And apparently the people you work for allow those cameras to be where they are.
Yeah, so your boss hires them too.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, that's a bad move.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, that's a bad move.
You don't like it? Go play in Istanbul.
The only time I think you should block a camera is if there's a gruesome injury. Don't put your hand in front of the camera. Just step in front of the camera. I would.
Now, that's a great idea.
Unless it's a gruesome injury and it's like one of those things where a family should probably know before the rest of the world. That I can understand. But there's no reason to touch the camera or a camera lens.
Well, Andy, come on, man. How many different outlets are these games on?
Yeah.
They're selling their product like crazy for TV. So what does that mean? It means they're going to be TV cameras all over the place.
But it was two.
Come on, Alex. And boy, was he good last night, by the way.
The Schroeder gummy package is up on our at CLE Talking Heads. If you want to see the picture of it there, we will end headlines with this. So we were talking last week with the PGA Championship about Garrick Higo, the gentleman who showed up late to his tee time. He was late by about 30 seconds or so of getting there and ended up with a 2-stroke penalty. It turns out he then turned around and has now fired his caddy.
Oh, yeah,
according
it's his
to
fault.
multiple reports. Because it's the caddy's fault that he can't clock good.
You know what? According to reports, the caddy was yelling at him, "You got to get over here. Let's go. Let's go." He shows up late. Boom. Caddy takes the hit.
He said, if you know me, then you know I am very casual and laid back. I don't know. I don't want to be there 10 minutes early. I know that 5 minutes is fine. I thought I had time. I was obviously too casual. Yeah.
You know what else he said? He said, I wasn't late. He said, I was right there, but I wasn't late. But if you show up a second or so late, you're late. But I wasn't late, but I was like a second or so late. So he said, I wasn't late the same time he said I was late.
Did you guys get the ones that had Dennis Schroeder's signature on them?
I haven't had one yet.
Yeah, you didn't want it. You were offended by the fact that I tore the corner off so that you don't.
That
have
was
to touch
rough.
him.
I thought Dan might want to keep the bag.
Well, I just tore the corner off so it was more health conscientious.
If you,
you guys
I got the hookup.
Everybody wipes down the whole thing in here, and I just wanted to play by the rules of.
You're nice.
We can get more. I just figured I'd share with you guys because it's cool.
Well, I might try one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome.
Jeff's jealous now all of a sudden.
But yeah, on our social media page, if you want to see the packaging, we'll pull out all the different ones and we can take a picture of those too if you guys want. But they're pretty good. But yeah, Dennis
They're
Schroeder,
not bad. They're
huge
not,
hero in Germany.
They're not super sweet, right?
No, not at all.
No,
Good for Dennis.
They're like European sweet.
I've become a big hero in Cleveland. I like him. You know, he's been on 11 NBA teams.
Yeah. I saw that. It was on the back of his card.
32.
It was on the back of his trading card. Yeah.
He's been around.
216-474-0092. That is the number to call in. We get back into the NBA Eastern Conference Finals. We bring in Frank Isola from SiriusXM. That's coming up next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're looking for a winner. Enter the code word WINGS, 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 at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a $25 gift card to Cameo Pizza in Avon. It's next to T3 where crust is king. Catch our happy hour Tuesday through Sunday from 4 to 6 p.m. It's all brought to you by your Cameo Pizza in Avon and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. WINGS at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
All right, here we go. Game 1 tonight, Eastern Conference Finals. It's the Cavs and the Knicks, one of the most knowledgeable guys in the NBA or covering the NBA, and he's done so for years at major periodicals and big-time television networks, and right now he calls SiriusXM his home. Right now, Frank Isola is on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Frank. How are you doing?
Hey, Frank.
Hey, what's going on? I want to know, did Dan Gilbert get 25 busloads of fans and get them tickets for the games? He would probably have to take out a loan to be able to afford
You'd have to take it out
in
from
the
him.
Garden?
Yeah, but he's the only guy I know that could make money. He'd take the loan out from himself, and then he'd be able to do it. It's amazing how he's able to accomplish that. We think, though, that he had because, Quicken Loans, Rock Financial, all that. He's a great owner when it comes to making sure that the people that work for him are treated right. And I got to believe most of the seats that were in Detroit were already his from the Detroit-based company that he already had. That's why I think people were making a huge deal about it, but I think he actually was giving away his own seats.
Yeah, but obviously it's still a really nice gesture, number one. And the other thing, too, is I kind of wish they, especially during the playoffs, I'm big into the soccer stuff, and I like when they have like the visiting section. It'd be pretty cool if you had that in some of these away arenas during the playoffs and stuff.
That would be
you
cool.
You can get between maybe it could be between maybe 200 and 500 seats together. It would be, create like a separate cheering section. It would be
like college football, right?
Exactly. And then, everybody wants to fight. They can wait till after the game and take the fight out on the 33rd. Leave the poor ushers at the Madison Square Garden alone. They got other stuff to worry about.
That's beautiful.
I love it.
Who turned Karl Anthony Towns into a point guard?
No, he's been really good. And, this is the third year in a row that he's made the conference finals. Made it obviously a couple of years ago with Minnesota, now back-to-back years with the Knicks. And Karl, he's a really good player. He's a good guy. I think he takes way too much abuse, probably because he's not a jerk to the media. So there's no, repercussions to criticizing him, where other players have figured out, you come after me, I'll go back at you on Twitter or on Twitch or something else, and then I'll have my legion of fans come after you as well. So some players are Teflon, while Karl seems to be someone that gets criticized a lot. And I think he was in a funk to begin the season, but I think the Knicks were smart to finally realize that a little two-man game with him and Jalen Brunson is when the Knicks are at their most effective. Karl is a really talented player, and that'll be a big thing, how both the big men on the Cleveland Cavaliers kind of handle him and deal with him in the series.
Just give me I know we just hop right into it, but just give me your overall thoughts on this series and how you think this thing's going to play out.
Yeah, I never know what to make of the Cleveland Cavaliers. I was really disappointed the way that they played last year in the second round. I thought they came across as pretty soft. And then I think this year I liked adding Schroeder to the lineup. I know he didn't play great in that first round, but there is a level of toughness to him and big game experience. And I always liked the Harden trade. I know he did not have a great Game 7, but they still made it to a conference finals. I thought the Game 3 that he had, where everyone was criticizing him, myself included, I thought that was like a really good bounce back game for him. So he could still be really effective. I like the team better than last year's team, but I had the series all wrong. I thought, Detroit would win Game 5, then I thought Cleveland would win Game 6. I thought Detroit would win Game 7. I do think Cleveland overall is the better team than Detroit, though, with, Jalen Duren was struggling. Detroit can't score. And then you look at what Cleveland had. They have a lot of talented players. I mean, Sam Merrill had the great Game 7. I think Max Strus has been really good for them in the playoffs. So I think they're much better equipped this season. And remember, they played well against the Knicks. Remember the Christmas Day game? Weren't they really big in that game?
Yeah.
And for some reason, they fell apart and didn't play smart down the stretch. But they'll have to prove, again, you guys know this. You make your bones in the NBA by winning on the road. And, they were able to win 2 road games against Detroit. Obviously, they're going to have to win at least 1 game in New York if they want to win the series. I think they're capable of doing it. Who knows? Maybe getting over that hump of a Game 7 in the last round would be good for them. I think there was like Kate Cunningham in Detroit, they could always chalk it up, we're a young team, Kate's a young player. I think there was a lot riding on that game for Donovan Mitchell, and I think the way that he played, I kind of agree with Stan Van Gundy. It probably was the best game that he's ever played under the circumstances in terms of distributing the ball, scoring. I thought his energy was good. You see the way he was at the end of the game where he was hugging everyone, and it wasn't a hug like, hey, we just won the championship. You could tell that he was proud of what the team had done, especially after they laid an egg at home with a chance to clinch. So I think mentally, I think that was big for them to get over that hurdle. I think they believe they can beat the Knicks. Doesn't mean they're going to, but I think they believe that they can do it.
Frank Mitchell Robinson has killed the Cavaliers on the boards. Regular season, past playoffs, everything else. But Mike Brown doesn't play Mitchell with Cat very often, does he? And do you think the Cavs can try and keep Robinson off the floor? Because he kills them.
Yeah, it's big. And I would even do the stuff where, if you're in the penalty with 5 minutes to go in a quarter, to disrupt them, I'd foul him and just send him to the free throw line because he's such a poor free throw shooter. And especially early in the series, if he misses a couple, that could set up everything for the rest of the series. If you go back to the NBA Cup, which I'm sure you guys watch all the time.
Sure.
On tape. You have a tape
I watch reruns of
it.
We
DVR'd it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We talk about it. We break it down. We blow off everything just to talk about it.
But it does apply to the playoffs right now because it was the Spurs and the Knicks, and the guy that killed the Spurs in that game was Mitchell Robinson, because a big part of the Knicks offense is the offensive rebounds that he gets. And you guys know what happens off of an offensive rebound. It's a big scramble situation. Next thing you know, there's somebody wide open for a three. Some of the biggest shots in NBA history have been made off of offensive rebounds. Maybe the most famous one, or obviously one of the most famous ones, would be the Ray Allen three when he played for Miami in Game 6 against San Antonio, which came off of a offensive rebound by Chris Bosh. So that's his specialty, and that's going to be a huge factor in the series. Now, they haven't been using him a lot, which is big. The other issue for the Knicks will be OG Anunoby's hamstring. I know that he's practicing. And one other thing to remember about the Knicks, and you guys know this from the Cavaliers last year, the Cavs had a lot of injuries that they were dealing with. The Knicks have basically gone now 2 full playoffs. I get that OG Anunoby didn't play in the last couple of games against Philadelphia. They didn't need him because they blew him out. But the Knicks have really been injury-free the last 2 years in the playoffs. And injuries always impact it's more so than ever, it impacts the playoffs. I mean, look at Luka Doncic, didn't even play in the playoffs this year. Jalen Williams of Oklahoma City missed time. De'Aaron Fox last night missed games. So injuries, the Knicks, that's a big part of it. Just the fact that all their key players have been healthy.
We know Mike Brown here pretty well from his days with the Cavaliers. Just your thoughts on his ride throughout the season and what he needs to do to keep James Dolan happy here in the Eastern Conference Finals.
You obviously you have to win, and he walks into a tough situation because the last coach there, Tom Thibodeau, took over a terrible franchise that was heading nowhere, and he turned the thing around. And every year they were progressing. Last year they made the conference finals. The year before they made it to the second round. For whatever reason, they got rid of the coach. So Mike Brown walked into a ready-made team, but there's pressure because there's really only one option. It's definitely to get past the conference finals, and then we'll see what were to happen in the NBA finals. I think the Knicks would have a great chance if they beat Cleveland, because I think whoever comes out of the West could be like a little beaten up. But I think he's done really well. And again, they caught a break. Halliburton didn't play this year for Indiana, so that's like one team that you remove. And then even though Boston had a really good regular season, their team last year was much better. And I would even suggest to you that Detroit was better last year because they had Malik Beasley, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Schroeder. I think their perimeter shooting was better. So the Knicks and the Cavs are better than their regular season records. I think after what happened to the Cavs last year, they were kind of, just trying to make their way, slog their way through the regular season. I think the same thing is true of the Knicks. And I think to Mike Brown's credit, the Knicks have played really well in the playoffs. I mean, they got an Atlanta team, which I don't think is very good. And I think they got a Philadelphia team, which is even worse. But that happens sometimes when you go to the finals. Look at Minnesota. I laugh all the time. Minnesota was going to have to beat Jokic in Denver, and then Wembanyama and the Spurs just for the right to play Oklahoma City. Think about that road to the NBA Finals. The Knicks' road right now is Atlanta, Philly, and a very good Cleveland team, but that would be 3 teams that finished lower than they did, and the Knicks were not the number 1 seed. They weren't the number 2 seed. They're the number 3 seed.
Frank Isola joining us from SiriusXM, longtime NBA reporter. Frank, I've always loved your work, as you know.
Thank you. At least somebody did.
Me, your folks. That's about it. So
throw me in too. I like watching on TV too. Yeah.
I keep looking at the Knicks and I think, is there a wild card here? Is there a guy? And you mentioned Anunoby. If he's healthy, I said earlier, Cavs can't let him become a superstar. And I think he's a terrific player, but they can't let him go nuts. What about Mikal Bridges? Because I've always liked his game, and I wonder can Mike Brown make him a key part of this thing?
Great call. And I think last year was similar for Mikal Bridges. He didn't have a great regular season, and then I thought he was really good in the playoffs at both ends of the court. And we're starting to see it here. He didn't play well in the first couple of games against Atlanta, but I thought he did really well against Philadelphia. Bridges is he could be really passive-aggressive. Last year, he was a guy that publicly complained about how many minutes he was playing. Have you ever heard of a player complaining that he was playing too much? And, that kind of got the ball rolling on Tom Thibodeau. And then this year, late in the season, they beat the Memphis Grizzlies in a game that Jalen Brunson didn't play. And after the game, he was talking about how great they look when they move the ball and everybody looks so good. It was a direct shot at Jalen Brunson. So I'm not sure that Mikal Bridges is going to win any popularity contest in the locker room. But all that matters is the performance on the court, and the performance on the court for him in the regular season has not been great. But in the playoffs, he's done pretty well, and this will be a big series for him because you figure he'll spend some time on Donovan Mitchell. He's got long arms. He wants to make things tough for Donovan Mitchell. I'm sure he'll spend some time on James Harden, so he'll be a big piece of it. There's no question about it.
Frank, I just want to throw this question, a big picture question, just because we had some folks that weren't real happy about Cavs being on prime left and right. Your thoughts on like the distribution of the game, because obviously there are some changes. At least we know ESPN and ABC has this whole series, so life will be good for the folks around here, so the folks that can watch it. But the prime thing really struck a chord with a lot of people here. I'm just curious. I just kind of get a national perspective on the television package. If you thought it worked, if it didn't work, and to us, it's kind of silly that you're trying to take the game away from hardcore fans and fans when they don't have prime.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'll give an example too. Like in New York, the Yankees. This is 182 regular season, 162 regular season games.
Right.
In baseball, the Yankees will always have so much on a streaming service. When they're not on the Yes Network, which they're normally on, I'll go to 2 places. I don't find that. I kind of gave up. I'm like, all right, I'm not. It's not going to be a chore for me to go find a regular season baseball game.
Exactly.
I just say the heck with it. And I kind of agree. I think that's why when they talk about the ratings all the time, I think they're talking the total for all the games. And remember, back in the day, you would get, like Cleveland. I'm sure Cleveland and Toronto, if this were last year, a couple of their games would have been on NBA TV on the day where you have like 3 or 4 games happening. But I agree. I had a lot of people tell me who they couldn't find the game on Sunday, and that's a Game 7. So it's going to have to become habit for me. I think they do a pretty good job on prime from the standpoint of the broadcast itself. Iron Eagle is top notch. Stan Van Gundy's really good. I think the studio show, I thought they hit all the right notes. When they talked about Anthony Edwards on Friday night, when he was shaking hands with 8 minutes to go. But it is a little frustrating. When they're talking about how great the ratings are, you cannot tell me if that game was on NBC National or ABC or ESPN on Sunday, that Game 7, more people watching than prime. That's no knock against prime. It's just that I can't imagine that everyone isn't like us, like we're insane. We got 9 million of these ridiculous streaming services.
Right.
Some people are actually normal, and they don't their world doesn't revolve around watching television and sports like us. Like we don't have a life. Like these people, other people aren't like that. So when it becomes a chore to find the game, it's frustrating. And it didn't seem like for a Game 7, I don't know, can we put the thing on ABC or NBC? It was the only game on Sunday night. Listen, those networks are probably thinking, thank God we didn't have the game on.
As it turned out, yeah.
It was such a bad game, but I kind of agree with you, and I think it is good now that we know where the games are, NBC, ABC, and ESPN.
Yeah. Frank, we always appreciate your time. Thank you again. Love having you on, and thanks for you give me a prediction real quick on the series.
I'm so bad at this. I think the Knicks will probably win in 6 or 7, but if the Cavs win, you guys will see me in Cleveland for 3-4, the NBA Finals. So I like that.
Awesome.
No way, I almost said it. The Guardians are playing. I want to go to a game.
There you go.
All right, well, we can make that. Jeff can make that happen. Jeff has
we'll pull some strings.
He'll get you a nice fancy dinner. He'll take care of you.
I want it. Well, if you can pull some strings, let me fill out the lineup card. How about that?
Thanks, Frank.
We'll talk to you soon.
Guys.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
What a great line. Of course, Frank Isola, who we waited for, and it was worth the wait, an extra hour, but it was great. We had him on. Make sure you catch him on Sirius XM. And, of course, he was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's come back. We'll talk about what he had to say. Again, your thoughts as we go into game number 1. It's the Cavs and the Knicks. And, man, it feels like Cleveland against the world. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
as the host for Super Bowl 64 in 2030. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Who's having more fun than us? It's Baskin and Phelps. Nobody. Nobody's allowed to have more fun than us. If you do, you're going to be in trouble?
Sure, go with that.
To sit in the corner or something?
Boy, Frank Isola was fun to talk with.
He's good. I mean,
Frank's always fun.
I always liked watching him on Around the Horn, too. So I always thought he was witty and funny and always had good answers and always kind of gave a good breakdown. I think the reason I like talking to him is he's a New York guy that has a good perspective on what he's covered the Knicks before and he gets it, he understands it. But I kind of feel like you get the vibe of what the series is going to be like from him. Again, most people like the Knicks in this series, and I can understand why they're there. I don't know. I don't fear the Knicks. I can tell you that. I think that the Cavs can win. I think we have good players. I think we have the ability to move the basketball. Our big guys played well in games, not every game against Detroit. I think we've had a much tougher road at this point, although I didn't think it when they went into their series with Philly. But the road for the Cavaliers has been much harder for the Knicks. The Knicks have been sitting out 9 days. Maybe they were able to catch some love off of that over the fact that they might be a little bit rusty when they're coming out. But I don't know. I believe in this team, even though maybe I shouldn't. Maybe some of you are, but I think this team's pretty good, and I'm willing to see what it looks like. When you look at the numbers from the regular season, they're all very similar. This should be a good matchup. Maybe we get another great game like we did last night with San Antonio and Oklahoma City, where it goes double OT before you find a winner. Maybe that's what this series is all about. I don't think that's good for the Cavaliers, though, because the minutes, again, that the starters have logged have been significantly bigger than what the Knicks have had to play in the playoffs so far. They're much more well-rested than the Cavaliers, but maybe the Cavaliers are able to, get a little bit of bounce back off of the flow of this last series against Detroit. You want to hop in on the conversation? What you think is going to happen tonight? 216-474-0092. Your thoughts on Frank?
I thought Frank makes great points. He always does. I asked him about Mikal Bridges, and I'm just sitting here. I put the starting fives of each team down, Andy.
Okay.
And I'm drawing lines. Associate.
Who would you rather have, kind of thing?
Well, no, not who you'd rather have, but who's matching up with who.
Okay.
Agree or disagree here, guys.
Okay.
Karl Anthony Towns and Jared Allen go at each other. I mean, you could put Evan there from time to time, but let's assume it's Jared Allen. Okay.
Okay.
The main matchup. Dan's rolling his eyes.
No. I'm not rolling my eyes. I'm deep in thought.
I would think Jarrett gets most of the work against Karl Anthony Towns. Who knows? Let's say, and based on what we've seen from Dean Wade, going up against other guys, and he has guarded Brunson in the past. Is he your main defender on Jalen Brunson? I don't know.
I think you'll throw him at Brunson. You'll throw Tyson at Brunson. You throw Tyson out there just to see if he can hang or possibly not get himself thrown out of the game.
You think it'll be whoever it is playing the three, though, who will be going up against Brunson? A little more length on him? Would it be Tyson? Would it be Strus? Would it be Wade? Or are you going to go with Mitchell or Harden?
I'm not putting Mitchell or Harden on Brunson unless I have to.
And that's my point.
But
Hold on.
You could put Strus on him.
But that's my point.
That's a good point, Andy.
Hang on 1 second here. So let's just put
that's a really good point.
Wade, Strus, or Tyson on Brunson, okay? OG Anunoby and Evan Mobley, for the most part, if they're both on the floor, let's say they're going up against each other. And if not the two of them, then Jared Allen switching off and Karl Anthony Towns.
Either way.
That leaves...
I'm tempted to flip that a little bit on you. I'm almost ready to put Evan Mobley on Josh Hart and dare Josh Hart to shoot me out of this series. Because then if I put Evan Mobley on Josh...
But Josh Hart's not a key guy even in their offense.
Right, but then
he's struggling right now.
But I can use Evan Mobley as a roving safety, almost. And I can use Evan Mobley and sag off of Josh Hart and use him to fill in the cracks in between.
All right, but that brings me to this. Then that means either James Harden or Donovan Mitchell is going to have to guard Mikal Bridges. And Bridges
totally know.
Wait, who's covering Hart?
Well, it'll be either Mitchell. The way that I have these lines
Harden or
drawn,
Mitchell?
it's either Mitchell or Harden.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
So one of those guys is on Hart, and the other guy is on Mikal Bridges, who averaged 17.5 points a game in the 4 games against Philadelphia.
I'd be real tempted for stretches to put Mobley on Hart.
I almost think that's a waste of defense because Hart's not the guy who's going to beat you.
But that way Mobley can play free safety. He can roam a little bit more. He can cover up some of the cracks if somebody gets blown by. He can play that help defense off of the pick and roll as well, where you can almost drop into like a little bit of a drop coverage and then bring that safety help. Like it would be, I would play with that.
All right. Well, let me throw this at you then. Hart's not a great 3-point shooter.
Right.
Not terrific.
No, he's struggling now.
But
too.
he does a lot of things well. Could he not facilitate a little bit? See, I just
could.
I think the question here is, who are you going to put on Bridges, and are you going to burden Donovan Mitchell with having to guard a scorer, or are you going to burden James Harden with having to guard a scorer? Because the only non-scorer there is Josh Hart, really.
Okay.
I mean, so it tempts me to put as I said,
You want to leave Wade on Hart?
No, I think Dean Wade needs to be on Brunson at least for the beginning of this thing. The thing with Harden that is always so interesting is that he's not a good defender, but he's just built.
But he's
and
6'6" and put together, yeah.
Yeah. And so
I mean, it's a better deal than having Darius Garland on defense.
Correct. No one in their right mind would ever call James Harden a good defender, but he's built, and he can get in the way. And I guess
which makes him better than Darius Garland.
I'm not doing a comparison here, Jeff. I'm trying to figure out where I can put this guy.
But Kobe Altman did the comparison and made the trade.
A buddy of mine just sent me. Take this into consideration too. Double R, thank you, appreciate it. Jalen Brunson against this season against the Cavs. So that's only that's 3 games, right? 34% field goal percentage, worst against a single opponent this season. 1 for 16 from the field when Dean Wade is contesting him.
Which I said in the first segment of the show.
Yeah, so, yeah. Food for thought.
And it was 1 for 15, according to the stat I saw.
Yeah, the stat.
That's okay.
This is ESPN had the stat, so it was 1 for 16. Huh. Interesting. That is an interesting play.
If I'm going to go down because Josh Hart is facilitating,
no, I know.
Probably have bigger problems.
I almost think it's a waste of a great defender in Evan Mobley, but they'll be tinkering and guys will be on other guys all series long. But I just wonder. I honestly think the Cavs could find themselves in a situation where whoever Mitchell or Harden is checking is the guy that beats them. Just keep an eye on that tonight. I know I will be. Who are those guys defending? And
Josh Hart's had a really...
I'm going right after him. Although Donovan Mitchell got in foul trouble last game, and what happened? He came into the game in the third quarter with 4 fouls and killed it. He was great.
If you go back and look at Josh Hart's, you're talking about facilitating assists, right?
Just an ability to collapse the defense.
He's just a good all-around basketball player.
Josh Hart makes you better.
Yeah, but it's not like he hasn't. Well, he had a couple significant games. Like he can give you 6 assists a game. At least that's what he's done in the 11 playoff games that he's played in. But his high end is 6. His low end. I mean, that last game, although they blew him out 144-14 to Philly, he only had 1 assist in that game. 1 assist, 1 steal. It's the rebounding where he gets you. He's a damn good rebounder.
He's a good all-around basketball.
Yeah.
Everyone is going to hate Josh Hart by the end of the series.
Yeah.
Like, that's who Cavs fans are all going to hate. They're going to hate Josh Hart.
He had 11 boards in Game 3. If you go back to the Atlanta series where they struggled and lost, he had 13 and 14 rebounds in those 2 games.
Yeah. I said everyone in Cleveland's going to hate Josh Hart by the end of the series.
You know why? Because he knows how to play.
Darn right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to almost go Harden on Anunoby and then Mitchell on Bridges.
I think Harden would get killed in that matchup.
Get in the way.
Anunoby's like 6'8".
But if I can...
And springy.
Oh, I know. But he's also coming off injury, too, so I want to see how he's moving.
Yeah, I know. And his injury last year against Indiana really hurt him.
James is in South Euclid. Hey, James. Hey, James.
Good to have you with us, James.
Yeah, so just a couple of key points, I think, for the Cavs. One of the things I hear the guy talking about is Dean Wade. I think Dean Wade should come off the bench. The reason why, because we got to be careful. Because Dean Wade.
So the Cavs are, just so you know, the Cavs are 2-1 in the playoffs in the 14 games when he does come off the bench.
Don't give me those numbers. Those numbers doesn't mean anything. I watched the game.
Okay, I'll just. I watched the game too. I'm just telling you. It's not. I'm giving you facts. It's not like because I would have made the same argument you did, exactly the same argument, and then I went back and I was like, how much of a difference is this really going to make? Especially because Wade came out okay in Game 7, right? I mean,
but you see, he didn't start, so that was the key. Because I called on Saturday, don't start Dean Wade. I'm telling the reason. Playing the same amount of minutes. But make sure, because we get off to a slow start. Because what happened is Dean Wade is not an offensive threat. They're not going to guard him, so now you're playing 4 and 5. All I'm saying is, I'm not even saying cut his minutes not that much. Don't start him. And so we have a faster start. Number 2.
Can I tell you what? Hang on just real quick. I agree with you. I think you're right. I thought that, and I was wondering if they would do that in Game 7. He came back and did do that in Game 7. So I think Strus gives you a little bit more energy and a little bit more offense.
But Wade had 5 first-quarter points in Game 7 coming off the bench.
Generally speaking,
I think off the bench.
I think James is right. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, then number 2, don't have Mobley bring up the ball in the first quarter. The team's out of rhythm. He's a 6'11" guy. He's not a point guard. So let's just, if he comes up, there's times when, later in the game you might want him, please don't have Mobley bring the ball up 4 or 5. Because that's what happened in game 6. The team was completely out of rhythm. And I saw that. That's number 2. Number 3, one of the guys on Prime made a good point about ball movement. I can't remember who it was, one of those guys on the halftime show. He said ball movement is not about passing the ball from side to side. It's player movement. So if we have Mobley and Max, if Mad Max, they can set some picks for him, it's going to be player movement, not just standing on the 3-point line and passing the ball and penetrating movement. So to me, those are 3 keys. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff you guys talk about, who's going to guard who, but those are my input that I have.
All right, good job. Thank you, James.
James, good thoughts. James played the game from earlier in the show. We like that.
And roll. Enjoying it. All right, let's go. I want to talk about the coaching matchup here, too, when we come back. Again, it's Game 1 tonight, Eastern Conference Finals. Your chance to chime in at 216-474-0092. And don't forget coverage all day long, right through the game. And then after the game, you want to lock it in right here on 92.3 The Fan as well. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for
Audacy app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We got you covered all day, all night, right here on 92.3 The Fan. You know it. You love it. Eastern Conference Finals. I like where our feet are right now. I can enjoy it. Think about all the runs they made to the NBA Finals when LeBron was here. We're back, baby. We're back. Now let's see what they can do for it. 8 o'clock tip-off tonight on ESPN, so make sure you check that out. And we'll talk about it tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow on our show, clearly, and then we'll get you ready for Game 2. We haven't even played Game 1. We're already getting you ready for Game 2. That's how efficient we are.
Andy, you must live in the day.
Yes.
Let's worry about Game 1.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. I'm where my feet are.
You know how you play them, Andy.
I know. 216-474-0092. We'll talk a little bit about the coaching matchup here in a second. Let's talk to Ryan, who's in Austin, Texas. Hi, Rhino.
Hey, Meredith and gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. I tell you, man, if you're not ready for this, I don't know what you're ready for. This is just the premier scenario, obviously, for our Cavaliers. And again, I digress on that. I think the optimism, obviously, is on our side. Don't get me wrong. I know the earlier show I had yesterday talking about they feel that, everything's good now that we got past Pistons and moving on to Eastern Conference Finals. I think I was in the same mentality. It's Eastern Conference Finals or bust in my mind. Now we're here. Now I don't want the bust. I want to beat this team. And again, Jeff, you made a lot of great points, and Andy and et cetera, a lot of the callers about what these Knicks are. They're dynamite, offensive scoring. They're just cohesive. The chemistry's excelling, obviously playing at home. They're hungry. They want us out of the way. They just want the whole enchilada. Well, guess what? We're standing right in their way, and we got a team that's in momentum. If we could showcase what we did, obviously, in Game 7 in Detroit, phenomenal. There's zero chance Dan Gilbert, I think, is going to be bringing that fan base. That ticket, Andy, Jeff, for the same type of tickets those fans were sitting in Detroit, you mean 2,500, 3,000.
Yeah, you mean Dan Gilbert's tickets already in Detroit? I don't know that for a fact. I'm just assuming.
You know what? I hope he does bring a great fan base.
I do too, but I don't. Look, he has been very generous, and I've said it before. He was flying people out to the NBA Finals. He flew them all over the place. So, He's just They do things very classy at the Cavaliers. There's no question.
Real quick on the key to the scenario, obviously, is boxing out, not allowing those offensive rebounds. Obviously, the three-point perimeter shooting by Knicks is phenomenal. So, again, we got to keep our momentum going, scoring on offense, but at the same time, man, we got to box these other guys out and get their offensive rebounds, and I think that's the key to success. Go Cavs. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Rhino. We'll take a look at the tail of the tape going into this thing. I just find it interesting that look at points per game. Cavaliers are 119.5. The Knicks are 116.5, although don't run their playoff numbers because their playoff numbers have been through the roof. But if you're looking at general overall, points against, Cavaliers give up 108.8, and the Knicks give up 101.0. So exactly 101. You're looking at, a defensive effort there from the Knicks. Field goal percentage, both these teams shoot 48%. Rebounds, basically both teams 45, 44 rebounds a game. Assists, almost exactly the same, 28 and 27, 28 for the Cavs, 27 for the Knicks. Blocks, Cavs average a little bit more on the block side, 5. They'll take 3.9. And then steals, 8.5 and 8.1. So, for as much as everyone's saying Knicks, I'm expecting close games, good games all the way through this series. I don't know how long it's going to last. I hope it's Cavs in 6, but you never know.
You never do.
No. So, I just, again, there are ways for the Cavaliers to come through and win this thing.
Sure, absolutely.
I think we all see it and we all want it, but we'll start finding out tonight at 8, and nothing will surprise me. Tell me something just quickly, both of you guys, something that would surprise you in tonight's game.
I said it wouldn't surprise me in the last series, if the road team won the last 3 games. That happened.
Yeah.
That was weird. Right? That was weird.
Especially for a team that couldn't win on the road before.
What would surprise me tonight if both James Harden and Donovan Mitchell have poor games? That would surprise me.
Dan, what'll surprise you?
Probably trying to think what could happen that would surprise me. Schroeder goes off for 20. I'd be shocked on that one.
Well, his gummies could get him pumped up.
That's what we're aiming for.
Get a little sugar rush.
Trying, baby.
Get a little sugar rush.
We're trying. I mean, that's the thing with this Cavs team is nothing would surprise me. If this Cavs team came out flat, I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, I saw that coming. If this Cavs team came out and ran them out of the building by 30, I'd be like, yeah, all right, that makes sense. They've been sitting on their butts for 9 days.
That's what Frank Isola said. He said it's kind of tough to put a finger on this Cavs team.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. This Cavs team is so Jekyll and Hyde, I have no idea what we're going to see.
I don't know. I don't know what would surprise me, but I will tell you this. I can, for some reason, I think James Harden's going to have a really big game tonight.
Evan Mobley, top scorer. That would shock me.
All right, there you go. That's a good one. Do we have a moment of the show, Meredith Kane?
We sure do. Moment of the show comes from Frank Isola, and he was talking about Mike Brown taking over the Knicks and overall matchup for tonight's game.
Mm-hmm.
So Mike Brown walked into a ready-made team, but there's pressure because there's really only one option. It's you know definitely to get past the conference finals, and then we'll see what were to happen in the NBA finals. I think the Knicks would have a great chance if they beat Cleveland, because I think whoever comes out of the West could be like a little beaten up. But I think he's done really well. And again, they caught a break. Halliburton didn't play this year for Indiana, so that's like one team that you remove. And then even though Boston had a really good regular season, their team last year was much better. And I would even suggest to you that Detroit was better last year because they had Malik Beasley, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Schroeder. I think their perimeter shooting was better. So the Knicks and the Cavs are better than their regular season records. I think after what happened to the Cavs last year, they were kind of, just trying to make their way, slog their way through the regular season. I think the same thing is true of the Knicks. And I think to Mike Brown's credit, the Knicks have played really well in the playoffs. I mean, they got an Atlanta team, which I don't think is very good. And I think they got a Philadelphia team, which is even worse. But that happens sometimes when you go to the finals. Look at Minnesota. I laugh all the time. Minnesota was going to have to beat Jokic in Denver and then Wembanyama and the Spurs just for the right to play Oklahoma City. Think about that road to the NBA Finals. The Knicks' road right now is Atlanta, Philly, and a very good Cleveland team, but that would be three teams that finished lower than they did, and the Knicks were not the number 1 seed. They weren't the number 2 seed. They're the number 3 seed.
Loved it. Great interview. Go back and listen to it. Frank Isola was with us at 1 o'clock. Mary Kay Cabot was with us at 11. We ask you now, why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. We start with Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads, or if you want to see the Dennis Schroeder gummies, they're up there. I am smarter today because I get to prove a point. Yes, you can play really well and have a long career in Major League Baseball without hitting the ball and walking. Let me introduce you to Eddie Yost. A fine player, 18 seasons in the league, had a career batting average of .254 with a .394 on base and a .371 slug. He did not hit home runs. The man walked and had himself an 18-year career.
And his career batting average is what, .254?
Lick my foot, Jeff.
I
win.
Which is 54 points higher than what Stephen Kwan is batting now.
I win.
And was better than what Travis Bazzano was doing early on.
Still win.
You don't win squat.
Win.
That Yost family name is gigantic in Michigan, too. As a guy that played for the Tigers, and then the arena at University of Michigan is Yost.
Doesn't matter, I win.
I'm just saying. All right. Meredith.
Early Win made the Hall of Fame with a .214 batting average and a .274.
Yeah, how did late loss do?
Did you say early Win?
I said early Win.
You mean the pitcher?
You bet your sweet Aunt Bippy I did.
Mayor?
Are they done?
I think
was
so.
waiting for them to finish.
I was waiting for late loss, but keep going.
I'm smarter because I learned that grocery stores in Germany sell Dennis Schroeder candy, and it was delicious. It was really good candy.
There you go. Jeff?
I had some of that. It was pretty
good. I know
good.
we saw it. It was fun to watch.
The red pieces were Dennis's face. I had 3 or 4 of those. They were good. I always enjoy talking to Frank Isola, and that goes back for a couple of decades. And seeing Frank at games and chatting with him, really knows his stuff. I thought we all had good conversation about the series coming up too.
I'm smarter today because now that you brought up Eddie Yost, I'm fascinated by the Eddie Yost story. His family, unbelievably talented. His daughter was a United States figure skating champion.
On,
wow,
man.
how about that? His son played varsity baseball.
Put Google away.
His other son is the indoor pole vault record holder. Wow. We are all smarter today. Thank you. Come on, Cavs, bring it home so we can talk about something good tomorrow. Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals, we're talking about tomorrow. They're talking about it next on Afternoon Drive. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
finals.
This is going to be special, but they are a talented team.
The Knicks should not lose this series. I do think that they could win it in 4 or 5.
This is the junior varsity series. Nothing we're going to see out of Madison Square Garden is going to come close to what we saw last night.
I'm not going to put any labels, projections, anything else, because I want to see what they can do. I think this team can go to the NBA Finals. I think they have the talent to hang in the NBA Finals.
We still got more to do.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals is upon us. Bleep you, Greg Giannotti. Bleep you, Michael Wilbon. It's the JV series. Is it Wilbon? The last time Michael Wilbon watched a damn NBA game was, I think, 1987, when his friend Irvin, his name's Magic, by the way, Jack, was running the NBA. So, or maybe it was when Michael Jordan was in the NBA, because that old man does not watch basketball anymore. But thank you for your words of encouragement. That open, courtesy of the NBA on Prime, WFAN, and Get Up, and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader, because if we didn't, there would be consequences. We've got Jake Murren, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, subscribe to the channel. Watch us all 5 hours long. Ring that bell. And, of course, like our videos. We like to be liked around here. And Katie Pollock on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm a little fiery today.
I can tell.
Not at you, though.
You got the chest hair out. You got all sorts of things happening today.
In fairness.
Is that what it's going to be all summer long?
It could be.
Oh, jeez.
It could be.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I get it. It's intimidating.
I would say I apologize to the listeners, but you asked for it.
This much chest hair, this much man, it's a lot to sit across from every day, but I think you're the man to do it.
Yeah. Just to make sure my eyes stay up top. That's all.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
All right? But as we found out with Alejandro, maybe you don't want to do that. You're in a danger zone here. You look in these eyes; they're dazzling. You look at his chest hair; it's dazzling.
Yeah,
I'd say look lower, but that's we don't do that anymore.
This is a tough. Yeah, no, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
We cut that out completely.
Enjoy the bulge.
So anyway, you're feeling feisty today. I like this.
I
like this. I feel fired up today too. So this is good.
And so I am naturally excited for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm also just a little over the down the nose look that everyone's giving this, right? And by the way, I joke about Greg Giannotti. I don't give a rat's ass. He should think the Knicks are going to win in 4 or 5 games. That's where you are as a fan. That's where we should be as a fan base, right?
If we had just gone through the postseason that they went through, we'd probably be thinking the same thing.
I do have a big problem with the national NBA media being like, yeah, none of this series matters because our darling Thunder and Spurs are teeing off. And by the way, that was a great game last night.
It was awesome.
I'm not going to go the opposite way and say that I'm not totally invested in that series. But it's just the lazy narratives I've heard about the Knicks, the Cavs, and of course, the entirety of the rest of the NBA playoffs has me just kind of hitting everybody with the double birds today.
But, I mean, that's all right. When you're watching that game, the funny thing about it is there's so many things about Wemby that was awesome, and we'll talk about that later. But in the second OT, Nick, I watched them both just kind of, I don't know, not want to take that game. There was a lot of missed shots. There was a lot of, I was like, oh, the Cavs can hang with this team. Now, there was definitely stretches in that game where I'm like, Wemby's on a different level, and this is something different.
Was it like the 40-foot three that he just pulled up?
That was pretty cool.
Pretty much iced the game?
That was pretty cool. But double overtime in particular, I'm like, there's just a lot of misses going on here.
Yeah.
There's neither team is grabbing it right now. No, they're probably exhausted. There's reasons for that. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't really think it was a JV conference finals over here.
And here's the other thing. They're not saying it because they don't think the Knicks can hang with the Thunder or Spurs, which I've heard multiple people say there are 3 teams left in the NBA playoffs that can win the NBA finals, and everybody agrees it's not the Cavs.
Yeah.
The Cavs are the one team.
I think Vegas is like plus 2,500 or something insane.
It's because they think the Knicks are so far above and ahead of the Cavaliers because they beat Czech's Notes, the 7-seed Sixers.
Yeah, listen to how crazy it's gotten. My buddy John Jastrzemski, he does a podcast in New York, and he was on the verge of making the case that Jalen Brunson is the second best Knick ever, while also playing with the idea that this is the best Knicks team of his lifetime. JJ's my age, okay? Mm-hmm. Best Knicks team of his lifetime. So better than the team that went to the 94 finals, better than the team that went to the 99 finals, better than all those 90s teams, better than any Carmelo Anthony team. Like, he believes, the whole heart of heart, and he had reasons for why he was backing it up, but he believes this is the best Knicks team of his lifetime.
And that's exactly why I need the Cavs to know you have them right where you want them. Yes, you're tired. Yes, you just played on Sunday, and that was a grueling physical series. And yes, they're more rested than you by a factor of about 10 right now. I get it. but everybody in the NBA has put the Knicks on a pedestal. They're putting the Knicks on the pedestal, which means the Knicks themselves, after 8 days of hearing this crap, probably believe in it as well.
Mm-hmm.
You go in there and you take this game, and you put so much pressure on the Knicks, so much more than they're used to, by the way. Because, again, like, I know that they were in the Pacers last year. The Pacers were kind of look as the runaway freight train freak team, hot at the right moment.
Like one of these teams that just pop in the East, like the Heat a couple years ago, the Pacers last year. That's what people think the Knicks are this year.
But like by and large, everyone expects the Knicks not just to win, but to roll your ass. So what you have to do is you got to take this game because the pressure on New York, like you don't, from the Cavs perspective, you don't get pressure-free basketball after tonight. But no one, and I mean no one, expects a damn thing from you tonight. So you go take this game, and all of a sudden, the airwaves will be on fire for the next 48 hours from all the chuds who say the Cavs don't have a damn chance in hell.
Knicks fans aren't even envisioning a world where they lose this series. Like, we talk about pressure. We talk about the idea that Knicks fans legitimately think this series, if it goes 6 games, they think the sky is falling and it's a disaster. They can't come up with a world where the Cavs beat them in this series. And so, yeah, like if the Cavs don't win this series, it's not a collapse. It is what it is. You go 6-7 games. I don't think people are going to look at it like it's an absolute disaster. If the Knicks lose this series, people in New York are going to look at this like this was a massive disappointment. They underachieved. They underwhelmed. Jalen Brunson isn't it. All these type of narratives that you'd come up with. The pressure's heavy on the Knicks side.
Well, and they're ahead of you in the pressure game, right? Because your pressure had been getting through the second round of the playoffs. By doing so, you took some of the steam off of you, and now the fact that nobody believes in you. Again, for this game, there's really no pressure on the Cavs other than it's game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. I do think the Knicks are a full year ahead of you, though, because they blew the golden opportunity last year against the Pacers, right? That was supposed to be a moment of like, well, okay, the Pacers are hot right now, but they beat a bad this, that, and the other. And then they fired their head coach. And, I mean, we're talking about 3 weeks ago, Mike Brown being fired if they don't get through the Philadelphia series or if they don't get through the Atlanta series, the paranoia, all that kind of stuff. You have a chance not just to beat the Knicks this year. I think you might have a chance to permanently disrupt the Knicks long term. Because they are at a point where you've already fired the head coach. You can only fire that bullet so many times. If you cannot, the response is going to be, if you can't get through this Cavs team, right? In the same way we're looking at saying it's right there for you. The Knicks are doing that on steroids.
I don't know what other moves they have to make though. That's the problem. When they gave up everything for Mikal Bridges. Yeah, but that's the other part of this too. Is that like at the end of this postseason, I don't know. Maybe this series will change it. But through the first 2 rounds, Cat has been one of the best postseason players of all time. Like, that's just kind of how that exists, if you look at all of his numbers and everything attached to it. And so if he continues that, it's not bye-bye Cat. But I guess if he melts down, then maybe it'll look a different way.
216-474-0092. Which team is under more pressure? I think Jalen Brunson has to have the world of pressure on him.
Yeah, Brunson has taken on this weird persona for himself. He thinks of himself, and I guess he studies 2 people, Nick. He studies Derek Jeter and Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. And he tries to emulate those 2 and how they handle everything. But
so
in
just
particular,
guys with no personality?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
And in particular, Derek Jeter. And like in that town, trying to emulate Derek Jeter isn't easy, obviously, but that's what he goes for. That's what he tries to do. He thinks of himself like that. Well, guess what? Derek Jeter won a lot of titles. Mm-hmm. Like, you have to break through if you're Jalen Brunson. If he doesn't this series, doesn't take him to the finals, like this is big time stuff for Jalen.
Kind of a weird knob move, by the way. If I've studied Tom Brady and Derek Jeter, how do you study them? Do you read books about them?
Everything down to like what they both did financially to help out the teams. This is it's like a well documented thing that he's been studying the 2 of them.
So it's going to make it even funnier if they lose in this series.
He wants, like he said, he basically wants to emulate those two players and how they went through their careers. But the Jeter part of it, I've always found to be fascinating because it's like, well, Jeter just kept going to the World Series and winning. Like, he just kept
handing
doing
out
it.
Gift baskets. That was the other thing.
And that was a nice move. Yeah. I just thought that was a good gesture.
It's a classy touch.
Someone spends the night, you give them a gift basket, maybe a signed baseball in there, maybe some Nabisco crackers or something like that. Make sure they're a
nice maybe spicy jam.
Yeah, whatever's in the bag. I don't know what's in the bag.
Those play really well, especially got a nice spreadable cheese. Oh, boy.
Well, you just make sure that, people leave satisfied is all.
That's true.
They want that signed Derek Jeter baseball.
It's called a leave behind. Real estate, realtors, that's where I was going for it. Realtors do it all the time.
Is that right?
Derek Jeter does it as well.
Yeah, what was your gift package you used to leave for people?
Disappointment.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Just wrap that up, put that in a bow?
Yep. Yep.
You're not
sorry,
even
not sorry.
You're like, I'm not even calling you an Uber ride.
Yep.
You just get disappointment.
Oh, no. I was leaving, and we're talking about, of course, the show daily. Nothing else. Nothing more incendiary. I just think it's going to be really funny. Like, okay, so locally, the pressure's still on. And I think it's fair that there are still Cavs fans with 1 foot in, and I understand that. Like, I can't – I'm not going and implore you to get excited for this game if you're still a little bit of in prove-it mode with the Cavaliers. But nationally, there's just no pressure on the Cavs. Like, do I think there might be some pressure? Dan Gilbert feels some pressure here for the money he spent for all. Yes, I think so. Yeah. And do I think they might feel pressure because of that as well?
Donovan's got a lot of pressure on himself.
Yes.
There are certain players. Evan Mobley's got a lot of pressure on himself.
But I think that extends. I think the statute of those of whatever perimeter there is probably cuts off about Wayne County. Once you get past Wayne County, I don't think anybody in the world is putting any pressure on the Cavs team. And again, that will change in this series. If you go up 2-0, or if you go up 2-1, or if you go up in this series, the pressure dynamics change from game to game. And your best way to get some pressure on you is by taking game 1. But it's also the best way to just throw a lot of heat at the Knicks and just see if they're honestly equipped to handle it, because they've been it's so funny. We talk about the 8 games or how many days they've been off since they beat the Sixers.
Yeah.
And yes, that's part of it. They also haven't tasted adversity in like 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
So that's one of the big things, right? Is that so both teams have gotten to this playoffs in a different way. Cavs found themselves through 2 Game 7s and a bunch of adversity through there and trying to figure out how to play with each other. The Knicks just kind of found themselves in just having an offense just look better.
Yeah.
And it's not like they did anything to get there. They changed, great, Cat, you're now a point center. Congratulations. They didn't do that much in order to get there. Now, I am a little worried about what you just said, though. I am a little worried about the time off versus the 1 day off for the Cavs. My friends in the desert just have way too many numbers suggesting road underdogs in Game 1 after a Game 7 are 13-30 straight up. Teams coming off a 4-game sweep are 19-4 all-time in playoff series against teams coming off a 7-game series with 6 straight series wins. Like, tonight is not – there's a reason why Vegas is counting the Cavs out tonight. This is not set up for the Cavs in a great way.
All right, we're breaking protocol today. We don't usually take calls in the first segment here, but damn it, it's Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight.
You want to take some calls?
And I want to feel it. All right, I want to feel the weight of Cleveland upon me. I want to feel the good vibes as they roll in, or – if you got a doubt, we'll talk you into it. That's the kind of thing we're into today. 216-474-0092. Let's go with, okay, Joe, we are going to get to you, but Dom and Medina. Medina's closer, so I'm going to start with Medina here. Dom, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, thanks, guys. You guys just talked about, the rest versus rust factor in this all. And I know you just brought up the record and everything. That stands true. But at the same time, the Cavaliers just went through 2 tough series where – in my opinion, I feel like they may have faced more tough defenses than the Knicks have so far. I just feel like with the Cavs right now, the momentum is definitely on their side to take Game 1 at least in this. And I really do have a good feeling. I think whether it's Game 1 or Game 2, we could split, the first 2 games here. But another big thing that I was just pondering here is, I hope we don't look back on this. Say the Knicks somehow beat us in this, and we end up going into the offseason thinking, what can we do in the future? I really hope we don't look back on this and think, what could have been the 2025-2026 Cavaliers? What could have been in case Harden leaves or Mitchell, anything happens. I know it's the NBA, anything can happen, but I really just hope this goes our way. And, the Knicks fans have been talking like crazy on social media, on every outlet you can think of. It would make my week, make my year if we can just shut them up and take these Cavs to the finals here. Thanks, guys.
Dom, we appreciate you. That's the opening call vibe.
There we go. That was a tone setter right there.
Like that's
just like the Cavs tonight. That's a tone setter.
Well, and I think it's so funny. Like I don't think this Knicks team is to loaf. Like I think this team is going to show up in best state they can. To me, it's about the Cavs. Like, where are you mentally after Game 7? Are you still banged up? Are you still thinking about how exhausted you are? Or do you look at this as the opportunity that it is? Which is it is an opportunity to flip this series on its head and flip the way people think about you.
Sure.
It only is going to take one victory to all of a sudden the same people who are saying Knicks in 5 to be like, well, I never really considered the Cavs, but now I'm thinking about them.
And especially the way that this has all been framed. Again, like the idea that you get 0 rest essentially versus them having a bunch of rest. And by the way, one thing to note on that, historically, these type of situation, game ones, in talking about the road team with 1 day off, et cetera, all these things, first quarters actually go really well for these teams. Mm-hmm. So don't get fooled if the Cavs go up in the first quarter. It's quarter 2, 3, and 4 you got to worry about because the legs get tired.
Fooled.
Don't get fooled.
Let's get fooled.
Don't fall yourself into any sort of trap.
Get fooled
No,
and then win the game.
I'd love to just go win the game.
Yeah.
I'd love that, but this is part of the equation.
Joe in Columbus, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us? Where are we at with the Cavaliers?
Hey, fellas, I feel good. I think I was listening to you guys talk earlier and thinking about just so much of the narrative that's going around about the Knicks and just how they got this in the bag. Vegas thinks they got this in the bag, and I kind of love that for us. I think a lot of the times our Achilles heel in these series has been that we come into these things thinking that we kind of got it in the bag. We need to be knocked on our butt a little bit, and I feel like the past 5 years we've come into some playoff series thinking like, oh, this is an easy win. Think of Magic, that went to Game 7. Think of the Raptors, that went to Game 7. Think of when we played the Pacers last year, we got knocked on our ass pretty quick. Like, it was just like there's times we come into series thinking we got it in the bag, and then we get like completely washed. And I think that is good. I'm glad that people are kind of counting us out. I feel like we need this. I feel like we need to kind of be like counted out a little bit for us to get some fire on our butt. So I think I like our odds because I think this is one of the first times we're like a true underdog in some of these series in the past couple of years, and I love that for us. I think we need a little bit of spark. We need some bulletin board material. I don't think I've at one point in these past couple of years under the Donovan Mitchell era felt like we had any bulletin board material or something to be like, okay, bet, like, let's go prove everybody wrong. We haven't been proving anybody. In fact, we've been proving people wrong because we've been worse. Like, let's go prove people wrong because we're better tonight. And I think we can do it. I believe. So I'll see you guys. Thanks for the call.
All right. Joe, we appreciate it. I'm enjoying the vibe so far. This is the game one vibes that I needed.
I can keep this going for 5 hours.
Because I have been, okay. Nobody likes a braggart, but I've just
I meant the phone calls.
No, that's what I meant too. Yeah. No, I understand what you meant.
Am I speaking too much on behalf of Cleveland? Is that the idea?
No.
Am I writing checks they can't cash? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, I think they can cash it. I want them to cash it.
I think they should.
216-474-0092. Some people are saying you can't do it. JP and I, we're saying you can do it.
We believed in you when nobody said you could.
Yeah. Whatever this is, whatever you need to hear this as is how it should be.
It's a challenge. Let's
Quick
get after
hits.
it.
Coming up at 2:40, Michelle Beetle. Beetle and Decker and Run It Back TV, courtesy of FanDuel. Coming up at 3:20 today. John Fanta at 4:20. Albert Brea at 5:20 as well. But we start the show. Tim, Norm, you guys stick there. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson Says. At Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Which team is under more pressure? And I think we have to talk about what the Cavs really are up against, because I don't think we've really thought it through. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
interior, and storm doors. Then we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
They also haven't really beaten anybody to get to this point. I think the Cavs are going to be their toughest test to date in the playoffs. And they're in some ways a matchup nightmare for New York as well. Like, I mean, again, if Allen and Mobley can match the physicality of Towns and Robinson, you know, they're just as talented. I mean, they're able to have success against those guys. And you're right about putting pressure on, you know, Brunson and Josh Hart and whoever is, you know, Deuce McBride when he's out there, whoever's playing in that Knicks backcourt. I mean, you've got to make Brunson defend. They're going to make Harden defend. They're going to make Mitchell defend. You've got to make Brunson defend every possession. Try to get him to foul trouble. Try to wear him down because, look, ultimately, Towns is great. Anunoby's been a tremendous two-way player. Brunson's the head of the snake. Like, if you can erode him and make him a lesser version of himself, then you've got a great shot to win.
Chris Mannix on With the Morning Boys earlier today talking about how he actually found a national analyst that thinks the Cavs do match up well with the Knicks, which was nice. It was a nice...
That's very refreshing.
Yeah, other than people just espousing the same takes they've had for about 10 days now, which have definitely got stale, annoying, and...
Well, they don't even want to analyze this series. The hard part is everyone's so fixated on Spurs Thunder and trying to like dissect that and put all their energy into that this Cavs-Knicks series is just kind of getting glossed over, which is insane. It's a conference title series.
Well, and again, if you could just send the Knicks to the next round of the playoffs so they would be healthy, I think a vast majority of the people that I've heard talk about this outside of Cleveland would just do that. And that is so insulting. Like, there's something about this. Like, listen, when you play the Knicks, because of the attention it gets, there is going to be a little bit of just that natural Clevelandness that wakes up in me, right? A little bit of chip on my shoulder, a little bit of, I don't like the way you're kind of infantilizing our town or our team. Like, we got our criticisms of the team, but they've earned their right here. They punched their own ticket because of what they did on the court, which is something they haven't done the 3 previous years, really. But I was thinking about this, like, I think this is kind of the thing. Like, this series is the series that we've been feeling like Cleveland gets treated for my entire life. And somewhere around the championship, it stopped being this way, right? Cleveland got their championship, and everybody's like, all right, that's enough out of you, Cleveland. You know, you're no longer the lovable underdog, this kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
But I don't know that Cavs fans really understand that literally the Cavs are playing everyone in this series. The Cavs are playing the New York Knicks, obviously. They're playing the entire media who does not believe in them or want them to go into the NBA Finals. They're probably playing up against the actual referees themselves because I think the league office wants the Knicks in the NBA Finals.
I would bet that's true.
And I was thinking about this after last year with Indiana and OKC being the NBA Finals. You can't tell me that Adam Silver desperately wants a Cleveland OKC or Cleveland San Antonio NBA Finals. So you're basically playing the league office as well.
I mean, think about the backlash they did get last year when it was OKC versus Indiana. Like, that was a true narrative that existed because of the idea that it was like, where are the ratings going to come from? Now they got them because it's still the NBA, it's still the NBA Finals, they'll still exist. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. They're up against everything. I guess in many ways, though, we're just up against the same thing Indiana was up against last year. It's very identical, and Indiana was able to power through. So why can't we?
Because, well, okay, one more thing: Indiana didn't have James Harden, who is apparently the Voldemort of the NBA.
Like, there's just a lot of hate towards James Harden.
Like, it's so funny because we've had our own James Harden war here, and every time I hear somebody just immediately discount anything James Harden does, it's like, okay, he's actually been pretty okay.
Good,
like,
yeah.
Like, I don't think he's been James Harden of old. Well, he's old James Harden. Like, he's not going to be James Harden of old.
He's 36 years old.
Which is still 5 years younger than me. But the point is, he's in much more of his physical prime than I am.
Ancient for basketball
that is true.
terms.
But no,
Larry Bird was cooked at 34.
Larry Bird today would still be playing. Okay, not now because he's like 70. But if Larry Bird played in this era, he would have played like 40 games a year. He would have played 30 years, and he would have won 17 titles.
And just as many bar fights.
I don't know. It's a different era. Kids today don't want it the same way.
So the 85 title would have actually gone to them because he wouldn't have gotten in the bar fight and he would have been all right.
Yeah.
Because he won 84 and 86. 85 got discounted because it's a bar fight. Just broke his hand. And everyone just acts like that's just an okay thing to happen in NBA
Boston.
history.
That is okay.
Everyone's just like, yeah, of course.
If that happened in Indiana, it would have been a real scandal. But in Boston, it's like he's one of us.
While he was winning, he won
meter.
3 straight MVPs in 84, 85, 86. It's like, yeah, of course his season just ended with a broken hand in a bar fight. Of course it did.
Wait, he's violent? Oh, I couldn't love him anymore.
Of course it did. Why didn't it end that way?
216-474-0092. I think this is really the rallying cry, and I think Cavs fans, I think this is the series to unite Cavs fans. Because I think very early tonight, you're going to get an understanding of what the Cavs are truly up against, and it's not just 15 guys in a Knicks uniform.
Yeah, but
it is the entire NBA.
Heavy wears the crown, though. If you get after this Knicks team early and often, and let's say you go up 2-0 or even 2-1, the amount of people in the national media that will go from we want this Knicks story because they're lovable losers and they haven't been to the finals since 99 and all these other type of things, haven't won since 73, will flip. People in New York will still be obviously gung-ho about it, but they'll go for the salacious part of the story. A Knicks meltdown is going to be more satisfying to the national media than the Knicks just advancing calmly and briskly and going through 5 games against the Cavs.
216-474-0092. Which team is under more pressure? Tim in Cleveland, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Cleveland!
This is for you.
We're whooping their ass tonight. Whoop. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Oh, you're fine.
You can say that word. I say that word. Just none of the other words.
Sorry. I think we're going to beat them down tonight. And as far as pressure goes, I think they're under a lot more pressure just because everyone is looking at the first 2 series as everything that it wasn't. Not that, Atlanta or the Sixers deserve to be on the court with them.
Tim, you celebrating a little bit before game 1 there, buddy boy?
No, I'm not. I'm just excited. I'm just ready for us to beat them down the same way we did the Pistons in Game 7.
I'm ready for it. Tim, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. He's no Mike. Mike usually calls in, and Mike's like, oh, my God, Mike, somebody pick you off the floor. I thought Tim was.
He started hot.
Yeah, he did. Now, I think much like, and did you call in before you got into the business? Like when you were a kid?
Never, not
All
once.
Right. I did distinctly remember in 16 calling into a radio show, and I had the beginning idea, and then I had nothing else behind it. So you throw out the Cleveland!
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, wait, I don't know what the next thing I'm supposed to do is.
That's still good, though. It's energy.
I thought he landed it.
It's energy.
I thought he landed it.
I did nothing in actually contributing to sports radio shows that I listened to and liked until they started doing those text lines in different spots. And then I would do the text line, but then I get frustrated because then they wouldn't read my text on the text line, and so I stopped doing that.
So I was not the...
I was like, it's such a good point. Why aren't you reading it?
I was not hired when the station first launched, and I was bitter about it for about 3 weeks. And then I was listening to Ken. They were talking, I think, Indians at the time. And I called in, and I made my point. It was very good. And I felt like, all right, I'll never work at that station, but at least I had a good call.
Yeah.
And like a week later, Andy Roth was like, hey, would you like to work here? And I was like, it was the call. He heard the voice. Not a chance in hell.
Not a chance. He had no idea.
But at that moment, I needed that bit of delusion to feel like that was going to be my olive branch.
We're going to call that one a misprediction on your behalf, by the way. I'll never work at this place.
Well, okay. I got one wrong.
Yeah.
Norm and Ken, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Norm.
Hey, how you doing?
Norm.
Hey, I'm good. Hey, so would you say that Donovan Mitchell is one of, say, 8 to 10 superstars in the league?
I think he's a top 10 player in the league. I don't know. When you get 10 superstars is too many superstars, but I guess he's got the superstar label.
There's a lot of guys playing right now. Even brand name, it gets really fuzzy real quick. Guys like LeBron and KD and stuff like that. But sure.
I don't think Brunson ain't got nothing on Mitchell. I mean, come on.
I like that energy.
He's a solid player. This 7.5 point spread is crazy. There's no way they're losing by 7.5. I'll go so far as they're going to win tonight. If they don't win, they're going to at least cover the spread. I mean, 7.5. So I was listening to your sister station out in the fan WFAN.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a
little sister.
And,
more like it.
Dude, they already won. They already went to the final.
I know. Yeah, and it's insane.
All right, Nate, we get
Norm. I can't figure it out. Nick, I can't figure it out.
Norm, we got a boogie, buddy. Thank you very much.
I really can. I don't know. Outside of just the weirdness of so many days off and then playing after 1 day rest, I can't figure out why the line is what it is, and I can't figure out why the Knicks fans are so cocky about the whole thing.
This is textbook Knicks. When they're good, no matter how good they actually are, there's never been a better team in the NBA. When they're a bad team, there's never been anybody worse. And by the way, New York is very rarely ever right about the Knicks. They're always 10% too high or 10% too low. And what I hear when I say that is a great opportunity to slam these idiots back down to earth.
That would be nice. That'd be very nice. I don't know. Knicks history is littered with them having confidence and then just falling for the slipping on the banana peel, and it does feel like it's just setting that up. It's just setting that up again is all it is.
Please, Lord.
They never
please,
get what they want at the end of the day, and so this in a weird way it sets it up perfect for us to just be the benefactors of that.
Which team is under more pressure, and where's your faith in the Cavs' ability to steal Game 1 here? And Victor Wembanyama, good at basketball. He leads off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Michelle Beetle coming up in about 40 minutes' time. Trigger warning. Michelle does not believe in this Cavs team. Not if I believe what I saw from her Twitter account on Run It Back TV.
Wait, I thought you said she did believe in the Cavs.
No, she did not.
Oh no.
Or I think she was canvassing the room for someone to make this an interesting series because she doesn't believe it's going to be one. So again, trigger warning. We're going to treat her fairly, though. She's a very incredibly talented human being.
You know what's, yeah, she's great.
We also really just like Michelle when she's in any role she's in. So
she also recently popped up on my Facebook Friends You May Know tab.
Oh, that's a good glow up for you.
Yeah, but why do they keep? I feel like in the past couple weeks, it's given me a lot of people that are well outside of my friend circle.
I don't know. I also get that.
Adam Silver popped up the other day. It's like, why is Adam Silver on my friends? I should know.
That's not a good Facebook friend. Michelle Beetle can hang. Like, she's in San Antonio, she's in Rome, she's a globetrotter, she's always dating, like, some Hollywood babe.
I think we had one mutual friend, I think, in Anthony Lima.
Oh, well, that's not the gateway.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just
because that's a tough one, because you're always judged by your mutual friends. If I was judged by Lima, ooh, I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
Although his Bubble Boy bit on Ken today.
That was really funny.
That was a 10 out of 10.
That was really funny.
And kudos to 10. Kudos to Ken,
bubble
rather.
outside of your bubble.
No, Ken came close, but he backed down a little bit. Proud of him.
Ken got so pissed.
He realized what was happening. Real quick, though, before we get to quick hits. Mike in Cleveland, how we feeling about the Cavs tonight?
Well, just so you know, I'm not on the floor as of now, but the prediction will be this. The Cavs tonight by 6.
Mm-hmm.
Max Strus is going to have a game. Jared Allen is going to show up. And Donovan Mitchell, I think a double-double, 25, 12.
Okay.
Possibly triple-double. And Harden will give you 14.
Okay.
And I am not on the floor.
14.
I have to defend myself. My mother is listening.
Well, no, we were talking about another Mike in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. I bet.
Who totally calls in, totally sober, and definitely doesn't curse or get thrown off the air.
Just so you know, I'm driving when that happens. I'm not on the floor.
No, I would not. I don't think that's good, Mike. We appreciate you.
I don't think that's good either, Mike.
Mike really does. Mike's good for a couple really nice things. He gave us some definitives there.
Yeah.
And at the end, it's time to let Mike off the hook.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you know what? Yeah, maybe let's not talk about
Never
driving.
clarified what 14 we're talking about with Harden.
That's true.
Is that assists?
Well, no, I think he said
turnovers?
I think he said he's going to score 14. Also, Jared Allen will show up. I hope he shows up.
Well, he said Max Strus will have a game.
Yeah, he will.
I think he will. I think that is definitive. He will have a game.
Is that how you call in if you're kind of hedging your bets on how you think the Cavs are going to do? So it's like, Evan Mobley, he's going to play tonight. I'm going to tell you now.
There's just so many people on this team that can actually impact things. I feel like people could get stuck in a rut if they're like, and then Jared Allen, and then Evan Mobley, and then you're just naming names.
It's a Tyson game tonight.
Yeah, you just keep naming names.
Yep. I'm going to call it. It's a Tyson game tonight.
Big Dean Wade defensive night tonight.
You know who nobody's talking about in this game? Schroeder, he's a spark plug.
You should corner the Schroeder market.
Yeah, he's kind of like, other than the fact he's German.
It's just sitting there for you.
He's got a lot I like.
By the way, what did Baskin and Phelps have these like Schroeder gummy bears in here? Did you see that?
The Schroeder gummies?
So they brought in like these gummy bears from Germany that are all like Schroeder. It's like a Dennis Schroeder branded gummy bear.
Okay.
And the grossest
thing ever. Is there marijuana in it?
I had some of them actually.
Oh,
earlier.
I was hoping you didn't, because the grossest thing ever. They tried like showcasing how they're different. Like one's a basketball and then one's a Dennis Schroeder autograph for some reason, and they're all in gummies. And then they put them all on this table right here, this table that I'm putting my hand on right now, and this is the grossest table in the history of tables.
Yeah,
this table.
I think it was before that segment.
Yeah, good call, Mac.
I think you
got to them before they got on the table. Sure,
absolutely.
You're definitely getting sick. You're 100% getting sick.
And Mac already has the hantavirus. That's where we're at with Mac.
How do you combat that virus?
Yeah. Dennis Schroeder gummies,
bears, of course.
Just to be clear, they're not alcohol. They're not weed gummies. They're just normal. It's like Shaq Gushers.
It's just normal. Exactly right. It's like the Shaq. It's like Shaq's branded. Although his is weird because this is just like his head.
Yeah.
This is like different Dennis Schroeder themed gummies.
Yeah,
They're delicious.
It was a shoe and a Dennis Schroeder autograph.
But
And
those
then even
Germans
worse-
really know how to candy, don't they?
Even worse, the Baskin and Phelps.
We will make a Schroeder shoe.
The account that tweeted this out from Baskin and Phelps, it said, "Here are what all the different gummies."
Here are a bunch of different gummies. This is his signature. You will enjoy.
You do make people wonder: are the actual gummies? What kind of gummies are they? Yeah, he's the whole cartoon character, Dennis Schroeder, right on.
This
there.
one's shaped like a wall, but it's broken.
There's like a sneaker in here. There's just a number 17 one. I love this for Dennis Schroeder. We used to have all sorts of different, candy bars and such for different athletes and everything. The Peyton Hillis salsa we used to have up top.
That's true. Which I was talked out of eating because of botulism.
Yeah,
it's a good point by Andy Roth.
I feel like they've
had
kind
some
of
sense that
kind of
day.
moved away from those type of things in recent years. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Although Jose's got his own salsa at this point.
Got to have a salsa.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Wemby, a.k.a. the Alien, a.k.a. Victor Wembanyama, had a 41-point, 24-rebound performance in the Spurs' 122-115 OT win over the Thunder in Game 1 last night and was asked about losing the MVP to SGA, his motivation for Game 1.
Just curious if that was in your mind at all, knowing that Shea had got that award and you were in the top 3 for it. And, did any part of tonight feel personal? Some of your facial expressions kind of look like you were really, really going for it.
Yeah, for sure. Everything you just said. I want to get that trophy, many times in my career.
There's a whole second half of that as well. But do you
Agreed.
like this answer from Wemby?
100%. He should have felt disrespected. I love when athletes feel disrespected about not getting hardware. And I love that this was his mentality on it. I also love the idea that SGA came out and no hyperbole here, had the worst half of basketball he's had in 3 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely miserable for the first half of that game. So I think that all comes into play, yeah.
I like it when it's real. Like with the athletes who do the Michael Jordan, and I took that personally for everything. It's like Dennis Schroeder has a gummy and I don't. I took that personally. That's just annoying. It's like nobody can be perpetually annoyed like that. I know. I'm perpetually annoyed. I'm a father of 3 daughters, and I've been married for 20 years. There's a state of annoyance that I am constantly at, and even you seem unattainable and unrealistic. Wemby legitimately seemed like he played with a fire in his belly.
He's pissed.
Additionally, because of the MVP, and for him to say it afterwards, like, yes, everything you just said. I almost did a really bad French. I really liked it. And by the way, that 38-foot pull-up 3
insane
was a gross display of basketball.
One of the interesting parts of the Wemby experience was him calling out SGA and talking about ethical basketball and basically doing the free throw merchant stuff. This has not been a hey, I got robbed in the MVP, I'm going to go out and make this personal. This has been personal for Wemby the entire year. If anything, you make an argument he's been so outspoken about it that any response but this would have been weird. Omaha! But I loved it. But, that is what it is. Jackson Smith and Jigba reveals he feels disrespected. Okay, the Offensive Player of the Year trophy that they presented him said Defensive Player of the Year instead. NFL spokesman Brian McCarthy told The Athletic later on they're going to send him a new trophy. But the acknowledgement of this is really funny to me. He's like, of course, like the teams he played against this year, we know how great an offensive player he is. We just had a problem spelling it. So the NFL's league office is like, yeah, we just made a mistake there, I guess. It just is. If he didn't put this publicly out there, he just would have lived with a Defensive Player of the Year trophy for the rest of his life.
Yeah, so remember when I said guys who make everything personal and it seems fake and forced? This would be one of them.
Okay.
It's an award. You think
NFL...
Roger Goodell was like, hey, can you put Defensive Player of the Year award on there? Also, can we have a typo in there so it makes even dumber? That makes it look even dumber.
But he got screwed. In the NFL honors stuff, he got screwed. Because was it Drewski? I think Drewski didn't say his name correctly. And then just messed that up completely. Now he's getting awards that don't even say the right side of the ball that he plays.
You're a Super Bowl champion and you were the Offensive Player of the Year. Grow up. Like, at some point,
Okay.
oh, gosh. It's like Jeff Bezos come out and be like, I have too much money and my hot wife is too hot.
Would you have ever said anything, or would you have just let it be? I think it's almost a more interesting
from the
story
Midwest.
if you
I
just
would
let
have
it be.
eaten this. I would have just been like, not a thing at all.
Yeah, I think it's a more interesting story if you just kind of let it be. And it's like, yeah. And anyone that looks at it is like, did they get this wrong? It's like, yeah, stupid NFL. Yes, they did.
Now, here's the funny thing.
I'd sell the other one, by the way. When you send the new one, I'd sell the other one.
100%. That's a brilliant idea. But here's how many hands touched that thing and didn't read it, or did read it and then didn't say, hey, this is the wrong award, or this is not saying the right thing, or there's a spacing error on it.
There was a spacing error, yeah.
Like, how many people saw that and either did nothing or just didn't realize it because they're also stupid?
I'm going to assume they don't have like an in-house trophy guy. I'm going to assume that they outsourced this and they just kind of wrote the letters on there, and then somebody in a shop in New York just royally screwed up to the point where they're probably going to lose their big NFL commission off of this.
You hate to see it.
Hate to see it.
All right, we briefly talked about this yesterday, but more details have come out about Texas Tech's quarterback Brennan Sorsby's letter to the NCAA, where he said he bet on Indiana football as a member of the team 3 years ago to feel closer to the team. He wasn't playing at the time. Sorsby seeking an injunction against the NCAA so he can play in 2026. They've found out the judge that has a chance to grant this injunction, and he looks like the biggest Texas Tech fan in the history of Texas Tech football.
Okay, that's good.
If he doesn't get that, he'll likely head to the NFL via the supplemental draft. Where does this excuse rank amongst the reason I gamble or reason I did bad things line? I just wanted to feel closer to the team.
All right, so at first I was like, because I'm trying to put myself in his shoes, and at first, if this is the only thing he gambled on, I would have been like, okay, I can kind of get there. He's not playing in the games. He wants to feel like he's close to the team, so he bets on them, and so it feels like, I'm winning in this, even if I'm not really playing or doing anything. Like there's a part of my brain that can actually get to that from a gambling perspective. I can actually get there, but then you look it up, and Sorsby was gambling on everything, like everything, like Turkish
football,
basketball. I think he was betting on like badminton, like ping pong. Like the man is gambling on everything, and so that's just got a problem. That's okay. You just have a problem. You're addressing it.
I feel like if we extrapolated this exact same logic and used it elsewhere, could you go before a judge and say, Your Honor, I bought and did those drugs because I wanted to feel closer to my community? No, you couldn't. You couldn't be like, I bought 10 pounds of Bam Bam because I just really wanted to feel closer to the city of Cleveland. You couldn't do that. But for some reason...
That's breaking the actual law. One thing is breaking the law, and one thing is breaking NCAA law. Those are two different things.
Yeah, but it's still a stupid rebuttal. It's still nonsensical. I'm doing something to feel closer to something. That's an addict speaking, by the way.
We're in Hail Mary territory. Mary territory here. Like this is what this is for Brendan Sorsby. This is when you start throwing up these deep shots. Because if you go through the betting history and what he was actually betting on, anybody with half a brain will see that this was not just you trying to get closer to your teammates. This was you having an actual problem.
Hopefully, this is more accurate than Brendan Sorsby was for most of last year. Just kidding. He's got an accuracy problem. But all the other stuff he does really, really well. We actually would like him here in Cleveland. He's a very talented young man. It's a stupid thing. That is Quick Hits, one of two Brown stories that will not go away. We might have an end in sight, though. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Michelle Beetle coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll get her take on the Cavs and Knicks. A little bit of Wemby talk as well. She's very close with the San Antonio organization. I believe she still does some broadcasting for them. So very excited to talk to Michelle in about 20 minutes. I think we found who we can feud with.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah. So, every like big series or every big game is picked by Air Corgi.
Yeah. The little puppy that does the little hits the ball off the nose and goes in different. Yeah.
Boops the ball, goes into a basket, and then you find out who's going to win.
Yeah.
This dog picked Knicks in 6.
Say it ain't so.
I remember a time.
We're in beef with an internet dog.
I remember a time when internet dogs had scruples.
Is that right?
Instead of just going with whether Stephen A. Smith said.
Is that what you think happened here?
I think Stephen A. got to him.
Maybe the beach ball was rigged.
I think maybe Jerry Ferreira got to him.
Is it a frozen beach ball? I don't know.
Promised him maybe, hey, new Entourage spinoff. You want to be in it? You'll be the Air Corgi. You can be Turtle's best friend. Turtle and Air Corgi.
Okay.
I'm starting to see the angles here, and I don't like how it looks. Is what I'm saying.
It's not great.
So bleep this dog. I'm a dog guy.
Where's the prognosticator from the last series? The medium that was basically just saying she saw something and it was Cavs. It was Cavs in 7 was what that last series was. Where's that person? That's the one I want to hear from.
I don't know. We need to find her.
She said good things. Now I want to know what she thinks about for Cavs.
Mac,
Knicks.
can you find the soothsayer medium? Some say oracle. If she picks the Cavs, she's an oracle. If she picks the Knicks, she's a hack. Everybody does that.
That's basically how I was going to look
at it.
Cavs,
and you're a seer.
Yeah.
You can see beyond this thin veil of humanity.
The seer of seers.
And maybe you can see into if it is a simulation. You can see into the simulation. You can see what those zeros and ones are saying.
All I know is she was on a hot streak with Cavs in 7 on that last series, and so I'd like to hear what she has to say now.
That's true, as long as she says something nice about the Cavs. So, that being said, Browns OTA's going on. Myles Garrett not expected to show up, which means you, me, and everybody can expect another couple weeks of are the Browns about to trade Myles Garrett talk.
Okay, good. We're going to do a couple more weeks of this?
Yeah.
When do we have a conclusion on does the season have to start? Is that the idea?
I'm actually very, very happy that you said this.
Okay.
Because I get it. Like, I think this is an internet creation. I think this is a media creation. I think it's been a very boring offseason. Last year, one of the 5 biggest stories for about 6 weeks was Myles Garrett asking for a trade.
Yeah.
The Browns then went out there, gave him a contract, and then won 5 games. So I understand all the little bit of reporter media math that goes on. The new twist is they're really in the middle of a rebuild, and Myles isn't going to be good by the time you get good again, which is saying something because I still think they have a chance to be good this year. But I digress. But this is very clearly a media narrative. And there are people in the media who want this to be a story because, quite frankly, it's still a boring NFL offseason compared to what we're used to.
Yeah, we've had a lot of nothing.
So I'm going to give this – I'm opening up the banks here. If you want to talk about trading – I don't personally want to trade Myles Garrett. I don't really want to talk about trading Myles Garrett because I also don't think they're going to do it. But it is open season on this topic from now until June 2nd. But that is your drop-dead date. If June 3rd,
I don't know
you're still bringing it up, I'm sorry, that's hack.
Isn't because hold on, what's hack about it? Like Michael Parsons got traded well after June 2nd last year.
He had already requested a trade. Myles has not requested a trade.
Is that the difference in this for you?
I think that's a pretty big difference.
Okay.
Yeah. Myles has already gotten paid. Yes, you might want to adjust his contract here. But yeah, I don't. And this might become a story if you get halfway through this next year and you're a 1-17.
Okay, so unless Myles requests a trade,
yes,
we're just going to cut it off.
Correctamundo. But I'm giving you till June 2nd.
Hold on. This sounds very similar to the Ken thing, where Ken was like, I'm not talking about Myles Garrett, and then proceeded to talk about Myles Garrett every day for 2 weeks after that.
No. I'm saying it's open season.
I'm not talking about Myles Garrett, and then he talked about Myles Garrett legitimately for the next 10 shows.
I'm saying right now it's open season until really June 3rd. You get all the way through the end of June 2nd, and if by June 2nd, 11:59:59, heading into June 3rd, if he's still here, they're not trading him. Because if you're going to do it, you're going to do it on June 2nd to rip that Band-Aid off as quickly as humanly possible. So maybe people forget by the time training camp comes along, and certainly you're hoping people forget before week 1. If you're going to do it before the season, that's when you do it. You don't do it a week before the regular season.
Okay.
And right? Like that wouldn't make sense. If you're going to if you've got plans to trade him, and if those people are right, all these media members clearly just making this up. Well, it would have to happen June 2nd. If by the time we get to June 3rd, if he's not dealt, well, I'm assuming Miles is going to be here up until at least the trade deadline.
I mean, I would assume if they're going to do any sort of trade, they've already been fielding the offers. But I am trying to figure out if after June 2nd, if all of a sudden then they start fielding even more offers, and maybe that's where that goes.
I think the Browns understand this specific scenario a lot better than maybe we give them credit for. I think they understand because you've been so steadfast about not trading Miles, and because you've done such a united front about what he means and where you're going, the fact that they want to present the front that they're trying to compete this year. I think they understand a prolonged trade kind of scenario with Miles would be the worst possible thing.
I mean, what if they get to a spot where they look around and they just think, wow, Shedeur Sanders really isn't it. Deshaun Watson, boy, he stinks. And then they just, a quarterback competition that they thought was going to develop just can't possibly develop because neither quarterback is nearly as good as they thought?
Then I think that's probably, points for failure on planning.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
If you couldn't see it coming from a mile away that this quarterback thing might fizzle out and might not work out, and then you get to like July 28th
well, I mean, as
of
right now, you think that Shedeur and Deshaun, somebody's going to be at least serviceable at the quarterback spot. And so like if they're living with that right now, and then they fast forward a month or so, and they're like, whoa, I mean, once we actually saw them on the field, it just wasn't it. This season is headed straight to the toilet. We gotta reevaluate and regroup.
Yeah, you can do that about week 8. You got to let them play out. Once you get to camp, you got to let the chips fall where they may.
Okay, so then we get to open up for a midseason trade potentially.
I think so. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do think if they were really bad this year, someone's going to offer, and Miles is healthy, someone's going to offer everything you want and more for Miles.
Because people like Albert that's joining us at 520 are always going to be convinced that the Browns should have traded him, are making the wrong decision here and even keeping him. And anytime he comes up, he's going to come up with the idea that he should have been gone.
And we're locking him in as well. I want to hear him say...
Well, he can't lock Albert Breer in.
Well, no. What I mean is I want to hear him say definitively what percentage chance do you give Miles to not be a Cleveland Brown on June 3rd? I want to start with, because again, this is how rumors turn into bigger stories and reports and all this. I want to try and lock this down. I want everyone, by the time we get to June 3rd, either Miles isn't here anymore and we can stop talking about it, or Miles isn't here. Oh, wait, what did I say? Miles is either here.
You doubled down on it. Yeah, I got what you're saying. And by the way, I agree with you. I don't think he's going to be traded. I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
And I can't tell if it's because the idea that Miles' window is going to close right around the time the Browns get competitive is not the timeline that I think the Browns are working on. Mm-hmm. I really do believe the Browns think that if it doesn't go well with quarterbacks this year, next year they're going to draft a quarterback, but they'll have the whole entire rest of the team all around them, and they've been building this thing to just plug in the quarterback. I think they believe, and they might be wrong in this assessment, but they believe that next year is going to be really competitive. Not 2026, 2027. It's going to be really competitive. Well, Miles' window isn't just going to close in a season.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Again, there will be a time where maybe trading Miles makes sense. And here I also want to leave open this one door. Just because they said it publicly doesn't mean that privately they haven't had considerations. And the thing that made me think about this June 3rd deadline is pretty simple. Andrew Berry got James Gladstone to shut up about the Travis Hunter trade for, what is it? Was it 2 full weeks that they sat on that story?
Yeah.
So it's apparent that Andrew and this front office can lock another front office down and say, you're going to get what you want on June 2nd. You just have to. I mean, hell, we know A.J. Brown's traded to New England already, and we don't know what the actual terms of the actual deal are.
No, but the Browns can keep a tight lip.
So we know it can happen, and if it's going to happen, that's the way it's going to happen, by the way. It'll be one day, hey, yep, it'll be June 2nd. Oh, my God, can't believe it happened. We couldn't pass this up. Miles gets to go to a winner. They will have thought all of this out in painstaking detail before it happens, and they actually will be able to execute the PR messaging from it. But if he's here June 3rd, all right, talk to you in November, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like the timeline for Miles is also one of these things that the Browns look at just very differently than fans. I feel like a lot of fans think that Miles is just going to be, I don't know, a depreciating asset for the next 2 years, and then it's like, why did we miss trading him? I think they look at Miles as somebody that's going to play for a really, really long time and like stretch the limits of how long you can be great at that position because of how well he takes care of his body.
And I will tell you, so I do think this is where I think 90% of Browns fans couldn't give a rat's ass about Miles' value. 10% I do think do, but I think it's inverse for the media. I think 90% of people are we got to get value for Miles. No, believe it or not, there are some players who are just consistently great for most of their career. They stay in one spot for the entirety of that career, and then at the end of their career, they go to the Hall of Fame. Like this, I understand the value-driven, obsessed media to some degree, but to the degree it's like, well, you got to trade Miles now. No, you don't. No, because the second you actually do get the quarterback, whether that's Deshaun, Shador, or a quarterback next year, the second you actually get the quarterback, you know what you're going to think to yourself? You know what I could really use right now? A Miles Garrett.
Well, so the other part of this equation, though, is we still have not yet figured out how Miles feels about Todd Monken being hired. We still don't know how he feels about this team moving forward. Like the other part of this, and you could just say, well, it doesn't matter. I do the same thing you did last year and tell him I don't care. You're a Cleveland Brown. Sure, that exists. It does. It's part of the cards, but we don't know how Miles feels about any of this at this point.
Fair, and that's why I think June 3rd makes a lot of the June 3rd deadline makes a lot of sense for this. Because again, if Miles this time secretly requested a trade, and the Browns again keeping it under wraps, like I'm leaving the door open that all right, they understand that if you're going to do this, you don't broadcast it, you take the PR hit, rip it off in one quick smooth Band-Aid pull, and then you move on. But you don't telegraph it, and you certainly don't. You kind of don't sit in it as well.
It would tank the enthusiasm for this upcoming season for Browns fans.
Yeah, it'd be back by the time training camp comes around. I really do believe,
because you're signaling to everybody that this year, and they're already. We were kind of like mixed on whether or not they are doing that or aren't doing that as is. If you trade Myles Garrett, you're telling the fan base don't care about 2026.
It depends on what you get back. If you got a solid starting defensive end and 3 first-rounders in return for him, or if you got somebody to put in that quarterback room.
I would imagine it would all be about the 2027 draft picks.
Yeah, and 2028, I think that makes a lot of sense.
We can extend it out.
But if there is, and I don't know the quarterback off the top of my head because I can't think of one, if there's a deal in which you can get a decent starting veteran quarterback, or maybe as part of this deal, I don't know how it works because the salary cap is beyond me, but if you could find a way to package Miles and Deshaun's contracts together, I think there are ways that you could do this that would excite people. I think that the devil's in the details, though. You can't let the story fester and breathe air to it with a public trade request. If you're going to trade Miles, you just rip the Band-Aid off on June 2nd. Otherwise, if he's here June 3rd, well, I'm safe until at least, week 9?
Week 9,
10?
Yeah. All right, so lock it in for yourself. You're going to ask Albert about the percentages. Lock in your percentage.
I'm saying it's a 92.3% chance.
It's a good percentage.
That Miles will be here on June 3rd.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that also happened to be a couple of my lucky numbers.
Is that right now?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a lucky number for myself. I'm like, my number was like 87.2. There's nothing in this 87.2.
You said 850. You'd really piss Keith off.
It crossed my mind.
Kind of was rooting for
it. Don't know why.
216 pulls off an NWO shirt. 216-474-0092. If Miles is here June 3rd, should all Miles trade convos die? I say yay. Michelle Beetle talks Cavs-Knicks, Game 1, in 5 minutes on 98.3 The Fan. Feel the power.
mandatory minicamp running June 9th to 11th. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Michelle Beetle from Run It Back on FanDuel TV joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We've got John Fanta coming up in 1 hour's time. The man has literally been everywhere in the last 3 weeks. So hopefully we get him at a time he's rested and ready for game one of the Eastern Conference Finals. And we're going to need him. We're going to need full Fanta tonight because he, of course, lives in New Jersey, which means there's a little bit of the devil in him.
Is that what that is?
You live that close to Madison Square Garden, and I'm sure at some point you find yourself talking about basketball is just different there.
And they just, somehow Patino pops out, and it's just one big celebration.
And then, no, not going to make that joke because we got to get to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. I pulled the joke there because we got a great guest here, Beetle and Decker, Run It Back TV. Michelle Beetle joining us right now. Hi, Michelle.
What's up, guys? No, by all means, make fun of the Garden. I'm here for it, and I'm condoning it.
Well,
so,
see,
yeah.
This is. I'm so glad to have you because I know you hate Knicks fans.
Yeah.
But
definitely,
I'm not sensing a great deal of belief in the Cavs here in this series, and I need somebody nationally to believe in the Cavs because I'm a little sick of the bing bong hysteria that I'm hearing from the Natty.
Well, I'll say this. You know what? The Cavs have been, and you guys know this more than anyone, there's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. And this goes back to last year, obviously. So I think some of us feel like we got burned, like we jumped in feet first, all about the Cavs, love Kenny Atkinson, love the makeup of the team, like nothing bad to say about anybody. And then it sort of just fizzled out like a bad firecracker. And so I think part of that is we're a little bit burned by that. I think the other part of that is that New York looks so strong so far, but they've also been off for a year and a half. I mean, they've been throwing birthday parties, and Mitchell Robinson's it feels like they're on vacation. I do think there is value in that for the Cavs to be coming in. Couldn't be more confident, coming in hot. I'm a big fan of game one upsets. We just had one, quote unquote, last night. OKC was off forever. So, I also am a jinx. And so if I feel something deep in my heart, that is usually wrong, and that is in your favor.
All right, we like this. No, jinx away.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
You're good. I'm the mush. I am the mush. It's why I'm very superstitious about my own team and how I post and tweeting and all. I'm very superstitious about it. So, yeah, I feel like, Donovan Mitchell, this is all new territory. And I think most people are legitimately thrilled for him. So, yeah. There is definitely a polarizing aspect to the New York Knicks, probably more their fans than the team itself. I really don't have an issue with the team, but we all want to shut the fans up. So it'd be better if you guys did it and not wait till the finals. We would very much appreciate that as a nation.
Yeah, Michelle, I just think it's so odd. It's like they went through the Hawks and then basically a Joel Embiid-less 76ers team. And large point differential, I get it, but people are acting as if the Knicks are all of a sudden the greatest team ever assembled.
Yeah, but I think that's all Knicks too, right? Like everything with them is magnified by 100. Normal things that most teams would just sort of deal with. It is so elevated for them, and I think part of that is and I don't mean this negatively. I mean, we're all, as fans, we're desperate, right? Like the whole point is we're desperate for wins and championships. I think that fan base, more than a lot, has been feeling that sort of desperation thirst for a really, really long time, and they almost just get so amped up. I mean, look, they were naming streets last season. That was one of the most cringe things I've seen in a really long time, to just go ahead and get ahead of yourself. So they have to get to the finals or it's a failure because you fired your coach for not. So they're in a weird place as far as expectation, the spotlight that automatically comes with New York and everything about it. So I am legitimately excited for tonight's game because I do think the first 5 minutes will be chaotic. We got a lot of rest and we got a lot of confidence coming in. It's a good clash.
All right, this is a loaded question. It's kind of the only one I really ask anymore. Donovan or Jalen Brunson, who's a better player?
Oh, dang. That's tough. You know what? I'll answer it like this. It's probably like the weenie answer, but I feel like Donovan, we know this, has not had the chance yet to sort of show these big, giant moments what he's capable of, which is, again, why this series is so important, I think, for him and his legacy and kind of his place in this league. Whereas Brunson now has had quite a few of those hot, spicy moments that he just kind of carries the team on his back. Physically, it's crazy. Like, I don't know that I'm picking one necessarily over the other. The fact that we once were faced with possibly that decision for the Knicks is still sort of crazy in the back of my mind. I think Jalen Brunson gets a slight nod, but that is only because he's had more clutch moments in big times. That's it. Donovan can change all that, literally, in the span of 2 weeks.
All right, if you were to rank the top 5 players in this matchup, how would you do it?
Oh, man. Okay. So that's a tough one because there's talent and then there's players that I count on. Like, I think those are sometimes not even close to the same thing. And Cat would be a prime example. I'm going to go Jalen Donovan. I'm going to do Cat, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's going to not disappear every other game. But that is not normally the pattern. So I'm probably going to look stupid when this is all said and done. I'm going to go Evan Mobley. And I think this is weird. I think for the value and coming off that last series, what you guys like, Max Strus is an annoying person if you're the other team. I think there's a lot of value in sort of what he brought, and I'm just going to go ahead and throw him in there. It could be the hair, but also I think he was very valuable for you guys.
Strus over Harden.
Yeah, I just I still go back to Game 6 Spurs when he really just sort of cemented a bad rep, but again, I want his legacy to change in this as well. I'm telling you, like, nobody dislikes James Harden. I feel like he's the kid that we're all rooting for. And then if he doesn't do it, we're just sort of collectively like, oh, like we're sad about it, even though he doesn't play for my team. I think he's on the way to sort of maybe crush some of that, but the pressure's on, man. You cannot go back. You cannot revert to old playoff Harden.
So it's interesting you say that because I do think, and this is an approximate number, I've clearly vetted it, 33% of people, the second they hear James Harden's on a team, just says, well, they're going to lose because James Harden. And so I want to believe that there are people rooting for James Harden to subvert the narrative about him. But it feels like even if James was good in a loss, he still would take the L. Like the Cavs don't just need to advance in this; he also needs to be one of the 2 biggest reasons to shed that narrative because he has to go above and beyond, or the goalpost will move. Is that a fair, or am I being a Harden homer, which I've never accused of being?
Well, no, by the way, and that would be totally fine. And I do think a lot of us root for him to kind of leave this bad rep or bad expectation behind. And this is no better chance than now, right? Like, what is he, 37? I mean, time is ticking. I honestly, like, even if they were to lose, if he shows up in every one of those games, I really don't think the narrative is as negative as possibly maybe you were painting it. I think what we're afraid of as legacy watchers is that, okay, fine, they lose, what have you, but he just disappears. Or every other game is sort of a non-event, nondescript, James Harden was really not effective type game. Then, unfortunately, I think that narrative continues on very loudly and very strong. But we've seen it, we've seen him, and maybe he doesn't have a game specifically, the stats that people maybe dream, but he's effective in other ways. Like that, I think, is something that has also come out of that last series. I really hope he does it because I'm one of those. I'm one of those people that's been carrying for years around this notion of, oh, you traded for James Harden? That's cute. Like, that's sort of how it was viewed. And this is a big moment for him. I'm stoked, man. I just think there are a couple guys on that team that have sort of, I hate that word, but keep using it, that legacy riding sort of on this series. And they're going up against a team that's supposed to go to the finals, according to every expert in the world.
For tonight, Michelle, are the Cavs at a disadvantage because of the schedule and having 1 day off after back-to-back Game 7s? Meanwhile, the Knicks have had a million days off.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had like the actual stats, but I am not that person. I think there is like a bad part of having this much time off. Think about it. Anytime you go on vacation, you come back, those first day or two at work are awful. Like you're in a fog, you don't know what you're doing, forgot how to do everything. I think there's something to that. And I do think watching the Cavs not just win Game 7, but absolutely demolish a 60-win 1 seed in their house, I don't know that there's a higher level of confidence that you should be bringing in. So I'm actually leaning Cavs tonight. I think having that much time off is not great, and that's what I'm going with. That's my superstition for tonight. I'm sticking with it.
Michelle, you're so passionate about this stuff. You've always got such a great attitude about this. So I feel bad that I might be putting you in a position to be a mush of your team. Wemby was awesome last night. That was a very fun game. And it does feel like this could be his moment to literally take the next dynastic run away from the Thunder and put it in San Antonio. Can I get you to agree with some of this? Are we mushing? I just want to make sure. I don't want to put you guys behind the 8 ball here.
No, look, I don't post before the game or during the game. I don't even answer texts during the game. So that part of the mush I've quieted. I'm okay on that. But no, I think based off of last night, who's not excited? That was one of, and this is not hyperbole, it was one of the best games we've seen, and it was certainly a hell of a performance for a first-time playoff guy to come in and sort of drop the bomb the way he did. I mean, he's just wired differently. We've all run out of adjectives. We've all run out of analogies. Like, it's sort of a crazy thing, and this is year 3 for him. I don't think OKC went to bed last night feeling like, yeah, this will be fine. We'll be fine. We'll make it to the finals. We'll repeat. I think they actually genuinely have some concerns, and while they have a lot of spaces that they need to improve upon based off last night, and SGA was kind of off, and guys were, Chet needs to figure out if he's prideful or not, because I don't know what happens to that guy when he faces Wemby. But we didn't have De'Aaron Fox. We had crazy turnovers. So there's a lot of room for improvement on an already just absolutely incredible game to watch. I went into this thinking this is all great, valuable experience. I don't feel stressed. All of that went out the window last night at the end of regulation. I forgot what it's like to be personally invested. It's been 7 years since my team's been in the playoffs. Yeah, I actually kind of was like, is this happening? Is this possible? And that's the first time I've really thought that this season. So, yeah, I probably just mushed it. But I don't think it's crazy to think that we're watching something happen in real time that might turn out to be a big, big problem for everybody else.
Every time I watched LeBron when he was first in the NBA, I was like, he's 6'8", he's 260 pounds. He's a point guard in a power forward's body. We've maxed it out. And then came Kevin Durant, who's 7'1" and doing the same. And then Nikola Jokic, who literally looks like me but 7 feet tall, and by the way, much more athletic. And now Wemby, it's like he's 7'5", he's a point guard, and yet he can also dominate in the post. This has got to be the most a human body can max out in the end, right? There's not going to be like a 7'9" version of Wemby 10 years from now, right?
I mean, I say no, but the whole point of sort of breaking the seal is like, okay, now we're in it. Now it's going to happen again and again and again. Although, good Lord, the brain has a hard time processing a bigger, taller, more skilled person. He's sort of a hybrid. And he also tweaks direction well. Like, he does something wrong, and it feels like he learns immediately. It's like playing a video game where you're constantly adding powers or skills or weapons to your arsenal. Like, I feel like he's doing that, but he's doing it in a sped up way. It is crazy. He's a hybrid of like all those guys that you just described, and I don't get it sometimes. I wish he could be a little more I know the muscle thing's going to take a while because he's so dang thin, but it's the one thing that worries me. Like, he's on the floor all the time, so that has to stop. That drives me crazy, and it makes me hold my breath, and I don't want to see it because he's too thin for that, you guys. He's going to snap, and that's not what we're looking for here.
Are the Cavs getting LeBron this summer?
God, you tell me. Like, we're all sitting here guessing, and I'm just like, wow, that's a pretty Hollywood ending. But then again, I think, well, if Cavs advance and go to the finals, do you want to add LeBron James? Like, that feels a little bit weird to me too.
Always,
like, why would you mess with
always
everything?
add LeBron. Yeah.
Oh, really? So, okay, I'm glad you guys are telling me that.
That's like cheese on a burger.
Idea.
If given the option, I'm always going to say yes.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? Now I see it that way, and I totally understand. It would be an amazing, just sort of full circle, put a cherry on top kind of moment. But I also think he kind of loves being out here, and that's gonna be the tough sell, I guess. We shall see what the Lakers end up doing because they got a lot of decisions to make.
We'd like it if when you talk about LeBron in his decision this summer on Run It Back, if you referenced us as people close to LeBron.
Yeah, we could be that for you.
Yeah, yes.
Or boots on the ground in Cleveland. We'll take either one of those as long as it's then followed. I believe their names are Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin because we do like when people mention our names on national broadcasts.
Well, we only like it when it's positive because it can go the other way, and that's no fun. Just forget my name if you're going to do that. Please. I'll do that.
Okay,
but
what if we use your name to get national headlines, Michelle? Because I'm interested in that. So you take the fall, but then we get the glow up from it.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're doing. I'm not sure I'm on board.
All right. Well, listen,
the strategy.
I'll give you this opportunity. Give me your best 30 seconds on Stephen A. Smith right now.
Dear God, no. I'd rather walk into traffic on fire.
Okay, I thought it was there. It was the opportunity was there.
That's the headline. That's all we needed.
Yeah, I'd rather walk into traffic than talk about Stephen A. Smith. All right.
We got it.
All right.
Thank you.
Barrett Sports Media, here we come.
Here we go.
Michelle, great stuff. Appreciate you.
No, good luck, guys. We're all watching, counting on you.
I would say the same thing about the Spurs until we get to the NBA Finals, and then I'll stop rooting for you. But we can. There's a détente here, I feel. Michelle Beetle there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what she had to say and talk about how ridiculous the alien, a.k.a. Victor Wembanyama, really is in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You're with Ari, owner of Poochers, what?
Puckers, Putures, I've heard it all.
So people have been hearing you on the radio, huh?
A lot of people are coming in mentioning the radio ads.
They mention the ads, but they don't know how to spell the name of a poo.
There's two great debates.
Not only do they not know
announcement.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The Browns are back on the practice field for OTAs, and our beat reporter Darryl Ryder has the details. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
I think there is a bad part of having this much time off. Think about it. Anytime you go on vacation, you come back, those first day or two at work are awful. Like you're in a fog, you don't know what you're doing, forgot how to do everything. I think there's something to that. And I do think watching the Cavs not just win Game 7, but absolutely demolish a 60-win 1 seed in their house, I don't know that there's a higher level of confidence that you should be bringing in. So I'm actually leaning Cavs tonight. I think having that much time off is not great, and that's what I'm going with. That's my superstition for tonight. I'm sticking with it.
Michelle Beetle. Now, we should factor in, she did say she's traditionally the mush.
I know, that's why I didn't love hearing it.
Yeah. So we're torn here because she was awesome. Did not expect her to go in on Stephen A. Smith that way at the end.
My goodness.
Oh, my God. I hope Garrett Seawright was listening to that. That would be...
It would be awful if the trade just happened to come across that audio.
The hundreds of clicks they're going to get off of that. Maybe even 1,000 clicks. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
If it's a busy day.
That's true. It's a big moment. Anyways, I will say, I'm not as terrified of Game 1 as so much. I may be a little bit more like, all right, Cavs, live up to my energy for Game 1.
Yeah, I know. And that's the hard part, though. They're going to come out. And Michelle was really buying into the idea that the confidence they built up in Game 7 can kind of carry over. Okay, all right, let's see it then. Unfortunately for her, she's like, I don't have the data on teams that are in the Knicks situation. And unfortunately for her, I do. And the data's not good for the Cavs when it comes to that.
I just think the thing that I do think you saw, Game 6 kind of is the outlier of this, but I think most of that series against the Pistons, you did see the Cavs start to handle the ebbs in games better, meaning like when the Pistons would go on a run, even if it was like a 15-0 run or a big run where all of a sudden they're up 17, 18 points, even if it took the Cavs 4 minutes of clock time, they would bounce back in that.
Yeah.
And that is a difference.
They raised a bunch of different deficits by the Pistons.
That is essentially, by the way, how you hang in the playoffs. Like it's the thing that sunk you in the Pacers series last year. I know health was a problem, but the Pacers would go on a 10-0 run and the game would be over because you just would never respond to it.
I think it's what made Game 7 so interesting is that these blowouts like that where the other team just doesn't have their own run is just very few and far between these days.
Well, and I think even kudos to the Raptors. The Raptors stayed in that series and forced it to 7 games because they realized the Cavs, the second you got them on the ropes, the Cavs were just playing from behind. And we're talking 10 points, 12 points, most of those games once you got into Game 3 and on. And I think the Raptors were really smart about, we don't need a 30-0 run. If we just go on a 10-0 run, we're going to get them.
Yeah.
I do think the Cavs,
that's what it is.
I do think the Cavs seem to learn that finally in the Pistons series of, hey, when they go on a run, we're not going to get real low. Like when we get punched in the face, we're not going to fold. Tonight would be one of those instances, though, where you're going to have some flow, but you're also going to have some ebb. Like, get to it. Like, understand that that's going to happen because I think if you're emotionally prepared for this game, I think you can win it. And I think this is the game you take. I don't know about Game 2.
I think the chaos is where the Cavs can thrive in this because the Cavs have gone through a bunch of chaos and the ups and downs and everything. The Knicks didn't do this at all in the postseason. Knicks didn't do that. You talk about the ebbs and flows and riding the highs and the lows. Like didn't mean to rhyme that way, but like
it's all right.
That's
not.
It
was poetic.
That's not what the Knicks did at all. Like, their first 2 playoff series, it was a lot of not that. And so, like, I think the advantage. And what the Cavs have is they gotta muddy this thing up. They got to get into those spots where they've been in basically every game for the past 14 that the Knicks just haven't lived in. The Knicks think that they just walk on water right now. They think they can do anything. And I think getting that first little stretch in the game where you kind of just basically show them they are human and they do bleed, I think is an important part of this.
So another thing we talked about with Michelle was Victor Wembanyama and just – I hate to use the word freak of nature because in the NBA, it's the most overused kind of take, right? Giannis is the Greek freak, and there's freakish elements to what Jokic does, and certainly Durant, and LeBron has freakish elements. But what Victor Wembanyama is doing 3 years in, this is as close to fulfilling the hype of an individual NBA prospect since LeBron. Like 3 years in, LeBron was in the NBA Finals. 3 years in, Victor Wembanyama looks like he's the best player on the court with the reigning MVP of the NBA. Here is Michelle's take on Wemby, a guy that she sees pretty close up as she's tight with the Spurs.
I mean, he's just wired differently. We've all run out of adjectives. We've all run out of analogies. Like, it's sort of a crazy thing, and this is year 3 for him. I don't think OKC went to bed last night feeling like, yeah, this will be fine. We'll be fine. We'll make it to the finals. We'll repeat. I think they actually genuinely have some concerns. Yeah, I actually kind of was like, is this happening? Is this possible? And that's the first time I've really thought that this season. So, yeah, I probably just mushed it. But I don't think it's crazy to think that we're watching something happen in real time that might turn out to be a big, big problem for everybody else.
Yeah, last night felt like about 3 weeks from now we could be looking and saying that's the moment when Wemby decided it was his league. I don't feel like that's too hyperbolic. If he keeps up what he did in game 1, that feels like a flip the switch, legacy, thrust forward kind of moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was that powerful. There's no other way to describe it. It was a game of the year. No one can question that. Like, the interesting thing about it, though, for me at least, was they had a great Alex Caruso game.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Like, they just spoiled a great Caruso game. Hartenstein is invisible on these boards. Unbelievable. They got out-rebounded by like 21 in that game, somewhere around there. Hartenstein was just invisible. Holmgren, we've talked about his disappearing acts before. Talk about an awful time to disappear.
Slender man.
And so what's interesting is that, Wemby is he's gonna overtake as the best player in the game, and it's all in the midst of what could end up being, if the Thunder get their act together, a 2-year stretch where Shea wins back-to-back league MVPs and back-to-back finals MVPs while winning back-to-back titles. Like, it's incredible how this could all go down, but I don't think you have a good response back if you watch last night and think anybody but Wemby's the best player on the court.
Yeah, and I also think because Wemby can do what he did last night, again, 41 points, 24 rebounds, and he's also an assist maker. Like, he does everything on the court at a pretty high level. I think we're reaching a point here where, because LeBron's been in the league for so long, there have been so many, I think that guy's going to replace LeBron, right? That's the heir apparent, right? Even Kevin Durant, like mid-2017 when LeBron was, 32, 33 years old, and KD was in the midst of that Golden State run. Hey, I know they're close in age, but maybe KD can be the guy that inherits the league. And LeBron's outlasted them all. I don't think that's what's happening with Wemby. I think he's a global icon, which is going to help how people view his game outside of America. I think he is the most skilled, ridiculously talented. Alien doesn't even feel like Alien feels like a bland narrative of what he actually does. He is insane to watch. I've never been more convinced that somebody is going to inherit the NBA from LeBron. Yeah. All he has to do is stay healthy for the next 7 years, and I think it's his. And by the way, I mean that in NBA championships as well.
Yeah, you give him too much credit in the assists. He's not that good at assists yet. He'll get there, though. Castle had 11 turnovers in that game. But, some of the other parts of this, Nick, is the idea that their three-point shooting, they're one of the best teams in the NBA with corner threes. And why is that? It's it's obvious because everything that Wemby does is opening up space, and it just makes what they need to do. They need to get some of those veteran sharpshooters, kind of like Miami had with LeBron at the end, like the Ray Allen types, where you're just all right, all you do is just shoot threes at a really high rate, and it's just they're going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, but don't get Duncan Robinson.
That might be actually one of the guys that end up getting.
Him being Big Shot Bob at the end of his career.
What ends up happening? Seriously,
I'm not allowing that one.
I don't if you're. I'm just going to say this is just a name, but if you're Steph Curry, for instance, why don't you just go to San Antonio and just end your career winning titles? Because if you can have the amount of open threes this team gets because of everything Wemby does is the untalked about part of this whole entire thing.
It'd just be funny if they ended
up number one in the NBA in corner threes.
If they traded for Steph,
who would have thought? And
then brought in Clay on a trade with.
I think you need Steph on an extreme minimum deal in order to make this work. But how would they lose?
At this point,
how would they lose?
It'd be worth it for Steph. 216-474-0092. Is Wemby already the best player in the world? And the Deshaun Watson propaganda tour rolls on in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. All right, weather's still fluctuating.
NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Bing bong.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll see what Jersey John thinks about Game 1. Cavs. He's got to draw an alliance. I know he's married into, I think, the New York Mafia, I believe. I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure. He would never say, because, you know.
She's a Yankees fan. I don't know that she's a Knicks fan.
I mean, one hand washes the other, if you ask me.
It could be a Nets fan or something weird, though.
Those don't exist.
I don't know.
Come on. Come on. John Fanta joining us in about 20 minutes. I do think I would like to get Danhausen on our side. We were just watching. He's on NBA Today.
Oh, is he the goofy guy that I was just making fun of in my head?
Okay, please don't.
What do you mean?
You got to understand, Danhausen's bit is he curses people.
Yeah, he's dressed he's dressed like a goober. What's that outfit he was wearing?
All right, we got to stop talking about this, because if he curses the Cavs,
doesn't it kind of look
listen, I know you don't believe in the basketball gods.
He had like the sting paint on, right?
Danhausen, he can curse this team. And we don't need that kind of – they're already overcoming so much. I mean, they're basically fighting against the league office and Adam Silver on any game, and now you're making fun of –
is his whole shtick is just he just curses things?
Okay, I think that's a little dismissive of it.
I don't know.
But yes, that is part of his gimmick.
I don't know.
That is part of his gimmick.
Is
and
it
by the
part
way,
of his gimmick, like how an oracle is like part of their gimmick is to tell you what's going to happen, or is it like the whole thing?
I think it's part of his gimmick. It's just the most forward-facing part of the gimmick. It's the gimmick's developing.
I was thinking in my head, because we have it on, and I was like, well, who is this idiot, and why is he? Why are they giving him time? He must be a much bigger star than I've ever realized.
Yeah, he's very hot.
I've never heard of him.
Very hot right now.
Never heard of him.
It's like a very funny bit. He's a very good character. We like him. Very nice. Very evil.
Very evil.
Yeah, that's what he says. That's his bit.
His
Danhausen, nice
evil?
to meet you. Very nice.
Very nice.
Evil.
Very evil.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very evil.
Yeah.
There's a guy on TikTok that goes around and he says very evil as well. I wonder who had it first.
Probably Danhausen. He's kind of been killing it for
How long?
Like 5 or 6 years now.
Okay,
more than that.
Right?
Wow, he is not. No, I got blinders on this guy. I've never. He hasn't pierced through to me
So
yet.
one of the coolest stories. He's totally self-made. Like there's a guy who has gotten over without the WWE machine, and so much so that the WWE gave him a huge, not development, a huge debut.
Okay.
And they've done a lot of funny bits with him. He's a hilarious character, and he also has the power to curse the Knicks.
So is he like a?
He's the reason why the Hawks beat the Knicks. He's not the reason
why the Hawks beat the Knicks in round one.
He cursed them, and then the Hawks won multiple games.
No. You can't tell me he's the reason why. In all sincerity, to be like, no, he's the reason why.
Okay.
No, he's not the reason why.
All right, then let me ask you.
He's not the reason why.
Why the second that he repealed that curse did the Knicks go on a winning spree?
I don't even know.
They haven't lost a game since he uncursed them.
I'm just taking everything you're saying as if it's true. I have no idea if any of this is even true. This is all one big bet.
It'd be a weird lie.
He did it on live television.
Yeah.
I'm sure he did it on live television, but the idea that you think that this WWE wrestler is the reason why the Hawks beat the Knicks is insanity to me. It's insanity to me.
I was going to tweet him saying, can we curse the Knicks? And now I don't want him on the show because, quite frankly...
Why did he get all of this power? Why does he have the one universal power to decide sports outcomes?
Because he decided he had the power. And then it's a self-actualization thing.
And he looks like Count Dracula.
Okay. Well, we can't have Danhausen on now.
Now I want to fight with Danhausen.
He's already no, you don't. He's already feuding with the Miz. So we've already got like an anti-Cleveland thing.
Yeah, Miz is great. I like the Miz.
You're not very nice. You're not very evil. 216-474-0092. Now, could we get Danhausen to maybe curse Eric Corgi? Like that could be like a nice little cross section here. But again, JP would probably ruin it and piss Danhausen off. Now, this being said,
I would just tell him his powers are fraudulent.
So, why would that upset anyone?
And his gimmick is...
That's exactly what the Miz said, and then Miz has gotten hurt.
I've always been Team Miz.
Oh, see? Hey, Anth, getting this going. Saying he's offering to pay Danhausen $100 human to ride with the Cavs and curse the Knicks. That's Cavs-hausen. Just has a ring to it.
We don't know. He was just on TV. Maybe he just cursed us and we didn't even know it.
I don't think he did. I feel like you'd know. If you got cursed, you'd know.
I'd have no idea. I didn't know the guy existed until 5 minutes ago.
But now you do.
Yeah, now I do. Now I'm very well aware of him.
Yeah. Now,
I curse his ass. How about that?
I don't think you have
I
those
curse
powers.
Danhausen's curses.
But you don't believe in it.
No, I don't.
See,
It's
the
just-
reason
it's
his
just
curses
words,
work
words
is
coming out.
that he believes it.
It's just
There's a
words coming
power.
out.
It's why it's like voodoo. I can't do voodoo because I don't believe in voodoo. I don't have the belief in that, the training in that. But a voodoo witch doctor could curse the hell out of anybody here.
All right, Mac, track it down. Find out what he was just cursing 5 minutes ago as he was sitting over Windhorse's shoulder trying to make some sort of NBA claim. Let's find it out.
I'll work on it.
And then we'll find out if we hate this guy or not. Because if he's going to go curse the Cavs left and right, I don't believe in curses. But if he's going to curse them, I imagine you two in the room would probably be pretty dissatisfied with Danhausen.
Oh, no. See, this is actually the worst thing you do. And again, Miz is finding this out in real time. The worst thing you can do when you're cursed is to say, now I'm not cursed. Screw you. He'll curse you double. The way you get back at him is you buy his love. It's a very. Mac, am I wrong on this?
I got to pay for his love now?
I mean, it's a pretty inexpensive love. Like we're talking bargain prices here on Cleveland streets at about 3 a.m. in the morning.
Is that right?
That's the kind of deal you can get out of this, Mac. Right? You don't fight the curse. You just try and buy your way out of the curse. It's a very
Of course.
Okay.
You use all the human monies.
Yeah, it's very simple.
All the human monies? Is that another one of his shticks?
Absolutely. You
Yeah.
have to,
I don't like
He
using
asks
shticks.
for the human monies as if he doesn't live on planet Earth?
I'm sorry.
If he's just visiting for the first time?
JP.
And this is the guy that's responsible for curses?
JP, he's more over than you. I'm sorry. You're very over. All right?
I don't even know what that means.
Man. Gosh, what a noob. That didn't really work, but I just wanted
I know what noob is. That's very 2006.
Yeah, I know, but I was also going to say pwn, and that didn't really work either.
Also 2006.
The point is, I've run out of words.
I understood that reference.
See, Matt got it.
Yeah, great.
That didn't sound dismissive at all.
I just did great.
How much buy-in does that game one win get you if you're the Cavs?
I think it'd be a lot of buy-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd have to be.
Especially if Danhausen cursed the Knicks.
We got to find out. We put our crack research team on it. We're going to find out whether he did or didn't. I would love nothing more than to debunk a Danhausen curse. And if that's what the Cavs are doing, if we're fighting multiple battles tonight, we're not just fighting Hart. We're not just fighting
Adam Silver,
Cat. We're not just
and his cronies.
refs, everything about. We're not just fighting Ben Stiller,
Dwayne in the league
Chalamet,
office.
and all these other New Yorkers. No, we're fighting Danhausen as well. Just add him to the list, then. Add him to the list. Add him to the list of people that apparently just continue to doubt this Cavs team.
No, see, but that's the problem here. We just got Beetle on our side. Right? Beetle hates bing bongers, and now she's on our side, even though she's not entirely sure the Cavs can do it. But she's on our side. We need to start.
At least for game one, she's on our side. Yeah,
we need to get people on our side, and before game one, I think the better. Like the quicker people get over to the Cavs side, so that way people can say I was day one bandwagon OG on the Cavs bandwagon, unlike the Johnny come latelys that'll be there at about 11:15 tonight if the Cavs get to win tonight.
Even if they win tonight, though, I do feel like there's just going to be the narrative won't give up and turn on the Knicks until there's a commanding lead in the series. Cavs would have to go up 2-0 before the narrative would start to really be how did we get here and what happened.
You're right, but I think the Cavs winning tonight, people are so confident. I mean, even Vegas backing them up with 7.5-point dogs.
Vegas feels really high about the Knicks right now. And I cannot explain it. I wish I could. I can't.
That there's just so much perceived momentum on the Knicks side that I do think the Cavs winning would be a huge shock to the NBA ecosystem. Like they cannot, like the Michael Wilbons and the other national NBA guys who I don't care to list off, they cannot fathom the Cavs winning this game. Mm-hmm. And it's not even just winning it. I don't think they expect the Cavs to be close in
I just wish they'd give us better reasons. I think that's where I'm falling short. And listen, I understand the game one thing, at least from the Vegas perspective. That actually makes a lot of sense. But like the Knicks as a whole, I just wish we had more reasons than Karl Anthony Towns averaged 3 assists per game throughout the regular season for the past 3 years. But in the past 7 games, he's averaged 6. Wow, point center has doubled up his assists per game. As if like that's going to be some big breaking moment and point for them. Like you got to give me more than that. You got to give me more than the idea that Cat had some offensive breakthrough against 2 bad teams.
Well, the funny thing is that effectively is the stance. The reverse of that is the stance of Knicks fans. I heard Giannotti said it today. Like, nobody's given me a reason why the Cavs can win this. And it's like, no, people have given them. You just don't want to look at them. You don't want to look at Evan Mobley and Jared Allen versus Cat.
Am I ignoring some of the Knicks' reasons for why they think that they've taken some massive step forward? Because the only thing I can tell is this point center conversation with Cat and the idea that Mike Brown is just letting them just kind of, I guess he's taking their advice where Thibodeau would just slam it down. I also think this series is inevitably going to be an answer on who really is better, Donovan or Brunson. I think Brunson is elevated because he's the best player on a Knicks team that gets a lot of love anytime they're good. And in fairness, he gets a lot of crap when they're not good. There is a downside to that. But, like, I kind of feel like I need Donovan to prove he's the best player in this matchup because the fact that it's even debatable, I find offensive after watching Donovan for the last 4 years. Like, Donovan to me is a better player than Jalen Brunson, and the idea that everyone kind of leans Brunson speaks to me of Knicks bias. It speaks to a team that's had a little bit more postseason success, but not an overwhelming more amount of postseason success. And I think Donovan's a better player. Like, that is something I need to see in this series because I think Donovan deserves that. That is one part of this series that Knicks fans are having a hard time coming up with in a defense of the Cavs, where they're trying to figure out who's going to defend Jalen and who's going to actually stop him. And now we have some numbers that suggest that Dean Wade is some sort of Jalen Brunson's stopper. Okay, it was 15 field goal attempts. I don't know that I buy that much into it. He does not play particularly well in the 3 games this season against the Cavs, but like they're holding on to the idea that Brunson's going to average 35 a game in this series. And until I see it, I'm not going to believe it.
How much buy-in does a Game 1 win give you for this Cavs team? I think it's the kind of thing you need. Like if you win tonight, it's going to be really hard not to get the pom-poms out tomorrow and say the Cavs are going to win this series. And I think we could use, I think after playing from behind or maybe playing down to your competition the first 2 rounds, I think it's a kind of thing, not only would send an absolute shock through the NBA ecosystem, which would be funny to watch all these, everybody out here who's got lazy analysis on this series pivot real damn quick, but I also think psychologically from the Cavs side of things, you are the underdog in this series, and I think getting a win early is just going to stoke those flames of Cavs fans saying it's us against the world. And this time, it really is true.
Yeah, no,
it is you against the NBA. It is you against the entire damn world.
You start the series with your backs against the wall, which is something that it took until Game 7 of the Raptors series and Game 7 of the last series in order for us to see them actually do. And so, like, they're going to start from the spot of we have no games to give up.
Tone on Twitter saying that different tone. Tone. A curse costs $200. That's his Cameo price.
And then on Cameo, he'll unlift the curse for you.
Yeah, can we write that off? Is that something Odyssey will take care of for us here?
You can write off just about anything
that
you
is
want
fair.
to.
By the way, we do have the audio of Danhausen on ESPN.
Okay, do you want to play that real quick?
Yes, we can.
I do have a special mission I've been sent on.
He talks
that
like
is for the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight to let them know that they are cursed.
Oh man.
Danhausen!
He wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have done that if you just had believed in him.
He's just a ripoff of Count Dracula with like an ability to do curses. He dresses like him. He kind of talks like him.
I'm now going to get a Cameo. I'm going to pay $200 I don't have. Yeah? So he'll curse you too.
You're going to like dress up as the Trix Bunny next? Like, what if we do? Like, come on.
Alan on Twitter saying Danhausen wrestled a ton in AIW, a local Cleveland production. He's got a lot of love for Cleveland. Doesn't sound like it in that ESPN clip.
Doesn't sound like any of it.
Sounds like Stephen A. got to him.
Always been a Miz guy is what I always say.
I think we're gonna but we're now rooting for the heel in the feud now. Thanks, Danhausen. Thanks, Jonathan.
Screw you, Danhausen. I didn't ask for this. Danhausen asked for this.
I felt like Danhausen was pro Cleveland until you besmirched him early in this segment.
Quickest turnaround we've ever had in audio history on the show.
By the way, that's actually a shot you're firing at Jake.
No, Jake's always really good at the turnaround with audio. It's just
so you're just outright coming at me, apparently.
It's not coming at you. It's just an understanding. When motivated, Matt can do the job at a high level.
All right.
It just takes the motivation.
All right, game 1, Jonathan is locked in.
This is why I'm
the
locked in.
shots being fired right now are pretty wild.
For the record, it's Nick and Mac did not want to be cursed. All right, Jonathan in particular.
Bring it on, yeah.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, talking Cavs game 1. How much buy-in does a game 1 win give you from the Cavs' perspective? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the power.
afternoon drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Nick and JP back on afternoon drive. Getting you ready for Game 1, Cavs-Knicks. I'm finding my nerves, my vibes are getting increasingly chaotic. And we're still about 3.5 hours away from tip-off, so that's not great.
I've got such an even keel about it all. And I feel like it's because Vegas has knocked down my expectations in a massive way, if I'm just being truthful.
So they can't hurt you.
They can't hurt me.
Okay.
Exactly right. And you just got to come into things well-armored. That's the point. And this one, I feel like if the Knicks happen to win this one, this is not a reflection of the whole entire series as a whole. It's just the idea they had a bunch of days off. Cavs had no days off, 1 day off after Game 7. And historically, that doesn't go well for the road teams in Game 1.
I feel like if you're going to have a chance to take this series, I think it starts tonight. And I know you can just say that about one of the first two games, but I just think they've been off for X amount of days. You're coming right on the heels of Game 7. Like, I think there's an element of we can snatch your soul tonight because nobody's expecting it.
I hope so.
And I don't think you get the element of surprise.
Well, I mean, think about how big it'd be. Everyone's like, "Oh, Cat's just demonstrably changed his game." Okay, congratulations. I've seen Cat disappear in the postseason.
He still talks
lot.
in two different voices, and that's weird.
I've seen him disappear a lot, Nick. And so, like, the idea that if he just has an absolute disappearing act tonight, maybe that's just enough to spook him and the Knicks for the entire rest of the series.
So, our man on the scene might be torn in between, and now we're rhyming again. That's weird. But he's from Cleveland. He's a Cleveland legend. He also lives in Jersey, which is way too close to New York for my comfort there. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. John Fanta of NBC Sports. Now, John, welcome. Love to have you, buddy. I know you're all in here. We also know you married into the mob a little bit here, from what I understand. So is there a chance here that the Fanta household is split on this series matchup?
No, nobody's split. Our household wears wine and gold, and we're Cleveland till we die. There's no question about that. So look, in basketball, we're a wine and gold house. The house is divided on the baseball front. That's where things get really tough, because she is a devout Yankee fan. I am obviously a Guards fan, and our son, well, we're going to see. I'm going to do my very, very best. Basketball, though, there's no drama. There's no division, I can assure you.
So she's a Nets fan.
Just not an NBA fan. Is that
we're a Nets fan, which means you're not an NBA fan.
I wouldn't admit to being a Nets fan either, John.
I watched the clip yesterday of, remember like 16, 17 years ago when the Nets had an ownership change, and it was a guy who
Prokhorov.
He was connected.
Yes. So remember what he said in his first interview?
Yeah, they were going to turn everyone into Knicks fans.
I mean, I was just dying laughing because that has not happened whatsoever.
Yeah, he's like, all these Knicks fans are going to be Nets fans, and it's like, huh?
No,
nobody bought that, John.
Also, real
the
quick,
Knicks should have never left New Jersey.
Also, while we're on the topic, he was the literal most crooked NBA owner in NBA history.
Yeah,
think about that, John.
He was kind of badass, though.
Like, think about the amount of crooked, but even still crooked in the NBA now.
Everything you think about Putin applies to him, and it's really funny to me.
Is it bad that when you said crooked that I thought of the Believeland doc when we had an owner who was launching balls from the top of Tower City? Remember that in the documentary? One of you has.
You're not talking
right?
about Balloon Fest.
Yes.
Balloon Fest '86.
Yes. That was it.
Some say I've never recovered. I was 1 year old at the time, and if you want to look for reasons why I'm the way I am.
Sad story about Balloon Fest you might not know, John. There were like several people that actually died, and it was because they tried to have they got lost in the lake out there, and then they put on like a search rescue, but because the balloons were everywhere, they had no chance of actually trying to find these people, and they ended up dying.
That is rather sad.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Balloon Fest.
I was thinking. No, it was Ted Stepien. Are we talking about the same thing? This was the throwing softballs down to players. That was 1980.
Oh, no.
softball's down to players. That's a different thing.
About the balloons
It
and
was
whatnot.
I was talking about the softballs off the Terminal Tower in Cleveland that promoted softball.
They really like just throwing objects off the tower.
Which I don't.
I'm surprised.
I don't know how you get there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Wilson was able to collect himself and, be able to recover, because Peterlin and I have won this battle here. The Cavs are in the Eastern Conference Finals.
What have you won other than losing a burger to me?
We've won that the trade was correct. They're not here unless they make that trade.
Not
no
yet,
questions
John.
asked.
That's what this series is about.
Oh, what do you mean? They got here. They got to the conference finals. I want to get to the NBA finals now, but I don't think they would have made it to the conference finals had they not made the trade.
Yeah, but you don't know because Darius wasn't here, so you don't know.
I know that.
We know.
I know that. Yeah, we do know.
You
And
didn't
I know
make that trade to win 2 extra games, John. You won that. You made that trade to try and get to the NBA finals this year.
Correct, and now I'm a step closer to the NBA Finals because I made the trade, because the amount of defensive attention that James Harden garners is a different level than Darius Garland.
Without question. All right, so take us into this game. We've been doing all the numbers. John, why is Vegas? Why are they thinking this is a 7.5 point favor for the Knicks tonight?
Well, because the Knicks are well rested, and look what they've done to their opponents in the playoffs. They've dominated. I mean, their margin of victory has been absurd. When you're talking about winning multiple games in a postseason, obviously the Cavaliers are coming off that type of win over Detroit, but the Knicks have done it consistently in the playoffs, and MSG is a different monster. Now, they're looking at the element of rest, the element of home court, the fact that the Knicks have had the Cavs number in the past, and things are very different now for Cleveland. Cleveland looks like a different team than when they were playing New York earlier in the season, but it's all of those things combined. And when you look at the two teams, Brunson and Towns and this is a huge point in the series, Brunson and Towns on paper are better than Mitchell and Mobley. Now, it's up to Mitchell and Mobley to prove that that's not true, and that Mobley can continue. If Mobley continues to play the way that he just played the last 3 games, then this series is going to be a series. Things are going to change here, because Mobley does things that you can't fully scout for. You can't fully defend when he can. When he's at least a threat, guys, to hit the 3, I thought it showed Sunday. Asar Thompson had to play him a little bit, and then Mobley put the ball on the floor and drove and scored. And I just remember thinking to myself, that's what pointing to the picture, like Leo DiCaprio, that's what we've been looking for. That's it right there. So that's why Vegas has the Knicks. Home court, rest, their star duo, in Vegas's eyes and in the eyes of the country, is better by a significant margin than Cleveland's.
And your East Coast media bias is really showing here, John. I mean, I remember you when we used to sit in center field at the Guardians games, then Indians games, just sharing a beer and sharing dreams. And now you're was that Rick? Was that Jerry Ferrara just on the phone right now? Is it Giannotti on the phone right now?
What are you talking about now?
I mean, you're just Brunson and Cat are better on paper. What paper? What book?
I think the book that Vegas makes, Nick. It's not my book. It's up to the Cavaliers to prove people wrong here. They're the underdog. I've got the Knicks winning this series in 6 games.
Oh man!
We twist the knife.
I knew you, John. I used to know you, John.
Bing
Come
bong.
on.
Oh.
Yeah, but I hope that they prove me wrong. I really do. And we could get into what does this mean then? And I'm sure we will if they were to lose the series in 6 games. But I agree with you, Nick, in that it does feel like if you're going to get one of the first 2 tonight, the first game of the series presents the best opportunity because of the level of unknown and the fact that I do think there's going to be a level of rust. I don't think from New York. I don't think that you can, and maybe I'll be wrong, and I'll eat my words, and I'll text you guys tonight, and I'll apologize later this week on the show if I'm wrong. I'm wrong, but I don't think you could possibly have the amount of time they've had off and look amazing out of the gates. If they do and they're up 16-5 tonight, the big difference in this series for me is the Cavs could go down 16-5 to the Pistons. They did. They faced major deficits, and then they would come back and either tie the game or lead. You can't do that at the Garden. You cannot fall into holes. So tonight, they've got to come ready from the jump, because if you're facing a double-digit deficit in that Hornets nest, you're in a very difficult spot.
Believe it or not, John, I've actually got good news for you.
Yeah.
I did see your post that your cousin is officially entered priesthood. He's officially been ordained. So this is a perfect time to head to confession and confess your Cleveland sins here.
Christ has died. Christ has risen. Christ will come again.
JP will sit outside the box there, sing to you, serenade to you, just so we got to get you on the level.
The box is open for you, John. It's open.
Yep.
Step right in.
Were you there when Nick Wilson incorrectly said that the trade wouldn't work out?
No, keep going.
No, this one's going to make a video, John.
I want to see where this one goes.
All I know is Sunday night I had a big smile, and I said, hallelujah.
He wanted to finish that.
Yeah.
You can't hear the first part of that and then not want to finish that.
No.
I really did. Yep.
Is Mobley the secret weapon in this series?
Oh, yes, 100%. And he's a secret weapon of the whole formula, because he has some unicorn characteristics, guys. Look, he challenges you defensively, and they need that. And when he gets physical with people and he pushes them around, it gives them an enforcer. I thought he played like an enforcer on Sunday. I thought Jared Allen did too. I love the story. That Dan Gilbert reached out to Jared before the game and told him what he meant. Like that's really cool. That is an awesome story and should be celebrated. The fact that worked and that Allen received that so well says a lot about the Cavs' culture in their locker room. But Mobley is the game changer, because I'm wondering what the Cavs are going to do defensively against Jalen Brunson. I'd keep him. I'd be okay keeping him as a scorer. You look at the Knicks, when Brunson's just a scorer, their record's actually not great. Their playoff record when he has like 35-plus points is actually not very good, because what you're doing is you're saying, that's fine, he could score. Hart, Anunoby, Bridges, we're going to do our best against to keep those guys, the water off of those guys. When Evan Mobley on the other side for the Cavaliers, when Evan Mobley's supplying offense for this team, and it's inside and outside, it forces a team's hand, because you're already trying to defend Mitchell and Harden. And if Harden is playing, I thought as much as Harden was not the reason why the Cavs won the game Sunday, he's staying out of the way. And I thought the Cavs did a great job valuing the ball on Sunday. Mitchell, Harden, this goes for Strus. It goes when Schroeder's on the floor. Schroeder's made some weird mistakes in the playoffs from time to time. Value the ball. If they both value the ball and Mobley's getting involved in scoring 15-plus points, you're going to get to the last timeout in the fourth quarter tonight, and you're going to say, the Wine and Gold have a chance to win this ball game. Mobley is more than just the secret weapon. He could be the guy that does swing the Cavaliers into the NBA Finals, because we don't even fully still know what his ceiling is after what he did in Game 7. He showed me that he could still reach some uncharted levels.
John, 31 runs in 4 games for the Guardians offense. Quan is actually tonight. Quan's in the, I think, 7-hole tonight. So he's even slid down another spot. Schneeman's been in the leadoff spot. Hosey up to the 2 spot. He's starting to hit. I felt this way all season long, so it's not the recency bias. I'm starting to believe that this offense can do more than just kind of hit their weight. I actually think there's an upside here to be one of the better offenses in the NFL. Where are you with this Gardo's offense? Them too. And actually, they might score more runs than the Browns this year. Points. Where it's hard. Me, Nick. Are you bullish on the Guardians offense as well?
I'm bullish, and that changes their trajectory. Oh, by the way, they have AAA guys. They have a lineup down in Columbus that has a couple of major league potential ready guys that can swing in and also swing their potential upward. I think that's what's really cool. When you're watching this whole factory, the guards are set up for, we talked about it last week, that we're in for a fun summer because you're watching this young talent blossom, and we're talking about the competition within the clubhouse. We're saying, all right, what do you think? Angel Martinez, DeLauder, Schneeman, who do you trust? Well, guess what? All those guys are saying on a nightly basis right now, hey, let me make my case. Let me make my case. And that's a good clubhouse. That's a team that has a real chance. And when we're talking about the offense, in Cleveland, you could typically count on Carl Willis and the Guardians to have enough figured out from a pitching staff standpoint. For this ball club, when we're talking about their ability to hit like they did off of that loss to Cincinnati on Friday, and I was thinking to myself, man, that's another backbreaking loss. They really could have won the ball game. Bybee was walking people early. I love the response. Last night they fall behind early. Didn't flinch. Love the response. This team is the best team in the AL Central. And, we talked in the second week of the season, JP, and I said, I really feel like this ball club, partially because they're in a division that's not very good. It's not. Guess what, though? The entire American League has question marks. The American League West doesn't have a team over 500 right now. I don't even think they have a team at 500. So here's the deal. The window's wide open. You got to capitalize. You got any bullpen issues? You go and figure those out because you do have some trade weapons. This is becoming a season where their urgency should pick up. They got a manager who's got a couple of playoff appearances under his belt. He's going to make another playoff appearance this October. Set him up with enough arms, and these kids can hit. I think buckle up. The Cleveland Guardians are legit, and they're here to stay this season, and I think we could be in for something special.
John, I think we're actually right in lockstep with each other, except for your traitorous actions here with the Knicks series. Other than that, buddy, no, seriously, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. You're killing it on everything you're doing. I'm seeing the Joe Mack content, the Cubano content. You're killing it, buddy. We're very happy for you. Very proud of you.
Thank you, John.
Right back at you guys. Let's enjoy the popcorn tonight and enjoy this series. Let's see if the Cavs can do it. Nothing to lose. Go out and play.
All right, John Fanta there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. We got a good sign for the Gardos and a maybe positive, negative situation for the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I've got the Knicks winning this series in 6 games. I hope that they prove me wrong. I really do. It does feel like if you're going to get one of the first two tonight, the first game of the series presents the best opportunity because of the level of unknown. And the fact that I do think there's going to be a level of rust. I don't think from New York, but I don't think you can possibly have the amount of time they've had off and look amazing out of the gates. If they do and they're up 16-5 tonight, the big difference in this series for me is the Cavs could go down 16-5 to the Pistons. They did. They faced major deficits and then they would come back and either tie the game or lead. You can't do that at the Garden. You cannot fall into holes. So tonight, they've got to come ready from the jump. Because if you're facing a double-digit deficit in that Hornets nest, you're in a very difficult spot.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's very own, in the previous segment, giving us his thoughts of the Cavs-Knicks series. We do have Albert Breer coming up in about 30 minutes, by the way. We got some international games, rule changes. We got some Myles Garrett stuff that we talked about earlier, and the Deshaun Watson rehab tour. I'm not talking about the Achilles. I'm talking about the image rehab that's going on right now. But, again, that's in about 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. The one thing we haven't really gotten to is I think this being against the Knicks, being at Madison Square Garden, is either going to be the thing that brings out the absolute best of Donovan, and we see consistently great Donovan in this series, or he's going to turtle. I don't really see an in-between. He's kind of been on the in-between for the first 2 series. Yeah. I feel like the New York part of this, it's either going to burn so bright that he just goes off and makes it a point that he's better than Brunson and all this other stuff, or I think he's going to feel the pressure of it and maybe
tries incredibly hard and then it just doesn't end up working out for him.
And it gets in the Cavs' way, which I can see it happening.
I mean, I think about how much of this scenario is him thinking if the things that broke different, I would be where Brunson is right now and the roles would be reversed. And like the amount of times he's even mentioned like the homecoming thing that this is for him. Does he? I'm sure he owns a house in New York. All his family lives in New York. That's an interesting little subplot to that. He like sleeps in his own bed tonight too. That's the little difference, something I hadn't really thought of.
I think he's still got like a twin bed at his parents'.
Not that way. I think more like he's probably got his own New York apartment that he just goes home to, or condo that he just goes home to, then it sets up well for him.
His fiance's a pop star. I'd be surprised if she didn't have a pad in New York at the very least.
And did you see him crediting her, by the way?
Smart man, by the way.
He was saying she's the difference. Yeah. He didn't say the diff. Yeah. But he did say the difference. The reason why he's been able to get over all this is apparently her. And it's like, hey, listen. If that's what you got to do to go ahead and convince yourself that something has changed within you, go right ahead, because we need to see it. We've never seen him in a conference finals. We need to see him be different.
Now, we did talk with John about the Guardians. Again, 31 runs in 4 games. We don't have to do a whole thing on this, but as the Guardians lineup is out, it is interesting. Schneeman's leading off again. Hosey in the 2-hole at third base. DeLauder's DHing and hitting third. And they go all the way down. Angel Martinez in the 6th spot. Stephen Kwan in the 7th spot. What's interesting about this to me is, a great sign for the Guardians lineup, where when I tweeted this out, I tweeted out with the Guardians tweet of the lineup, like 2 of the first comments that I saw were people bitching about Schneeman atop the lineup over Angel Martinez. And my first thought was, that's like a real conversation, and we just have not been able to have that real conversation for like, I think Angel should be the leadoff guy and Schneeman should be batting 6th. That's just not been a real conversation because there's never been another guy to point to and go, he'd be better here. We can do that with 3 guys right now. That's a good sign.
That is a good sign. Kwan, by the way, in the spot he was in yesterday, drew 3 walks. Mm-hmm. And it was almost like the sad moment for him. They did a good job getting on base in general. I think they had like 7 walks in the game. But it was a sad part of like, oh no. He knows he has to contribute. He can't do it actually swinging and getting hits, and so he's just going to become like this walk master.
So I'll take it.
No, I will too. Get on base.
I'll take singles and walks right now as opposed to everything else we've seen from him.
Of course, but I think that's like when you get demoted like that, there is a light bulb that goes off in your head of like, oh, I really do have to. This is like a survival technique. I have to do whatever I can in order to turn this around. I think his approaches at the plate have been much better the past couple of days, and you can tell he's not trying to do that thing that The Athletic wrote about, where basically he just tried to take everything to the opposite side with power. It's a different Quan, and I think the demotion is what's helped that.
And there's one spot in the lineup nightly I just expect a nothing burger from, and that's catcher. Even with Austin Hedges in the lineup, I don't expect anything offensively from the catching spot. I don't know the last time I've been able to say, hey, outside of catcher, I feel really, really intrigued and really interested by the rest of the lineup. Right now, your bottom three is Quan into Hedges into Rocchio.
Rocchio's playing great.
Well, I was going to say is the approach for Quan has been better the last couple of weeks. Hedges still continues to hit better than he ever should. And Rocchio really, you made it the other day. It sounds far-fetched, but it's not. He's legitimately one of the 15 best shortstops in the big leagues, and you might be able to bump that up to closer to top 12 with how he's playing this year.
Yeah.
And I think that's saying, we had Matt Underwood on this week, and this was last week, and Matt was like, well, the offense is what it is. I actually disagree with Matt. I think we're witnessing an offense that actually has a chance to carry you in October. You've got enough power here. And again, you don't have experience, and that's something that is always going to be the bugaboo when you're this young. You've got the guys to hang in October, even if you still don't have an Aaron Judge.
Well, and you can see in the past couple games what's happened. Hosey, back-to-back home runs, right? In successive days where he went 113 plate appearances with a home run drought. When he gets going, it just gets everybody else going, and you just add that power to the lineup is such a big thing for this team. They played much better baseball lately.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama was outstanding in last night's double overtime win as the Spurs stole Game 1 on the road from the defending NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder 122-115. For the first time during the playoffs, the Thunder are plus money to win the NBA title at plus 125. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals is Wednesday night in OKC. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's
Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
But first, the Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code DUO, D-U-O, at 923thefan.com before 6 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of passes to see Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu, only in theaters beginning Friday, May 22nd. It's all brought to you by Walt Disney Studios and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes. All right, I know I said the thing about Air Corgi, and I'd like to feud with him. He's a dog. That's a tough feud. Because the second you get a Corgi here, even though I'm not the biggest fan of small dogs, I'm just gonna fall in love with him. I'm a dog guy.
Big time yapper though.
Like that you're not wrong about corgis. They are
big time
but
yappers.
My sister's got I think 2 corgis right now, and every time I don't see them, I'm like I'm not a fan. And then I see them, I'm like who's your favorite uncle, right?
Yeah.
I submit. I think we should get Wilbon on, and I should just pick a fight.
Wilbon's a Chicago guy. He's not a New York guy, though.
Yeah, but
his heart won't be in it.
No, but he is riding the Knicks jock right now, and I don't love it. He's kind of become like this miser of misery when it comes to things like this, and I think he can sense when it annoys a fan base.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think he's really leaning into it. So let's get Jake on getting Wilbon on the show.
Yeah,
then midway through, I just sandbag him.
He's only been on like 75 segments already today. Maybe I'll do another one.
That's right. Just say it's part of his ESPN contract. He won't know the difference.
You won't even tell him that he's not on ESPN.
Yeah. They're like, no. It says Odyssey. That's a different way of spelling ESPN.
Yeah, this is really just Mike Greenberg's podcast. That's all this is.
He'll be in. Who's that? Hemby. Oh God, he's a nerd who likes stats. He's got a stat for you. It's sneaky. Oh, we got personality. Maybe we should do it with Greenberg. He's too nice.
He's nice.
Actually, I've always been more of a Golick guy because he's not an a-hole.
I've only heard nice things about Greenberg.
When we start rooting around and why Greenberg and Golick broke up.
I met them both when I was 12. They were both very nice to me as a 12-year-old. Would they be nice to me now? I don't know. But they were very nice to me as a 12-year-old.
Sorry, as a 36-year-old.
I was in a remote outside of Wrigley Field, and that's what that was.
As a 37-year-old, he would look at you and go, you didn't play for the Jets. You can never be on my show.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. The Jets have not fired you, cut you, released you, whatever. You're nothing in this business, and then to walk off.
Yeah. See who won that breakup, though, huh?
Yeah. Michelle Beetle, the host of Run It Back on FanDuel TV, joined us today at 3:20. Incendiary things about Stephen A. Smith at the end of that interview, by the way. Use the Odyssey rewind feature there if you want to listen back. And she revealed why she actually favors the Cavs tonight in Game 1.
I think there is a bad part of having this much time off. Think about it. Anytime you go on vacation, you come back, those first day or two at work are awful. Like you're in a fog, you don't know what you're doing, forgot how to do everything. I think there's something to that, and I do think watching the Cavs not just win Game 7, but absolutely demolish a 60-win 1 seed in their house, I don't know that there's a higher level of confidence that you should be bringing in. So I'm actually leaning Cavs tonight. I think having that much time off is not great, and that's what I'm going with. That's my superstition for tonight. I'm sticking with it.
All right, so Vegas disagrees, and every number I can find on this 100% disagrees with what Michelle had to say, but it goes for the Cavs right now, so I want to buy into it. I am worried about Game 1 because I'm worried about that being an advantage that doesn't actually exist. Ultimately, I think they'll be fine in the series, but maybe I'm just protecting myself is all this is.
Listen, I don't know right now, right before Game 1, what's protecting ourselves and what's not. I just know I need this game. And I need to beat the Knicks. I need to see how they handle the shock of another team actually being able to beat them. And I need to see how they handle the pressure because, again, everyone's expecting the Knicks to roll the Cavs tonight. And if you don't, the next 48 hours are going to be a lot of stuff talked about the New York Knicks. And that's when the pressure, like right now, the Knicks have more pressure on them by far. It will only get amplified to the factor of 10 if they lose tonight. And that's where I think it becomes a really interesting series. But tonight, it's the element of surprise tonight. And I just think I think the Cavs could beat a lot of the allegations against them in this series by taking this game as well, and I think that's another powerful thing.
I have noticed a lot of the Knicks accounts are posting everything about Jared Allen today and his comments about the lights being too bright and everything that comes with that. And it's like these are the days you get to beat those allegations. Donovan, Jared Allen, all these guys. So come out of the gate firing. Chris Mannix, Sports Illustrated, on the morning show today, he explained why the Cavs match up well against the Knicks.
They also haven't really beaten anybody to get to this point. I think the Cavs are going to be their toughest test to date in the playoffs. And they're in some ways a matchup nightmare for New York as well. Like, I mean, again, if Allen and Mobley can match the physicality of Towns and Robinson, they're just as talented. I mean, they're able to have success against those guys. And you're right about putting pressure on, Brunson and Josh Hart and whoever is, Deuce McBride when he's out there, whoever's playing in that Knicks backcourt. I mean, you've got to make Brunson defend. They're going to make Harden defend. They're going to make Mitchell defend. You've got to make Brunson defend every possession. Try to get him to foul trouble. Try to wear him down because, look, ultimately, Towns is great. Anunoby's been a tremendous two-way player. Brunson's the head of the snake. Like, if you can erode him and make him a lesser version of himself, then you've got a great shot to win.
Yeah, everyone yada, yada, yadas things in series. The way people who really think the Knicks are going to do this in 4 or 5 games, yada, 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 the fact that the Knicks haven't beaten anyone is, I got to say, it's a master's class in just ignoring the actual path to this thing and act like they've beaten
they don't want to.
Elite team after elite team.
They don't want to because plus 185 is the largest point differential in NBA history, and they want to hold on to that like it's a stuffed teddy bear, and that's fine. I'm right there with you. Hawks don't do anything for me, and a Joel Embiid-less 76ers team does nothing for me. What I do find interesting is everyone is, or at least Mannix is making it sound right there, like everything revolves around the head of the snake with Jalen Brunson. I think the bigger thing is getting Cat out of the mix. Karl Anthony Towns is part of the reason why they're on this 7-game winning streak, and I've seen him melt down in postseasons before. 2024 West Finals Game 3, they're down 0-2. Ant's the only one doing anything, and Cat was an absolute no-show in that game. Consistently throughout the playoff time that he had in Minnesota, he was a no-show, and so we need that version of Cat to appear, and I feel like we're right back in business.
John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour, and he talked about the importance of Evan Mobley in the Eastern Conference Finals.
He's a secret weapon of the whole formula because he has some unicorn characteristics, guys. Look, he challenges you defensively, and they need that. And when he gets physical with people and he pushes them around, it gives them an enforcer. I thought he played like an enforcer on Sunday. I thought Jared Allen did too. When Evan Mobley's supplying offense for this team, and it's inside and outside, it forces a team's hand because you're already trying to defend Mitchell and Harden. And if Harden is playing, I thought as much as Harden was not the reason why the Cavs won the game Sunday, he's staying out of the way. He could be the guy that does swing the Cavaliers in the NBA Finals because we don't even fully still know what his ceiling is after what he did in Game 7. He showed me that he could still reach some uncharted levels.
Yeah, I mean, the matchups within the matchups is what I find so fascinating about this game. Mobley versus Cat, what happens there. The Knicks wings versus Harden and Mitchell, between Bridges, Anunoby, and Josh Hart. Like, there's so many different little matches within this. Well, who ends up on Brunson? Is it just going to be Dean Wade? Are they going to try to gamble with Strus a little bit to offset with some of the offense? Like, so the matchups within the matchups is really fun in the series. All right, next up, we stay with John Fanta. Or excuse me, we go to Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com. On with Baskin and Phelps, talked about Myles Garrett's absence from the Browns building.
This is still voluntary. You don't have to be here until the mandatory minicamp, which starts June 9th, ends June 11th. So, yes, this is still absolutely voluntary. And as I wrote in my story yesterday, I'm not really expecting Myles Garrett to be here for this. He really didn't come to this last year. There probably will be a few other guys that don't come to voluntary OTAs. So, it shouldn't be a shock. And the Browns aren't going to say anything negative about any of those guys because they all know that this is voluntary.
I mean, Lamar's not at the Ravens camp, but this will give people a chance to kick up the Myles trade rumors, the idea of trading Myles. And I decreed this earlier today. Until June 3rd, open season. You want to talk about Myles and trading him and why it makes sense and why they should or why they might be sneaking one past the goalie, that's fine. Once we get to June 3rd and he's still here, I'm considering the issue dead until the trade deadline unless one of these three things happen. 1, Myles trade request. 2, actual trade. 3, there's a report the Browns are shopping Myles. Outside of that, everything else will be
I like
conjecture.
that you're putting on the record that if an actual trade happens, then you're open to talking about
That's
the
when I'll
trade
get to it.
past June 3rd. I like that. Very good. It's just an odd situation because half the fan base doesn't know if they're trying to play for 2026 or not. And so part of this discussion is, how does Miles feel about everything? We don't know that answer. We have no idea. But also, what are the Browns trying to do this year? And I think the divide on what that answer is, Albert Breer maintains this is just a punt until 2027. You've gone, I've gone, more the idea of like, I don't know, it seems like they're kind of trying to plug holes for a reason here. Like, they seem like they're going to try to win games. Like, that idea is, I think, what's hanging on to all of this with Myles Garrett.
All right, final one here. Back to John Fantis. We asked him about the Guardians' hot streak on offense as they've scored 31 runs in their last 4 games.
We're in for a fun summer because you're watching this young talent blossom, and we're talking about the competition within the clubhouse. We're saying, all right, what do you think? You know, Angel Martinez, DeLauder, Schneemann, who do you trust? Well, guess what? All those guys are saying on a nightly basis right now, hey, let me make my case. That's a team that has a real chance. This team is the best team in the AL Central. And, you know, we talked in the second week of the season, JP, and I said, I really feel like this ball club, you know, partially because they're in a division that's not very good. It's not. Guess what, though? The entire American League has question marks. The window's wide open. You got to capitalize. Buckle up. The Cleveland Guardians are legit, and they're here to stay this season, and I think we could be in for something special.
Yeah, the window is wide open, especially with how the difference between the AL and the NL this year. I find it fascinating. Guardians are actually the only AL team with a positive interleague record this year. Another little tidbit there. But, like, last night, or the part about it yesterday, we talked about the home runs. We talked about, at least the home run with Hosey and then some of the drawing walk situation, everything like that. But he had a really nice Slade Ciccone performance that we just not even brought up yet. Yeah. Slade was awesome. His cutter was fantastic. Vogt afterwards was saying he hadn't seen as much spin on some of his breaking balls ever. And so, like, the idea he went 7 2/3 and was pitching the way that he was, that's just a good sign because he had not been off to a great start for this season.
So many of the frustrations about the Guardians in previous postseasons is, you know, they get enough pitching, you know they got a bullpen, but they just always feel one bat short. It's early. They have to do it at a more consistent level than they've done it through the first 50 games of the season. They've got the horses in October. They've got guys that can show up, the kind of bats that make an impact. It might be a year early, but I don't know. It is really fun to watch these guys play, and it's really I think we're just starting to see the ceiling of what they might be able to do. Albert Breer joins us in about 5 minutes. We'll talk about the Myles Garrett June 3rd idea thrown out there. We'll also get into big changes coming to the NFL in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the power this month and beyond, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be atop your list. And there's a simple way to feel the power right now. Today, head to your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer and start one. Because you can choose, rather, from Ram's legendary.
be the first time for the city to host the event. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer joined just now in about 40 minutes. Albert's actually at the owners' meetings, and I think there's still some business going on. Mac, you actually talked to them. What happened now?
Yeah, so he's still in the owners' meetings, and there's a lot of commotion going on in the lobby floor, everything like that. So we'll talk to him at 6.
So we'll talk.
You heard a lot of commotion in the background?
Yeah, actually, it was there was a lot of going on in the background there.
That's a fun detail.
It is. I will tell you, those things are awful. You've been to some of the NFL events.
Yeah.
For all the things they do really, really well, giving the media places to do their jobs, not one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost as if they don't care sometimes.
I would say they don't.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I also think the NFL knows, like the scouting combine. I could never. They have a big, like, almost bullpen, and it, like the one that they had, the one they had in Atlanta, the one they had in Indianapolis, but the one that I went to, the last one I went to, it's half the size of a football field, and it's just tables, just tables of workspaces. The problem is, you fill that thing up at 30% volume, and you cannot hear anything. It's the loudest bunch of noise you've ever heard.
Yeah, it's tough. It's at least it's better than like a Radio Row type situation, right?
Yeah, I don't know. None of that's good.
None of that's good. But you can hear everyone, and then everyone's always like, "Oh, I am shocked that this person screams when they're on the air." It's like, well, all right. What do you think is going to happen?
I always do like when you and I do a remote somewhere, and it doesn't matter if we're in a bar, if we're at a store. The second we just turn on, the jump scare that we get. A slight bit of satisfaction from it.
And I've heard people that go way louder than you and I go.
Yes.
Like, I've heard people that
Adam.
are... Yeah, legitimately... well, I mean, I've heard people that legitimately are screaming the entire show. It doesn't sound like it's the people listening on the radio because it's not really how that works, but they're legitimately screaming, and then the complaint from other radio hosts to be like, I can't believe they're this loud. It's like, this isn't your first show. What are you talking about? How did you not know this was happening?
This is really only germane to you and I because we know the guy. Nobody in Cleveland knows him. Our boy Willie P. One time.
Yeah, Will's very loud.
We were out at a event, and I had happened to have a headache that day, and he was that loud off air. And I was like, I have to deal with this professionally. You're one of my best friends in the business. If you don't pipe down, I'm gonna punch you in the throat.
I worked with Will in Houston, and that's how obviously we both know him. And Will would the studio is designed to not let any sound basically out. But where the studio was set up and everything, you when Will got on the air, you could hear it through the doors.
Yeah.
And people would walk by and be like, I'm not supposed to hear this right now. How am I hearing this right now? You're not supposed to hear this.
He's just really trying that hard to get his big break. That's all he was trying.
Just scream. It was a big hook.
But today, it's interesting. We're going to get back to Game 7 here in about 15 minutes. Game 1 for the Cavaliers and Knicks.
Feels like a Game 7, huh?
Because we had Albert here, probably a good time to talk about the Jeremy Fowler, Daniel Oyefusi piece about Deshaun Watson. And I thought Lima, I know it was kind of jamming Ken up. I thought Lima brought up an interesting point about how one-sided the quarterback conversation has been, how it sure seems like if you really thought about it, there's one side trying to push a narrative or one side trying to push a narrative.
I don't know why Ken ran from what he was saying there because it sounded like Ken laid it out in a way that I thought was actually, I was like, okay, this makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yes. Is Deshaun's people, does it seem like they're on the forefront? Yeah, it does. Think about it. We just had, what was it, Monday? We had the Jeremy Fowler report that came out and had one of the few reports we've had about Deshaun Watson having some sort of edge, some sort of inside track, all that, right? Mary Kay was last week. Jeremy then was Monday. And then you fast forward and it's on Tuesday. And all of a sudden, Jeremy Fowler's got this big piece with Daniel Oyefusi. And they're talking about the source close to Deshaun Watson, guy close to Deshaun Watson. Well, okay, then. Now it just really kind of makes it seem like you're just talking to Deshaun's people, and they're the ones that are saying, yeah, we think he's got a great chance to go ahead and be the starter.
I also...
okay.
I think it's going to be really interesting to watch come out from that reason, because if Shedeur wanted to, Shador's got a lot of friends. He's got a lot of sources close to him.
Yeah, one of the things I said to you was, should Shador go on the attack now?
Yeah, and I kind of
feel like he should.
I don't know that would be best for him because, again, like when Dion goes out on the offensive, or it turns into a monster of its own. But I do think if Deshaun's side, and I think it stands to reason that it would be Deshaun's side. They're trying to do the thing that you do when a guy's trying to rehab his career. Mm-hmm. And the first thing you do is work on the image so that by the time that he actually might take the starting job, it's met with like he's an underdog. He's a comeback kid. I don't know very many people in Cleveland will buy it. I do think people nationally are buying it. And so I think it's only a matter of time with both sides having their connections, and certainly Shador's camp being very vocal. Guys like Louis Riddick, guys like Mel Kiper, as extensions of Dion and the Sanders Hive, I do think it's only a matter of time before it plays out in the public sphere.
Here's the hard part about guys like Riddick and guys like Kiper, though, is they almost become like the boy who cried wolf in this equation. What makes someone like Jeremy Fowler so effective in this is, first off, Jeremy does have a lot of connections to the Browns. That's been going back for a million years. So he could be doing that and also connecting it with with Watson and the people close to Deshaun. But Jeremy's not been historically somebody that is going to go ahead and stand on the table and try to make this be known. And so where Shador's people kind of get muzzled in this discussion in a way because they've been doing this for so many months, it hits harder for Deshaun's people that have just kind of been basically pushed to the back burner for so long.
Now, I think this is where we get to call back to a conversation we had about 3 or 4, maybe 5 weeks ago when the Browns were having voluntary mini camps and Shador talked and Dylan Gabriel talked, and the only quarterback on the roster that didn't speak was Deshaun Watson. And mind you, Deshaun has not spoken since he tore his Achilles. So if you're starting the soft launch of we're going to rehab this, but even more so, that more than just rehabbing his image, if you want to start to build the bridge towards Deshaun and the fans and at least having a détente, at least fans giving him a chance to be their quarterback this year without booing the crap out of him when they see him on the field before you get the results that can change people's minds, this week is huge. And if the Browns are serious about Deshaun being in this quarterback battle, if everything that you've heard them say through reports or through whatever, that Deshaun has a real chance and Deshaun might even have the leg up, then this week is the week that Deshaun should speak. When you and I spoke about this, when you and I spoke about this, the prevailing narrative from a few people, including Daniel Oyefusi, I don't think he'll mind me putting his name on that because he tweeted it at us.
It was public, yeah.
The prevailing notion was it's not a big deal. All quarterbacks don't talk at the same time. Fair is fair. Then his ass better be speaking tomorrow. Because here's the thing. I don't want pretend quarterback in the room. If you're going to do this, if I've got to indulge something that I think is asinine 5 years into the Deshaun thing, then he has to – he can't act like the starting quarterback in reports and then not show up in front of the media. Fair's fair. Shador and Dylan spoke last time. Right. It's Deshaun's time now. And if you don't speak, then you're telling me that this whole thing is fugazi and that this is basically a trumped-up thing. I don't know why you'd be doing it, but a trumped-up thing, and he's not actually a factor in this quarterback conversation.
He's got to speak tomorrow. I don't see any other way around it, and I've got questions for him if I was there, and so I hope some of the reporters have some of these questions, but like off of Daniel's reporting when he talks about the sources close and all this stuff to Watson are saying he understands why the fans are frustrated. Okay, well, what has he actually done to change that? I would ask him point blank. Does he understand why the fans are frustrated? If he truly understands the frustration, why hasn't he ever really addressed it directly? Like, there's a lot of questions I have for Deshaun. If you want to make the argument that last month we didn't have these questions, okay. Well, Jeremy, Daniel, you guys started it up. I got a lot of questions here I want Deshaun to be able to answer.
Well, and this is, I'm staunchly anti-Deshaun at this point. And it has nothing to do with not wanting to trade for him 5 years ago. This is all about what has transpired in the 4+ years since being the Browns quarterback, where he has said the right things. No. He said things that sound like the right things, but in the end, he's never really taken accountability, whether it's for his failures on the field, whether it's anything that happened before here. And so, I'm staunchly anti-Deshaun, but I'm also a human. So if Deshaun, when he does meet with the media, if Deshaun can just be the guy And there was one moment he gave us a glimpse into who I think Deshaun wants us to see who he is. And it was his second training camp, and it was after the struggles. It's where he admitted he didn't take full accountability for what happened in Houston, but he got close to it. And he talked about that process and what he had learned from it. That was from the human side of what I've seen from Deshaun. It's the closest I've ever been to, there's a human in there, and I'd like to see more of that. And then he shut that well down, and we never saw it again. That would be the kind of thing, as a Browns fan, if I have to indulge, again, what is effectively the worst trade in NFL history.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of jamokes in this town thinking 5 good games from Deshaun is going to turn things around. Guys, it's more than a Diet Coke fix, to quote the late, great Ralphie May.
And I'll also just keep waiting for him to go ahead and get injured.
Yes. And so it's
he can have 9 good games, and I'll just be waiting for him to get injured.
There's a lot of things that have to happen for this, but it starts with Deshaun speaking, and Deshaun speaking like a actual human being. I don't want to hear, I understand their frustration. I want to hear your role in your failure and where you are 4 years now going on 5 years.
And we can't just be sources close to Deshaun say he understands the frustration. I want to hear, does he understand exactly what that is? Does he understand everything associated with that? And what's his responsibility in that? And we've just never gotten anywhere close to that with Deshaun. And the other thing on this, too, the source close to Watson said the quarterback is focused solely on the upcoming season, but believes that he isn't against staying in Cleveland beyond 2026 if things go well.
How generous of him.
Like,
if they offer me more money, I will take it.
Yes, but I kind of want to know, what does if things go well mean for Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
I kind of want that answered. So like, if the source close to you says if things go well, all right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you really think this is going to go well. What does that look like for you? What is that for you? Is that a postseason appearance? Is that looking like the old Deshaun in Houston? Or is things going well, just not being injured for 17 games? I want to know what that looks like for you.
Well, in specific to so many of the things that were in it, and again, I want to be very clear. I thought Jeremy Fowler and Daniel Oyefusi painted a comprehensive picture. And I think it's admirable that they spoke to people close to Deshaun. I think there's a lot in there that I can respect.
But even within this, we can't even get like actual Deshaun Watson quotes.
Well, but there were a lot of tropes.
We get source close too.
There were a lot of tropes, the PR tropes within that thing. Deshaun now realizes his injury was the 19 months off was the best thing to ever happen to him. Okay, that's literally what everyone coming off a historically bad injury says when they're trying to rehabilitate themselves and to tell their story as a comeback. Like, so many of the notes that were played in that story, and again, it's the story being put out there by his camp or his guys, so it's going to sound that way, but it felt like PR refresh rehash 101 as opposed to anything that tied humanity to Deshaun Watson. I cannot root for a robot. I can't root for somebody who can. This kind of goes to the Kevin Stefanski thing. I can't root for a guy who's got no soul in the game. I'd rather misplaced emotion than fake detachment, which is what I feel like we got from Kevin a lot of the time, and I feel like we've gotten way too often from Deshaun.
I mean, it would just help if he was just honest with everybody and just kind of laid it all out there. I don't know that he's going to speak tomorrow. I hope that he does. But if he does, you just don't give us a bunch of platitudes.
Yeah,
it's just going to make us angrier.
And let me just clear the deck for the Browns PR here. If Deshaun doesn't speak tomorrow,
you're going to get lit up.
I'm going to have a real criticism.
You're going to get lit up. It's the reality of it. I can't believe everyone, me and you were the only ones getting after him for a month ago. Everyone else just kind of acted like it was okay.
Yeah.
I still don't understand why people thought that was okay. I really don't.
I'm not going to take the obvious shots that I could think of. I'm just going to say it also blows my mind that nobody else saw a problem with Deshaun Watson ducking the media 5 weeks ago.
I mean, because if you let him go,
effective. By the way, we'll be right if he doesn't speak tomorrow.
And if he doesn't go tomorrow, then I'm just going to ask, like, how long are they just going to let this go? Is he just going to be protected the entire time? Because you're telling me that he would be.
Well, and I don't think if he doesn't speak tomorrow, with the way this goes, he's not speaking till the earliest of June.
No, they get
5th?
They get once a week now for the next 3 weeks.
Okay,
it's every Wednesday for the next 3 weeks.
All right, so he has to. And by the way, it should be tomorrow. Shador and Dylan have already spoken. Deshaun's camp or the Browns on his behalf, they're speaking a lot out there for Deshaun. Cool. Now I want to hear the guy. I want to hear somebody who acts like he understands what a face of a franchise should be now. I don't want to hear the guy who just kind of clams up when it comes to, hey, what have you learned? Or, hey, what's the difference? You understand fan frustration, huh? Tell me about that. You know, like I want to hear a damn human tomorrow. That would go a long way for me as a guy who's really trying his hardest to entertain this idea of Deshaun versus Shedeur. And I'd rather get all of my teeth pulled out by a hillbilly doctor than do that right now.
It's also just it's the responsibility of the quarterback. It's a franchise quarterback. That's what you have to do. The bare minimum is getting up to the media and speaking. He's not done a good enough job here.
Are the Cavs at a disadvantage tonight? That's coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
As we move into May, it's a great time for businesses to plan their next technology upgrade.
Extend Technology, celebrating 25 years in the biz, and they've launched a newly redesigned website to showcase what's possible for your organization.
From video conferencing and digital signage and audio, video systems and advanced surveillance, Extend delivers solutions that perform.
You got to visit the all-new xtendav.com for ideas and stop by.
why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah, me and my fiance joked that we'd be at home regardless, right? So we might as well play some basketball while we're at the crib. No, it's going to be special, but they are a talented team. Obviously, it starts with Jalen Brunson and Cat, but Mikal and OG have been phenomenal. Josh Hart, when we look at their bench, has been great. So we know them, obviously, but I think the biggest thing is they've been off for they got a bunch of rest, so we got to be ready to go from the jump, from game one. And to that point is, yeah, it's great. I get to play at home, woo, but doesn't matter. We got to be locked in and ready to go. And, I know we will be, and they're a tough team, and we're excited.
Albert Breer coming up in about 15 minutes here, but that was Donovan Mitchell. He is in the building. I can't tell if that's a nice, high-level tracksuit that he's got on.
Okay, I'm sure it costs more than both of our cars.
Yes. I don't know. I have a very nice truck. Ram truck.
You do have a nice truck. Yeah, so maybe not as much as yours.
Yeah. I mean, that little four-banger you're rocking over there? Oh, that's...
I was going to say
it's such a needless jam up by me.
I would have my response to be but it's sturdy and reliable. I don't care. I have no endorsements with those cars. It is what it is.
But no, by the way, the underlings or the undercarriage of MSG, what a dump. I'm sure it looks very nice in there, but you're looking like this.
Okay.
This looks like
looks like ours. What do you mean?
No, are the underlings of the Rock very much nicer than this?
Well, I mean, the under part is nicer for the Rock, but I mean, you're entering from the car entrance. It's not like.
I think if we're going to do walk-up videos, can they at least be a nice backdrop?
You want me to actually roll out a legitimate red carpet for this? Is that the idea?
I don't want a cheap, crappy paint job that looks like me and 3 buddies on mushrooms did it. That's what I want.
I think, and this might be where I lose you a little bit here, but I think that is kind of the appeal to the Garden for a lot of Knicks people in general.
It's a bleep house.
Basically, it just has been for a million years, will be forever, and it just kind of is. They say, have you ever been to the Garden? I've driven by the Garden, but I've never taken an event to the Garden.
I've been outside plenty of times. Yeah. They've never let me in.
Is that right? Yeah. Just a ticket. I just never did it?
Nope.
Yeah, I never did it either. They would have let me in, but I never did it. They say the acoustics is second to none there. Legitimately, it's just a different atmosphere, different environment, because everything that you gave a very straight look at me, what are you talking about with that?
No, it's the way you said acoustics.
Oh, I messed that up.
Yeah,
We've established that one. I always say that one wrong.
You haven't said acoustics in a while, and it threw me off a little bit.
But I'm
back
I
in
even
now.
say that one wrong, which is how long it's been. But anyway, they say that's a key part into the difference of Madison Square Garden for everything.
I thought it would be the violence of their fans.
I
thought that's what it is. I thought assaulting people in the aisles. I thought that was, but maybe it is the acoustics. I don't know.
Sure.
When I think of Donovan playing in that building, there is a part of me that's man, he could really just go off. Mm-hmm. And there's that part of me that's okay, what if the lights are too bright for Donovan? Because it's not. Because here's the thing: it's not just he's playing at home in front of home cooking, tons of fans, friends in the building, all that. It's the team that didn't think he was worth bumping the offer to make sure they got him 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. Something that I don't think Donovan's really ever spoken about. I'm going to say it didn't land well with him. Something he'd like to prove to the Knicks, maybe.
I'm going to bet there's something he wants to prove there. When I look at it, I just think Brunson's got so much more pressure, though. I mean, the way the Knicks fans are talking, best Knicks team of some of these guys' lifetimes, better than the 99 team that went to the finals. And by the way, if you pull up those final scores, no one scored 100 in any of those games. Just a different time, Nick. Better than the 94 finals teams. Yeah, better than the 94 finals team. They're starting to make a case, a legitimate case, that Jalen Brunson is the third best Knick of all time behind Clyde and behind Patrick Ewing. And if he goes to the NBA Finals this year, he'll surpass Patrick Ewing, which is insane to me.
Yeah,
but that's what he's playing with. He's playing for immortality as far as Knicks lore is concerned.
That is a rough town for Patrick Ewing. I mean, even Oakley will come out. Oakley in his autobiography, which I actually thought was really good. I don't know why I said actually like that. That man could knock the snot out of me without even thinking about it. But he was basically he himself was like, yeah, he's a B player. He was never gonna, He was never going to be Michael. He needed to be somebody Scotty. That's one of his best friends and teammates that played with him, and that's how Knicks feel about him as well.
But how Knicks fans feel about him, though, is the idea that he's unequivocally number 2 all time for them.
Mm-hmm.
And like Clyde's first, that's untouchable. That's like LeBron for us. That's untouchable. But like Brunson's knocking on the doorstep, and as you mentioned, they're kind of quick to be like, let's get somebody else up there at number 2.
But what's the heat if he doesn't? If let's say the Cavs take the league by storm and the Cavs get him in 5. Let's say it's not even a competitive series. The Cavs flip this thing. What's the downside for Jalen Brunson? Because I actually feel like this is set up for Cat to be the fall guy. Because I think Cat has a lot more detractors right now. Like, I could see Cat not being in the roster in 5 months. I can't see the same thing with Jalen Brunson.
We want to talk about incentive. Cat is the one that got disgruntled with them early on in the season because he wanted that big, fat max contract and wanted that extension that they didn't end up offering him. And now I think it becomes a super max in this summer if they go ahead and give that to him. But, like, that's still dangling. That's all right there. He was about as pissed as anybody.
Like, I think Brunson is entrenched there. And listen, I actually agree with you. Like, the NBA, if everyone expects you to win, and everybody thinks you're not just the better team, but the far better team, if Vegas thinks you're a 7.5-point favorite in Game 1, that's a lot of pressure on Jalen Brunson. I still think there's the economic pressure on Donovan. Like, I think playing at home is one thing that we've talked about. I also think, like, Donovan and the Cavs both have another decision on the other side of this, and I think it's trending in the right direction. But the difference between Knicks in 5 and Cavs in 5, or Knicks in 5 and Cavs winning the series in 7, I think is huge for Donovan. On top of
big time.
On top of you're doing this in front of the home crowd, and it's going to be a little extra spoonful of bleep if you don't get it.
No, it's not to suggest that he's got no pressure. He's got a lot of pressure on himself. There's no denying that. I just think Brunson's playing for immortality. He's playing for something. And again, maybe we can talk about where Donovan then catapults in Cavs history if he's able to pull this off and go to the NBA Finals. And maybe we can talk about where this team would rank up with some of even the LeBron Finals teams. It's just every conversation when you talk about, like, greatest of my lifetime always goes back to the LeBron teams and LeBron. And so, like, it's just a little bit different with the Knicks here.
All right, Tom in L.A. wants to talk about going to Madison Square Garden. Tom, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Yeah, my company's headquarters are right in Manhattan, so I've been to dozens and dozens of sporting events, concerts, and the place is an S-hole. It's a dump. And for being in such a major city, the place has nothing going for it whatsoever. It's boring, and it's old. I mean, the only thing they can really say is, wow, it's in the middle of Manhattan, and they show the panoramic view of the buildings. But other than that, that place is a joke. So I'm piling on with you guys.
Well, here's the thing. Ahead of Game 1, Tom, I like this very much. I like this very much a lot. We appreciate you, buddy.
The mecca of basketball.
Here's the thing.
Might as well be a trash can. That's a take.
If I didn't associate it with Knicks fans, I don't think I'd be piling it on right now. I'd be like, people say it's great. I've never been there, but sure, fine. By the way, the outside does look like a library from Northwestern, built in like 1967.
Yeah, no, it's
the
not.
Outside
it's
facade
not great.
Is just
no. And when you again, I've
big ugly ass building.
I've been by it. I'm like, that's it. That's what they have to offer. Now, another thing they always talk about with Madison Square Garden is that, like, you can't have a bad seat in the place. That's kind of one of their features on it. The sight lines are really good anywhere you sit. But I don't know. I've never been. It is what it is.
The best thing I can tell you about Madison Square Garden is the people watching outside of Madison Square Garden at any time of the day. Low key, some of the you can't see this at the Worcester Walmart during peyote hour.
I bet I could.
Like I've been there at that time.
Is that right?
Yeah, I just
I think you're underselling that Worcester Walmart.
I will tell you, the first time we walked there, Ness and I went there in 2017. She had never really been to New York City. I, of course, being seasoned, had been there like 3 times.
I want to show you this great New York slice.
There's just a little fellow,
Sabaro,
and he was wearing one of those. Banana hammock is the only thing I can say. It was neon green.
Okay.
And it was a wraparound.
Okay.
All right. It wasn't like a straight up one. It went kind of around the side, so it was like a.
Did it kind of look like Green Man from It's Always Sunny, or no?
Except I could see every other part of his body, and I could certainly. It didn't take a lot of imagination to see other parts of him as well.
They do this at Times Square as well.
Yeah. And I was like, all right. Vanessa was very
With
much
the naked
like
cowboy.
Vanessa was very much like an Ohio girl about it. Like, oh gosh, what have we gotten into? And I was like, it's New York. Like, if you
that is a fun thing to do, though, is go to a place like New York and then play tourist, but play like, oh no, it's so big. I don't know, guys. I don't know what have we found ourselves into. The skyscrapers. Oh my goodness.
I'm not in Wadsworth anymore. Albert Breer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Count down the hours until tip-off with us, Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin getting you ready for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Cavs-Knicks. 2 hours to go. Nerves setting in. But we also have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes. And the NFL owners' meetings continuing on out yonder in some godless place. But Nashville getting a Super Bowl, Minnesota getting an NFL draft to talk about some of the things coming out of this. And obviously we got some Brown stuff to get to as well on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Albert Breer of the MMQB joins us now. Albert, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Oh, we're living the dream here. I am probably more curious. I don't really love international games, but I'm oddly curious about the movement today to expand the international game slate here. Do you is there an end goal in sight for the NFL, or are they just going to keep every couple of years adding a couple more games per year?
Yeah, I think the goal is to get to 16, and I think that will come with an 18-game schedule. I think if you get there, then the rhythm is everybody's playing internationally every year. And so there's less competitive issues with it because you're making everybody do it. And then I think the rhythm would be 1 year you get 8 home games, a neutral site game, and 9 road games. And then the following year you get 9 home games, 8 road games, and a neutral site game. And I think a lot of this, guys, is just about them creating new packages and being able to sell those packages to their partners. I mean, the Netflix package, which is like sort of a special events package, which has the week 1 game in Australia, the week 18 game on the Saturday, the 2 games on Christmas and Thanksgiving Eve. That is, they basically pulled that out of their what, and so, but I think it's a good example of how they're creating more inventory to sell, which is the goal of all of this. And so, being able to sell an international package where a lot of those games are in a separate window at 9:30 in the morning, is something that, creates a new revenue stream for them. And again, it's just, I don't know that there's any end in sight for that stuff, and just finding new ways to sell football. I think the other piece of it, and this is an important piece of it, of course, is I do think to some degree they feel like there's only so much more growth left domestically. So if you think the domestic growth has gotten to, not a breaking point, but closer to full and empty, then you look for other areas to grow, and outside the country is one way to do it. And they've done, again, it in other ways, going to expand the regular season, expand the playoffs, put teams in L.A. This is just another example of it.
What was your read on them also eliminating the team's ability to protect the games against specific home opponents, which they used to be able to do, now they can't?
Yeah, they want to put better games over there, and again, I think it sucks for the fans here because, if you're a season ticket holder, it might mean that you lose a Cowboys game or you lose, whatever it is. But they very clearly want to put bigger games over there. I think you look no further than week 1. Over the last 5 years, is there a more important, relevant game than Niners Rams in determining, who has home field in the playoffs, who winds up in the Super Bowl in some cases? I don't think that there's, a series that's been more relevant than that one. Maybe Chiefs-Bills, you could argue, right? Shipping one of those games over to Australia should tell you that the priority that this is for the league, because from a competitive standpoint, what makes the most sense is to have those teams play home and home, and they're not doing that this year, which again, I think sends a pretty strong message on where they stand on all of this.
Albert, Nashville gets the February 2030 Super Bowl. That means Inglewood, Atlanta, Vegas, and then Nashville. Obviously, we're building a little barn dominium out there in Brook Park. Are the Haslams? It didn't seem like fait accompli when Roger Goodell was here at the groundbreaking ceremony saying that, Cleveland still has to do. If you had to bet right now, would you bet that the Brook Park barn dominium gets a Super Bowl, or would you bet against it?
Yeah, I would bet against it. I mean, I just don't think look, the reality is a lot of this comes down to, can you handle a Super Bowl, and what are you going to be able to do with all the events around it? And, I just don't know that Cleveland has, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, and you guys know how I feel about that whole state, right? So I'm not coming here as the enemy of Ohio or the enemy of Cleveland, but, the reality is, Nashville's not very big, but it is an event city. Maybe not to the degree of, but, somewhere along the lines of New Orleans and Vegas, which also aren't big places, but are built for events. So they have the hotel infrastructure, they have the event space, they have all these different things that you need to host a Super Bowl. And, I thought one of the most interesting things I was able to dig up today was that the city, the Nashville area, the greater Nashville area, has 62,000 hotel rooms right now, and that number is going to be up to 80,000 by the time they host a Super Bowl. I mean, that's a lot of hotel space. I don't know what the number is for Cleveland, but I would bet
it's around 22,000 or so.
Right. So that's a quarter of what Nashville is going to have, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're a similar size city. I think Cleveland might be bigger.
Cleveland's bigger,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so I just how do you solve that? And I'm not sure that there's a good answer to that question.
Albert, we had a Jeremy Fowler ESPN piece and Deshaun Watson, and in that piece he kind of referenced someone that was a source close to Deshaun, and the source close said that Deshaun understands why the fans are frustrated. Just from a media perspective, do you feel like we're going to get to a spot, maybe even tomorrow, where Deshaun speaks to the media, but he actually addresses why he thinks fans are frustrated, or are we just going to keep getting, well, all right, source close to Deshaun, and that's as good as we're ever going to get when it comes to any of the true frustrations with Browns fans?
I think, and look, I'm not saying he wasn't at fault, because he was at fault for a lot of things that have happened over the last 5 years. But I do think there has been an edgier Deshaun than he was in Houston, I guess more aggrieved Deshaun, because I feels like, and again, this isn't me saying this, but I think to some degree he probably feels like he was treated unfairly by some people through everything that happened. And I think part of his growth has to be getting past that. You know what I mean? And I think if he's ever going to endear himself to the people there, the best thing you can do, when you've got the history that Deshaun has now in 4 years in Cleveland, is show a self-deprecating side and show that you're aware of your own responsibility and everything that's gone wrong. And I do think I don't know. I mean, I do tend to think that people can be pretty forgiving if you at least show some humility. And so if I were advising him, I'd say when you go to the mic, show some humility and show some disappointment over the 4 years and what's become of it, and show a willingness to do everything that you can to try to make sure that year 5 is different than the previous 4. And I've said this to you guys before. I think I've been pretty consistent here. I felt all along that the Browns should give Deshaun Watson a good long look this year. And, it sure feels like they're going to do exactly that.
Albert, the Myles Garrett trade idea continues to rear its head at every opportunity this offseason. I've decided that if he's here June 3rd, short of a actual trade, a public trade request by Myles, or the Browns basically announcing or being reported that they're shopping Myles, I will consider the matter closed until the trade deadline of this year. So I'm going to ask you, putting you on the spot here, but it's okay. I think you can handle it. Percentage chance that Myles Garrett gets the post-June 1 trade from the Cleveland Browns this year?
So if you're asking me point blank and I have to guess on it, I think it's possible. I don't know what the percent chance is, but I know there'd be a lot of interest in him. And, I think the Browns have to
consider everything. And look, like to me, you know, I've said this to you guys pretty consistently too. I think it makes all the sense in the world for the Browns to consider it because I just don't think their timeline matches up with his. You know, he's 30 years old now. You know, you had a really, really good, you know, a rookie class last year with Mason Graham and Carson Schlesinger and, you know, and Harold Fannin and Quinshon Judkins. I think you've got a chance to have a really good follow-up class to that with Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. Like, I feel really good about, like, what I'm putting out there, but you don't have a quarterback settled yet. And if you come out of this year and you still need one, that's okay because you're going to have the capital. You might have the capital next year and what could be a really strong year at the position in the draft to take care of that. So, like, I look at it like let's just say that the Browns, the year for them to break through is 2027, right? Myles Garrett turns 32 that year. So if that's like the front end of you really taking off as a program, well, like, then would you rather have Myles Garrett and what he has left at 32 years old, or would you rather have 2 or 3 first-round picks, maybe a young player with it, coming in to supplement what you've already built? It's hard because he's a freaking gold jacket player. You know what I mean? Like he's one of the greatest players in the history of the franchise. But I think it's something you really have to consider.
Do you have any discussions with anyone about the idea that, I mean, obviously Tom Brady played for a million years, and you watching the NBA, LeBron's still playing. Like some of the game's greats, they do just take it to an extremely long level. And Myles has had some injuries, but he takes care of his body about as good as anybody. Yep. Is there any thought process to like? I know you're saying like, all right, 32. That's a lot for a lot of pass rushers in life, but the idea that someone like Myles could be effective 35, 36, 37.
I mean, yeah, and I think that's definitely out there for him. You know, I just, again, how often have we seen it? You know what I mean? Like, I think you actually look, like the dominant defensive tackles have actually lasted longer, you know? Like Aaron Donald, like Chris Jones now. You know, what you see with the pass rushers is they sort of have to reinvent themselves, and they do last forever. You know what I mean? Like, so what version of that player are you getting, you know? And I just sort of look at like the trade value, right? Like if you trade him now, then I think we're talking about like multiple first round picks and more, you know? If you trade him in 2 years, like what are you getting? Like maybe a 2 for him, you know, based on his age. And so like, I think there's like a big difference, like from a value perspective when you look at that. And so then, like, I think you have to look at that window from one point to the other point where the value drops. Is do we have a chance to win a championship in that window? And I think if you're being honest with yourself, the answer is probably no. You know, so that to me would be like the equation if I was considering it. And again, like if someone called, like I would listen. And that's just me. This isn't Andrew Berry talking or anybody with the Browns organization, but like I would, you know, I'm not Jimmy Haslam, but it's something like that. If I were the one picking up the phone, I would consider and it's not because Myles not going to be able to play till he's 35, 36, 37. We saw Julius Peppers last. We saw, you know, we're seeing Jadeveon Clowney last, you know, because it's really hard to find guys who can get after the passer. But those guys at the end of their careers were not the same as they were when they were 27 years old.
Albert, great stuff, buddy. We got to get back to Game 1 talk, but appreciate you making some time for us, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys. I'm really rooting for the Cavs, and I'm not even messing with you here. There is nothing more obnoxious than the celebrity fans of the New York Knicks. I hope you guys stick it to them.
We are hoping that too, and that is exactly what we wanted to hear.
I want to know which one he hates the most.
Oh, wait, actually, nope. Albert, real quick. This is a good question. Which Bing Bonger do you hate the most?
Is it Stiller? Is it Chalamet? Is it Spike Lee? Is it Tracy Morgan?
I think Chalamet.
It's always Chalamet for people.
There's just something about him that I don't know. It's probably not fair, right? Like, but I don't know. Like I like all these guys waving it, and you know, like the other thing is the owner, like to me, is like one of the most detestable owners in sports, and so
true.
Like that adds to it. You know what I mean? So I hope Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, Evan Mobley, all those guys kick ass over the next week and a half.
That's exactly what we like to hear. Albert, be good, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys.
Albert Breer there of the MMQB on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. That better be a clip. Albert's taking a lot of smoke for opinions on this show. I am allowing this one time our use of our videos of Albert pandering to Cleveland fans about the Cavs tonight because that's the energy we need ahead of Game 1.
The amount of Chalamet hate. We're getting there. Okay, we're getting there. Yep. I understand. Once we get going at 8 o'clock tonight, I have to take everything that I thought previously about Chalamet and throw it out the window. Marty Supreme, bad movie.
Wasn't even good. Between this series and Dune 3, Chalamet will never recover. It's going to be, I'm telling you, sell your Chalamet stock now if you got it. He's not even French. He just says his name's Timothy because he's a D-bag. Your name's Tim. All right? You're a white kid from New York. Okay? Oh, I'm cultured.
Your name is Tim.
I'm so cultured. They say my name differently. Stop being a chotch. You're laying with a Kardashian. Chill out. Or be chilled. I said it.
Bing bong. The Jenner thing, man.
Yeah. A little props on that one.
He's a ball nowhere.
A little bit of props on that one.
Doesn't go to the Met Gala.
But not a lot of props, I'll tell you that.
Doesn't go to the Met Gala in favor of going to the Knicks games. Like he's it's going to be hard to hate on Chalamet.
Do you have a crush on? Is this a man crush?
It's going to be hard to hate on Chalamet.
I think you like him because I hate him. I think this is basically the equivalent of Lima calling Ken Bubble Boy today.
I like Chalamet, and then you went on this anti-Chalamet thing.
I've been anti-Chalamet for a long time.
I think you dislike Chalamet because I like Chalamet, is what I think.
I think anyone on this station will tell you I have not said a nice thing about Timothée Chalamet since Interstellar. That's the last time. I got one compliment on that. And he basically just acted like a young Casey Affleck.
I think is what it was. Is you said, oh, he's a French guy and all this stuff. And I was like, he's born in New York. And you're like, he's a French guy. And I'm like, he's born in New York.
I think that's the reverse of how the conversation went. The point is he's a douche.
Okay.
It's obvious. Watch him act. There's not a soul of a man in there.
Nothing?
No.
Nothing for that little guy?
Little hipster.
He's just a little guy that could.
No.
That's it. Little guy that could.
You give me one chance to give a New York Knicks fan a good bing bong right on the jaw. Oh, I'd bing bong Chalamet into 2027.
I mean, I would knock Stiller into next week if I could.
Ben Stiller?
Yeah.
Comedy God, Tropic Thunder.
Oh, yeah, Meet the Fockers. Great movie.
Okay, Meet the Parents was really good. You're being a little derivative. Ben Stiller at least has done something interesting. What has Chalamet done? Oh, sand. Oh, I'm a complex character.
Well, neither one of us are going after Tracy Morgan. We know that.
The man's an icon.
We're not going after Spike Lee. We know that.
Again, another icon.
I think the whole cast of SNL and anyone that's ever been on SNL always appears on Celebrity Row at some point.
Yeah, that's just Lauren gets you good tickets. I can't really go at James Austin Johnson.
Is that all that is?
Great impressions, bro. No, they're really good impressions. Yeah. Hey, I like the cast more from high school, said everyone else.
I think I'm running out of super fans for him.
They have endless. Who's the fat rapper, Action Bronson? Isn't he a Knicks fan?
Sounds like it.
Is that a guy?
I think I vaguely remember something
somewhere
like that.
in there.
Yeah, Action Bronson.
Action Bronson, yeah. Screw that guy, too. Oh, I'm chubby, but I'm a talented guy. Blow it out your face. I was trying
Michael Rappaport? There's a hateable guy.
Listen.
That's the guy we should have been picking fights with.
Punchable face.
There's a hateable guy.
Here's the thing, guys. Herpes has already won with Michael Rappaport.
Yeah.
I can't fight with Rappaport. No, that is just... Doesn't it, when you look at him and you see the source, don't you get a little bit like, got a little skeeves there?
All right, I just looked up superfans, and I'm trying to figure out the ones we don't know. It claims, Fat Joe, we've definitely seen him at games.
Mm-hmm.
It claims Cardi B is a big Knicks fan. Didn't know that.
She's very talented.
John Stewart, people like John Stewart.
I can't get down on Stewart. Yeah.
Chris Rock, people like Chris Rock. Michael Strahan.
Yeah, that guy's a fraud.
Yeah, hit him right in between the gap teeth. Is that what you're going to say?
Just not a real human.
Not a real human with Michael Strahan.
I played at the Giants and I'm good looking. Oh, I guess that entitles you to $5 million a year for the rest of your life.
He didn't acknowledge Miles' season at the end of the year.
That's true. Extra spite there. Who do we hate in New York? All of them. More in Game 1 in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Bing bong.
92.3 The Fan. 2020 Sports.
The Eastern Conference Finals tip off tonight with the
TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Beetle, and we go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 15 minutes here, we just had Albert Breer on, and I will tell you, so I think the Miles stuff was interesting. I think some of the Deshaun stuff was interesting. I actually think he tended to agree with you and my take on the importance of Deshaun speaking at some point, sooner the better, but tomorrow or one of these next Wednesdays here. I think the thing that is going to get people pretty upset is that Albert said, and in fairness, I kind of boxed him in. I said, would you lean towards or against the Browns getting a Super Bowl with the Brook Park Barn Dominium when this thing finally goes up? Because Nashville, it's 2030 is already spoken for. So
yeah,
we're in the spot here.
Yep.
And Albert said he'd bet against it. And I do think, I think people are going to be really pissed off if the Browns don't get a Super Bowl out of this.
Well, I think it's a matter of hotel rooms, is it not? And I think that's why it was good we asked Albert that, because Albert had this whole thing about them making it out to 60,000 or so for Nashville to be able to do this. And they're going to build up, I don't know how they do this, they're going to build up these rooms to make this all work. And it's like, well, we're 40,000 rooms away from that?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like an incredibly large number of rooms away.
I think we need Olympic money in there. We need to get some of those cardboard.
Going back to the Olympic idea?
Yeah, those cardboard castles where they just, and then, by the way, they tear them down 3 months after the circus leaves town.
Yeah.
Get some of that really amoral, just completely,
I'm sure
not clean.
I'm sure the rich wine and cheese crowd that's going to the Super Bowl really enjoy your Olympic Village set up for them.
The Olympians seem to enjoy it.
They enjoy the condoms that are free.
I think
and
they
everything
enjoy
that goes
breaking
with that.
those plastic beds there.
There was on Instagram, there was a lot about the bed situation, and how that wasn't the greatest.
Now, that being said, great stuff with Albert there. We'll obviously have more tomorrow because we are an hour and a half away from Game 1. It's go time. This is another great, It's so funny. I think I understand fans who, when you're faced with a you-know-what or get-off-the-pot moment, that brings a lot more nerves than anything. I love this. I love the fact that the difference between my feelings on this season and the direction of the Cavs is the difference between Knicks in 5 and Cavs in 5, or somewhere in between. I like where we're at this spot, and that the spot is continuing, that it's a show us that you belong. I like that we're there because it feels like this moment has been 4 years in the making.
It'll be a massive win today if they're able to overcome the short amount of rest and back-to-back Game 7s to take on a really healthy and rested Knicks team. It'll be a massive win tonight if they can do that. And so if they are able to pull that off, it's just one game, but I don't know how you don't feel great about this team.
Here's the other reason I want it. This is purely selfish.
Okay.
I think tonight, as opposed to if you won Game 2, I think if the Cavs won tonight, I think you would see anyone with any remaining reservations about this team go all in on this team. And I do think, I was thinking about this earlier about, it would just be funny if this was the team, the first Cavs team without LeBron James, to make the NBA Finals or to even win an NBA Finals where we weren't even sure we'd like this team until about 4 weeks into the playoffs.
Sure.
So there is a part of me that's I want this series to be the thing that gets us all back where we were, I think, most of last year until the Indiana series where you fell apart.
Well, there can be some real healing, right? And when you win these games, think about the players you prop up in the meanwhile. Evan Mobley was a disaster at parts, and then all of a sudden he plays some really nice games consecutively, and you're like, all right, Mobley, this is let's build around this. Let's make this a reality. There are all sorts of players that come to mind. Jared Allen, weeks ago, everyone had the trade conversations involving Jared Allen. Now it's like you would never even dream of doing that. Mr. Game 7, what are we talking about? And so it's amazing how you can just kind of shape some of the narratives around people within these series.
Yeah, and you can tell, specific to Evan, you can tell people want this for him. Like even Fana. Like Fana didn't call him the unicorn today at 420, but he's got some unicorn tendencies. That's one good Evan Mobley game one away from calling that man a unicorn and maybe getting an actual horn surgically attached to your forehead.
That's why this series is so impactful for someone like him, because if they're going to win this series, it's going to be stopping Cat, because Karl Anthony Towns was basically the only reason why Knicks fans are going crazy right now. It's not because Brunson was otherworldly in the first two series. It was because Karl Anthony Towns played out of his mind. He played insanely high basketball. And so, like, if Mobley can shut him down and remind him that he's much better than anyone else that Cat has seen, like, this is how you become all-time within Cavs discussions.
216-474-0092. This is the part of the show I think we get to talk about vibe checks and how we feeling about game one. Maybe it is the fact that I just don't think there's any pressure on the – I don't want to say any. It's the NBA playoffs. It's Eastern Conference Finals. There's going to be some pressure on the Cavs. Mm-hmm. But I think all the pressure's on the Knicks tonight. So in a way, if they come out and they just kind of lay down because they played on Sunday, I won't be thrilled with it, but I can at least go, I got a baked-in excuse for tonight, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Whereas if you win this game, man, is this going to unite Cavs fans? And I think this is going to be the thing that kind of sparks this series on a lot of different ways.
With a little house money here for game one, are you not?
I think, I don't think the series is house money. No. I think how the series goes matters in a big way to a lot of our expectations. But for game one, there is a bit of house money.
I'm very emotionally calm right now. And, I mean, I'm just waiting because obviously we just played this waiting game to get to tip off anyway. I'm riding easy street at the moment.
Yeah.
I really am. Yeah. And I'll get nerves once we get going and once this thing starts happening. But I'm right there with you. Like, this is just not – it's not the game that I'm going to lose my mind over.
So I made a nice little pork butt for Vanessa in my anniversary dinner.
Yeah.
And basically the idea is she didn't have to cook on her anniversary. I'm not there to cook for her. So this is an easy, delicious thing that we can have.
I'm an ass. Here's an ass.
But I
threw you off there, didn't I?
I am going to be trying to eat a pulled pork sandwich.
Yeah.
While watching a game, you can just put it on lock that I'm going to have the worst heartburn later tonight.
Does that give you heartburn?
Yeah,
typically?
So if you're trying to eat pork quick,
do you take heartburn medication or anything like that, or do you after you eat certain things? Do you take anything? I take nothing.
Antacid. That's all I take. Yeah,
you do. But is it like every time you take or is it like when do you do? The one thing in life no one's ever really taught me is when I need to be taking things after I eat. I'm getting to be the
fat
age.
Sherpa here.
Yeah, I'm getting to be the age where I feel like maybe that might be something that would help me out. Like, I don't know, when in fact do I take a Pepto-Bismol? I don't know. I don't know these answers.
It's a case-by-case basis. If you're eating barbecue and you know you're going to eat a lot of it, pop a little. It's not going to hurt you. Just pop a little pill. You'll be fine. Or a chewable tablet.
Have you been doing this for a long time? Like, how many years have you been doing this?
I've been obese for a while. So, yeah, I know. If I'm going to eat.
But I don't think it's obese exclusive.
If I'm going to eat pizza and I'm going to have 4 pieces, I probably need a little antacid to get me there.
How did you know? What did your body tell you? Is it just one of those things?
Oh, my body's been sounding off the alarms for years.
It? Like, because my body's not telling me that I need anything quite yet, but I also want to get ahead of this. I don't want to be like, oh, why is this happening? And it's like, yeah, you need to be taking things.
I think that's actually how it should work. Because again, your fat ass alarms and sensors will go off.
They do. Our body's incredible, right?
I don't know that mine's incredible. I would say it's serviceable.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. My body's like the Scott Pollard of bodies.
Is that right?
Like, it's a body. You can say he played in the NBA, but no one's going to be like, I want that Scott Pollard body.
I'd be more like tractor trailer.
I don't know why it'd be such a deterrent for me to be like, I got to take that Pepto-Bismol after this. Like, I would just be like, I don't know. There's something about that would make me not even want to eat the pizza to begin with.
It makes me feel like a cast member from Lethal Weapon.
Is that right?
Yeah, like a burnout cop. Yeah, I'm really stressed out from the job, and I'm just eating like crap, drinking way more than I should.
Yeah.
I'm not emotionally forthcoming with my wife in this scenario, right? Like I'm like, but I want to tell her how I feel because I'm a cop, right?
Yeah.
But also, I'm just gonna force down the Pepto-Bismol and be okay.
Yeah, you'll get through it.
Yeah.
Just man up.
And then in those movies, those guys died like 50.
Always,
they really
always
top out
very,
about
very
50.
early. And they're always like so confused as to like, what happened to Johnny? Well, you know what happened to Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny drank every day.
Yeah.
Johnny was an alcoholic that ate a lot of food.
And a lot of pastrami.
A lot of pastrami.
And I love pastrami. So you're not going to catch me knocking pastrami. But it gets you.
Mm-hmm.
It'll get you.
Yeah.
Quick hits is not what we're going to do. Because in 5 minutes, we're doing In Case We Missed It on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody?
So in addition to what they look like when they're out there throwing, you'll be able to pick up keys and clues based on who is doing what, when, and with who.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP, final segment of the show. Big thanks to Michelle Beetle, 320. Run It Back TV. She's rooting for the Cavs, but she's not sure. 420, John Fanta, NBC Sports, all in on the Cavs, sort of. Has the Knicks in 6. It was very disappointing, but we still love John Fanta. We believe he'll see the light eventually. And then Albert Breer, MMQB, Myles Garrett trade nonsense, Deshaun Watson's path back to maybe the good graces of Browns fans, and the international slate getting extended. So many more things. Great stuff with Albert there at 6 o'clock. But one segment left. Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, Nick, we're going to start off with a game that actually happened last night. The A's had a no-hitter into the 9th inning. I just think this is one of the more tragic ways to lose a baseball game and to see this go down. So they lost the no-hitter with like 3 pitches into the 9th. Adam Frazier had a single. It was what it was. They're up 1-0, so you got to run around first. And here's the call from NBC Sports California. Here we go.
To center field, going back is Henry Bolte. At the track, leaping up. And a home run for Zach Neto. A 2-1 walk-off win on a home run. What a gut punch for the Athletics.
Just an incredibly unfortunate series of events.
Now, they were treating it like Jenny Kavanaugh and Dallas Braden as if it was like the end of the world. I think Dallas at one point had tweeted out something to the idea of my house is about to catch fire, and that wouldn't be the worst thing to happen to me tonight.
Yeah.
They're very emotional, those A's broadcasters. But is this the worst way to lose a baseball game? You think you have a no-hitter? You have a no-hitter for 8 innings complete. You enter the 9th. You get 1-0 lead, and you end up with a walk-off 2-1 loss.
No, getting spanked like 24-3 is the worst way. Because that's just no hope. You really felt like you... I think there's something to be said, even though you're on the wrong side of it, of the emotionality of 9 near-flawless innings, only to then lose that way. At least you felt something.
You did feel something.
Like a rout that is over after the first inning. It's going to sit back and drink more.
I know, but this is like dominating the casino and just being up like not just a couple bucks, being up like thousands.
No
and
way
then
to leave the table.
And then just watching it just all go away.
Yep.
Just all, and happening so quick right before your eyes.
I think you know this about me. I know when to leave the table.
Are you good at that?
Yeah. Because the second I get up,
you got to know when to hold them, when to fold them.
If I brought $100 to this dance and I'm up $500, I'm out. I've made my money. Do
you have a deciding, like, before you go in and you have, like, a game plan? Like,
it's usually like a 5-1.
5-1?
But even then,
it's
if I've been there for a while.
I like the action.
And I'm just up by, even I'm just up by, 20%, I'm like, that's as good. No, this is where it's going to stop here because if I keep going, I'm going to be 20% down and then I'm going to be chasing this monkey all night.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm the type that's like, I'm not satisfied until I just blow that walk-off home run. And then all of a sudden, we're sitting on the curb outside the casino being like, how did that happen? How did that with the kick to the chandelier, how did it happen so quick?
When you were at Fink's bachelor party, right?
No, I actually missed that.
Okay.
I was out of town that weekend.
So I was like the one
we've
person.
We've all been to the casino together, me, you, and Fink.
Yeah, but I was the one. So maybe that's the time I'm thinking about. But we were with a group of people, and I remember thinking, I think I'm the only one walking away tonight on the up and up. And it did. And as a matter of fact, I actually have to give him credit because he was playing, not blackjack.
He likes roulette.
Roulette, yes. Yeah. And he's like, come on, put like $100 on it. Something, because I was already up by so much. And so I just did the basic, I think I put it on black and then won. And I was like, well, now I'm definitely. But hey, he egged me into it a little bit and did help me win that night. All right. So I could talk about Punch the Monkey, getting his enclosure getting broken into. I could talk about Dak Prescott apparently sleeping with his ex-fiance's bridesmaid. None of these things take the cake, though.
That true story, though?
That is a true story, yeah.
His fiance was like, she was young. I remember she was young.
Yeah. Well, also mother of his 2 children. Ooh. But their mutual friend, he's now apparently knocking boots with.
How about that?
But I have to say happy anniversary to Vanessa. 14 years, 19 years together total. And I mean this in the best possible way. I do not remember what my life was like before I met my wife. I mean, I remember it was in a great existence. I was very sad, very lonely. And then for some reason, this beautiful blonde woman looked at a 290-pound, roguish, charming, a little rough around the edges, Hungarian man and thought, not only am I going to do this, I'm going to do this for a long time.
Okay.
And her poor life decisions have benefited me very well from that regard.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, she could do so much better than me. I don't think anyone that I know even debates that.
Yeah.
That she massively underkicked her coverage. What that means, though, is that I outkicked my coverage, and I enjoy that quite a bit.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you guys.
Thank you.
And I've noticed you've done something all day long where you count the year you guys actually got married, and then also when you guys started dating.
Yep. Yeah. Vanessa and I, about 6 weeks in, pretty much were married from that standpoint. Like, she told me the first time she said "I love you" was on the steps of her rental home in Ravenna.
Oh, she said it first.
Yeah, she did. She didn't mean to say it.
Power play.
She so basically, she said "I love you" as I was leaving to go to school. And then she got really embarrassed because that's not how she wanted to say it for the first time.
Yeah, naturally.
And so she ran inside, and then I went in to kind of be like, it's okay.
I love you too.
And,
one of those things. Yeah.
And then she like swatted at me. She's like, you're not supposed to come inside after that. And I was like, I think I'm keeping her. That was adorable. But no, she has made my life incredibly better, more so than I ever know. She believes in me when I don't believe in me. She gave me 3 beautiful daughters who drive me crazy and make me laugh every day. Like, I always wanted, even from a little kid, I always wanted to find my other half, and that's my person.
Very nice. Love to hear it.
And what I'm saying is, I love my wife more than anyone at this station loves theirs.
Okay.
I know you love Elise a lot. You're crazy about her.
Yeah.
I love my wife a little bit more. Ken and Lizzie, what a great couple.
I disagree. I think you can love your wife as much as maybe I love my wife, but I don't think you love your wife more.
I see why you would say that.
You can love her as much, but you're just not going to love her more.
And yet you're wrong.
That's just the reality
okay.
of it.
That's okay. We can live in a world.
As much as good as I'm going to do here.
Jake Murrin loves the crap out of his wife. I love my wife just a little bit more. Yeah. Mac? Nothing's ever going to break him. And certain channels on the internet.
We're not that show anymore. We're not that show.
No.
We're not that show.
Nobody's going to break up him in the incognito tab. But I'll tell you about this kid. I love my wife more than you love.
And I will love my future wife.
Then you love yourself.
As much as Mac loves.
All right.
The incognito tab.
There's just so much variety.
It's Al Gore's internet. There's all sorts of stuff out there, guys.
Hey, puts yellow card in the background.
Good
Big
show,
thanks.
but how we do it?
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Katie Pollack. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Go Cavs.